Let's get started. So I'm Dr. Elisa Hurwitz. I'm moderating this panel about musicals and mental health. I jokingly called it the pandemic edition because we did this panel last year, but it's really about how actors are coping during the pandemic. The pandemic really brought the conversation about mental health, I think, to the forefront because it was so clear that we were all impacted by it. And I think that there's a particular conversation to be had about actors during this time, stage actors, and how the shutdown has impacted their mental health. And my pronouns are she, her, hers. You may also know me separate from my day job as a clinical psychologist. On Instagram, I'm Dr. Drama. And I want to also just give a content warning. We'll see where this conversation goes, but there's likely to be discussion of depression and anxiety. I also want to thank my panelists for joining today. They're sharing our time with us, and time is so personal and important. And I just want to say to each of you, thank you so much for saying yes to being here for this conversation. Really appreciate it. And before we get started the conversation, will you guys introduce yourselves? Maybe starting with Leslie.
Hi, I'm Leslie Margarita. She, her. I'm so happy to be here to talk about all this.
Thank you. Britt.
Hey, y'all. I'm Brittany Mack. Yeah, that's me. Thank you so much for doing this and for having us here. I am also very excited to have this discussion. So it's so important.
Thanks. Sky.
Hey guys, Sky Lakota Lynch, he, him, his. I'm pumped. Let's do it.
Yeah. And Haley.
Hi everyone, my name's Haley Kilgore. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm really excited to be here today.
Oh, thanks. So let's start at the beginning. A very good place to start, as they say. I would love to hear from all of you about how you were impacted at the very beginning of the pandemic when things were just coming down, because our understanding of what was going to happen to the industry was minimal at that time, right? Because it was just the beginning, and kind of how that unfolded for you in terms of your emotional health. Maybe we'll start back with Leslie.
I mean, in the beginning, I think like everybody, we thought it was going to be a couple weeks. My husband and I live on opposite coasts when I'm working, and so he was in LA, and he was like, "Oh, it's going to be fine." My show, Emoji Land, we were going to close in a couple weeks anyway, but so we were like, "Oh, we'll just come back and we'll finish it out." I was also shooting a TV show that then shut down as well, but again, we were like, "A couple weeks, it's going to be fine. See everybody back." Then New York got really scary very quickly. Yeah. Like it felt like within a day, it got like, we went from what is happening to full lockdown. And it very quickly was obvious that it was not going to be a couple of weeks. I started getting emails saying, shows closing, not coming back, blah, blah, it just got very depressing very quickly in New York. And so I kind of reconciled that it was going to be a long haul, but I did not think it was going to be this long. I should.
Yeah. And you missed the end of Emoji Land, right? That ending, that planned ending, and kind of all the rituals that come with that, with the ending and the saying goodbye, was cut short. And everybody who's in a show or planning to be in a show, or even if you weren't in a show, it's still a weird non-goodbye. So, like months later, the set was still up and the costumes were still there, and they had people come and get their stuff, months later. And it was so odd that there are still theaters that everything is still the same. I know people's dressing rooms are still set up and it's bizarre. So it has felt like a goodbye, but not really. It just feels like a weird pause. Yeah, a weird pause.
It just still doesn't feel real that we've gone through this.
Oh yeah, and I've been saying to people, as we're getting closer to kind of, things going back to things, that it's going to hit at a new level, because we've all been surviving, and then once you're not surviving anymore, then all this processing happens. We got to keep taking care of our emotional health as much as possible, because there's still a lot emotionally to come. Britt, you had an interesting, that's interesting is maybe an understatement, experience with your work and the shutdown and kind of how you dealt with that and got through. Can you share about that?
Oh my God. I was the only actor at the theater at the time. The theater, so for those of you who don't know, Six was slated to open our opening night after 2 weeks of previews on the day of the shutdown. So I was the only one at the theater. And, you know, I get there early to like, right? And, you know, families in town from Chicago. I'm from Chicago, South Side. And I mean, the dressing room was stunning. It was like, you know, it was literally secret garden. Like it was gorgeous. And Six is a small show. And so I remember walking in the theater, and of course you get a bunch of texts, you know, we're all in a group chat. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? And I'm the kind of person that like, I have to hear it from the horse's mouth or it's just not true. And so I was like, I'm just gonna wait to hear from Bonnie, and when Bonnie says it, then it's Bible, right? So I go in, and the first thing she says to me is she's carrying like cases of gifts and things to the dressing room, and she goes, "Hey, hon, I don't know a thing," and I was like, so I walk in, I'm in the theater, and I'm in the dressing room, and I'm like, you know, putting stuff on stations, and we're an all-female cast and an all-female band. So I'm like, oh, and then I go to the other side to go put the stuff in the band dressing room and all this stuff. And then by the time I come back down and get back to the dressing room, our ASM Rachel was like, so here's the thing. And I was like, shit, mouth, I don't believe anything. And she was like, no, but really, I was like, what an alcohol at? So it's one of those things that like, and I had to, I'm a person who uses humor, right? But immediately she was like, well, I'll be right back. She went upstairs. I'm in the dressing room, and I was like, you know, like I was just like, what's just I disagree and I object wholeheartedly. And then I thought about the entire industry, right? I was like, okay, wait, so okay, so actors like, we'll be back. And I was like, great, wait, ushers, sound, lights, costumes, wait. And all of a sudden the magnitude of like the individuals at every single theater. Oh, wait, okay, so this is this is like the world, this is the country, wait, what's happened? And it just rushed over me. Children, and you know, going to school is a very important part of like development, right? And I was like, wait, so kids ain't know this. What do you mean? It just was like it was a lot, and it all hit me at one time. And I thought about our industry as a whole, and I was like, yo, we can't even see. And I'm a person of faith, so you know, something that I can't see, okay, that's not hard for me, but like, wait a minute, this is a bad thing. This is not, I don't like it. So it was a conundrum of feeling and emotions. And at the very top of the pandemic, to be honest with you, having my family in town and my girlfriends and things like that, even for those couple days, because that would have been, what, a Thursday. So they left, everybody was about gone Saturday. So by that time, I, you know, was able to, I was able to take them all in, soak in all their energy, all their joy, all their love. So I can say I kind of had like a reserve, right? Of like joy and love, like over here. So when it hit me again, like a freaking tidal wave, I was kind of be like, I live alone. And so for people who have roommates, as much as it was like, where you been? It was like, hi, I'm just not here by myself, right? All of a sudden having 37 roommates in New York helped, because it was this thing of being isolated and secluded. And, you know, I'm a person, I love being out in nature. So I was like, wait, so I don't go to I'm very confused, right? So it's the idea of what you thought was going to be versus what your actual reality is. And it just didn't, like Leslie said, it just didn't feel real. Even now, it's very hard to grapple with the new normal or what our actual reality is. And so it was something that didn't really hit me, honestly, until this year. because I had so much family love stored up, and I will never forget, it was like January 15th, something like that, and I was standing in the corner like by my desk, and all of a sudden I just couldn't breathe. It was like the financial burdens hit me, and I'm a person who's very affected by like money stuff. I just can't bother. And so, and I take pride in like, oh, I handle my business. Listen, it's out of my control right now, right? Like the debt is real life. The deficit, stop it. So that, all of that just hit me this year, and I just couldn't breathe. And I had a full-on panic attack in my apartment alone. And I remember talking to myself, and I was like, Brittany, like literally, I was like, Brittany, you want to die in your apartment right now today alone? Is that what you want to do? And I was like, no, I don't want to die. I want to open on Broadway. I want to come back to Broadway, and I want all of my friends to be okay. And I had to have a full conversation with myself to choose to breathe, because I just stopped. It was very, very intense. And then 2 weeks later is when I started fostering the dogs. And so it kind of like saved my life, I'm not gonna lie. So that's in short, which you know, right, is you know, a sum up of kind of the experience. But choosing joy and all of those things has been, you know, in the equation of how to try to get through this. And still it's active, right? You have to choose it actively, and that's where it gets really, really hard.
Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about the role that the fostering has played. Sky, what about you? You were in the middle of doing Dear Evan Hansen with your partner, right?
Yeah.
And then things just came to a halt.
Exactly. I had actually just left Dear Evan Hansen after 2 weeks.
Oh, you had? Okay.
Yeah, I had just
right.
left, and I was about to start a brand new show in Chicago with Liesl Tommy, and then we had been working on it for like 3 years. It was my first original role, and then everything just shut down. We got the call from our producer that the Chicago run was not going to happen, and it's at the Goodman Theater, so it's like a slot. Your show has one slot, and if you don't get that slot, you have to wait for the whole next year to get there. So I knew that it was the end for that for me, and not the end necessarily forever, but just for this year, which seemed like so long because I had waited so long to do that show, and I had left Dear Evan Hansen to do that. And so, of course, I was so depressed, and we went to Delaware with my parents because I just couldn't be in New York City. I just couldn't be in my small apartment, and I couldn't just be alone with Gabby. We just had to get out. But, you know, on the flip side of that, I kind of felt like I was running away from myself through all those years of being on Broadway, where I didn't have a second to myself to say, who am I, what's going on, and like, what do I need? And I wasn't really taking care of my body at all. You know, I was losing tons of weight, and I just like was so driven on that end goal. Even though I didn't know what that end goal was, I was just like, I have to get there. I have to be the best. I have to, you know, get a Tony or whatever. But what's that solve? And I feel like this pandemic, as depressing and as crushing as it has been for all of us, for me, I look at the other end of it, coming out of it now, sort of coming out of it, that like having this time was so important, because also for the theater industry, it had a reset. So if we would have just did what we had to do in Chicago, or 6 would have opened up, things would have still have been going on in our industry that need to end right now. And so like, especially being an artist of color, like I think it's very needed to reset this industry. That's my end of the ball.
Yes, and you know, the systemic racism is, you know, talk about a mental health issue, you know, is the oppression and the toll that takes, right? And the layers of stress. Right. It's this additional layer of stress, you know, and so I hope that this reckoning is going to turn into action.
Right.
But Broadway's going to have to prove that.
Exactly. And I feel like back in 2019, we were all kind of just ignoring the problem and just like getting our money and getting our coin and just going forward and being like, whatever. Like, you know, I was the only person of color in Dear Evan Hansen at one time. You know what I'm saying? Before Banks had gotten there and everything like that. So I was really,
and including backstage too.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Were of color with the security guards, and they're my best friends. I mean, like, so it was just a very different ball for me. And then working with Liesl Tommy, it's like everyone's of color. You know what I'm saying? I can relate to everything she said. So I think that this time was so needed, but it's very different.
Yeah. Haley, I know you can really speak to that experience of needing that time away to focus on yourself. And I think that coincided with the pandemic then hitting. Is that timing right? Can you talk about that experience and Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's uh, the beautiful thing about it's beautiful, it's interesting, it's sad, it's all of these different feelings at once, but the I would say incredible thing is that everybody kind of had the same, we all had to stop. And
Yeah.
it felt like we all had to stop at the same time. It was a Friday. It was on a Friday, and then I was on a TV show, and we got it'll be 2 weeks, it'll be fine. And what I had done, which I totally agree with Sky, is I'm just gonna try and be the best, and I want to do everything, and I want to do it all, and be perfect, and be great. And I had really lost or started to lose my soul, you know. And that, I think that's a very common thing for artists in general, especially when you're in a position where you have to fight to even be seen. Let's forget work and doing a show and being in a show. You have to fight to even get a job. And so it's just that go, go, go mentality. And I remember having to stop, and our showrunner was wonderful in that he was very open about, guys, this thing is here and it's going to be here for a really long time. So I have some pre-existing health stuff, so I immediately had to get out of New York because it was just so dangerous, to be here, and dark, there was a very dark energy that just immediately I remember I lived in Harlem at the time, and I went to take a walk, and everything was just moving in slow motion, and everything was just kind of like people weren't outside. People were not saying, hey, how are you doing? Like I was used to. And I lived by myself. So I didn't have people in my house. And I remember being like, okay, this is not good. My mom, thank God for mamas, she called me and she said, I bought you a plane ticket, and you're gonna come home tomorrow. And I don't really think it was a question, it was more of a tell. You are coming home. And yeah, I remember I got home and I got settled in, and it was the first time since I left for New York that I had been home to be home. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I've lost this sense of wonder. I've lost this sense of excitement. I've lost this sense of just being. And it's so amazing how the second you stop to do things for yourself and create a routine for yourself, how things just fall into place, and I also had that financial burden of, I have no idea what I'm gonna do monetarily speaking. I had a show that was going to Chicago that I was super excited about. And it was also my first original role, and you get that email saying that it's not happening, and it's so many things are happening, but at the same time, it's like, I'm getting up and I'm going on a walk. Okay. I'm making breakfast. Okay. I did that. Great. I took the dogs on a walk. Okay. And then it became the most amazing thing happened, which is artists started doing their own stuff.
Yeah.
We feel this sense of responsibility to whatever job we're doing, that it's 110% all in. This is what I'm doing. I'm exhausted. I want to do other things, whatever. But there are so many talented artists that put out music, put out dance videos, that were teaching, that were sharing their stories. And that was amazing. And then, we got into the mental health of it all. And it was wonderful.
Yeah. That segues really nicely into, the next question that I want to ask, which is how this has impacted your identity, so that, the rug got pulled out from under us. And, the initial experience was like, it's all gone, and like, we have to stay home and, stay safe, and like nothing was happening. How did that affect your sense of self, and what did the experience of this past year plus, how did it impact your, how you define yourself and your identity? Leslie, let's go back to you on that one.
I'm not gonna lie, it's been really, really hard.
Yeah.
I've always been someone who has created a lot themselves, who is always putting videos out, who always had done that stuff. So when everyone started doing all that stuff, it then became, well, I'm not special there either. So it was a weird, and that sounds awful, but it was part of my process of being like, well, what am I if I'm not I'm not on Broadway, I'm not on a TV show, I'm nothing right now. And then that switched into, at least we're all nothing right now. I didn't say nothing, but you know what I mean? Like, at least we're all not doing anything. And then I started to come back to me, honestly, and it took a year, and I'm still not there. I'm still not there because I don't enjoy teaching, although I do it. It's not what I do. I have no other skills. So it literally has been a year of like, what do I do? So yeah, there were things that I found. I was like, okay, I'm gonna write, I'm gonna do whatever. But even now I'm dealing with, okay, when stuff comes back, who am I? Am I relevant anymore? And I'm being so honest, I, what is there? So that's a whole other stress that has just started. And I've been so lucky. I've worked through the pandemic. I've been back and forth to New York. I'm in LA now, and have been so lucky. But there is a whole other stressor now, seeing people on Instagram going back on set, back doing a workshop, blah, 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 blah. And I'm the first one to be like, you guys don't listen to that stuff, but it has affected me because I don't know who I am still. And I don't know who I am on the other side of this. So it's been a struggle. And I think kudos to anybody who was like, hasn't been a struggle, but I think I always had a very strong sense of self and it went away. Which was weird, really weird. And it probably needed to, so that you can redo and rebuild. I keep saying to everybody, I'm like, I feel like I'm in the process of rebuilding the machine.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
It's hard not to link our identity to our career, and a piece of us is always going to be in that, be connected to that. But then also, you guys are in a career where it's like you're constantly doing it. I have a job where at the end of the day I'm done, and I go home and be this, the other part of me. But like after your show's done, like the next day you might have another audition. I was going to say interview. that's not what you guys do. Right. And creating content, doing interviews and promoting the show. And it's so much a part of your life, just time-wise, that I think it adds to the challenge of knowing yourself separate from that.
And it became not fun to create sometimes because people were like, you have to do this now. You have to put this out and this and this. And I was like, I've been doing that for years. I need to just take a beat right now. But it was all, everybody was like, can you do this benefit? And it became like, I gotta step back for a minute. It was an odd, almost like forced creativity. At least that's how I felt, of like, we're doing this and we're doing this. And I was like a barrage of emails of now everything's online. And I was like, this is great, but I had to go the other way. I had to like not create for a second.
Yeah.
And just like figure out who I was. Like it was a strange, very strange time.
Yeah.
And again, like now on the other side of it, going, I don't know.
Right.
No idea. No, and I don't think anybody does. I don't know what's on the other side of this.
Right. Just because you you may still, like, if the work's coming back and the sets are opening, doesn't mean that, this work is done. Right.
Totally.
Right.
And also doesn't mean that I'm going to be working, it's a whole, it's the same stressors that we had before, but now it's just so heavy because nobody's been working.
Right.
It's a weird, and I think that's any job, anybody, any profession.
Yeah. Britt, I know that you leaned into teaching during this time. Has that been, what role has that taken, in terms of your sense of self and, feeling productive? What's been your journey with that?
Yeah. And Leslie, that was all just good stuff. Like,
just vomiting.
Because it's like, oh wait, there's that mirror again, by the way. Hi. So come on. refreshing. Teaching has always been a part of my life. And so I used to assist my mom when she taught for Chicago public schools and things like that. So it just kind of came naturally. I'm very hands-on, so it was difficult trying to implement because let me tell you one thing, I'm not internet savvy. No email, that's it. So it was interesting. And then I realized that you realize you get so much from other people, right? I am a people person in every single way. So, like Haley was saying, like going down the street, somebody's that same abuela that's on the corner, there she is, and you just, hey, familiar faces and people not being people. It almost seemed counterintuitive to me. I was like, that doesn't make any sense because we need each other, guys. Don't you know we need each other? And so even the high does so much more than it just, some people just need to be seen, right? Just know that I exist. And it's very difficult when you're this because of fear and all this and so many other things. So there was a certain amount of grace that I had to like tap into for others because I was like offended. I'm Chicago. We be, hey, how you doing? How your mama? Because everybody good. How you and the kids, and then the one you are pregnant. Come on, girl. So you're used to being that, and all of a sudden you couldn't because people were afraid, and so I had to like be like, Brittany, like, yo, chill, because this is not about you. And I was like, okay, no, right, but it was more about what I needed. So it was like this balance and this realization of me being aware and selfish, right? So the grace kicked in order to outweigh the selfishness of what I needed. And then, so the teaching became more of something that allowed me to give. And for me, when I am giving, which is no different for me, for my process, than being on stage, is give what I believe God has purposed me to do. And so you gave me this gift, I'm going to give them back out to the audience and give them as much as I can. So, and that's what does it for me. So teaching was just another kind of way to do that. And Broadway has always kind of, this is going to sound how it sounds, sorry about it. Broadway has always kind of been the floor for me. And to me, like, it's a street that runs from the top of the island all the way down to the bottom. That's it. That's all. To me, the process in original Broadway, yay, amen. And then, opening nights. And I was like, oh, wait. Right? And so, but I did it. 2 weeks of previews, baby. And I was there, and she was nominated for a drama. Like, come on, nomination. I was like, come on. Is that the time that my costume change didn't work on stage? Is that when that one? Oh my God, bootlegs. So so teaching and all of that has allowed me to be able to kind of give of myself and think outside of myself. The moment that I go internal is the moment that I freak out because I think about my circumstances and I think about me. Oh my God, I am me, and it just is a baby Dorothy, the tornado. It's bad, and she don't come out. So so what I do is work, out is the way that kind of, and the thing that has been working for me. So I have a yard in the city. Amen. And so I got to a point where I allowed certain friends of mine, I'm like, bring your mask, I'm gonna spray you down. If you offended, don't come. But I would allow a couple of my friends who are really close, who I know didn't get the opportunity to leave the city because I couldn't, to come and like, you wanna come and yoga or pray or sit down and breathe because the fear is real, and like, I want to go to the park, right? Come, please. Come. I feed you. We relax. Yeah. Stay over there and I'm over here, but we come, and to allow what is my safe haven, what is my peace for me to give it as much as I can. So my process during this whole time is give. Yeah. for me, that works. I have always been able to, and like Haley said, thank God for moms, because they know. I've always been able to separate myself, my identity as Brittany, from what I do. This is what I do. It's what I'm purposed to do. So like you said, and like Leslie said, it will forever be a part of my identity, right? But it's still what I do, especially when it comes to getting a check. Oh, that's my work. That over here, right? And it became exhausting, just like Leslie said, man, of interview after interview and this and that and this, and then, oh, could you tell it? And that reliving that opening night shutdown / is the most, like, back that all the time. I was like, I had to tell PR, I said, listen, I don't know but listen, the answer is no. I can't talk about it anymore. And you try not to be like, it's not your fault. It's not you. I know you just relaying a message.
Right.
Here's my message back. No, the answer is no. I can't do it because then because it's about you. For me, it was about me again. How did you feel about? I'm sorry, my peers, especially when you started to hear about shows not coming back, right? My friend is not coming back to Broadway, right? I'm worried about them not having a job. And what about this woman who designs the costumes and she got 2 kids, right? So for me, giving was my way of being able to like kind of center myself, and then making it not be about me was what allowed me to kind of be grounded and stay grounded.
Yeah. Thanks, Britt. Sky, for you, what's that been like?
It's been crazy just because when I graduated from college, I was saturated in work. I was lucky to be saturated in doing what I love. But a lot of my life I spent kind of like, shooing off the naysayers from my childhood, because I come from Philadelphia. I'm an inner city kid. And like when you tell your friends you want to be on Broadway, you want to be an actor, their response is like, man, what? Like, they don't think that that's possible. So a lot of who I am and a lot of who I developed to be as an adult has been like looking back and being like, you see, I told you. So when I don't have that, who am I? Do you know what I'm saying? When I don't have that, I'm like, I don't know what I do. I have no hobbies. I have nothing. When I'm not on stage, I'm either, drinking a beer or I'm watching a movie. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just the way it is. But I was lucky to have a partner like Gabby, who is has tons of different hobbies. So it kind of taught me to like get out of myself and open up the door to new things. I never was a reader, I never was a cooker, but now I'm doing both those things because all we have is time. So
Thanks, Sky. Haley, how about for you? How's that been in terms of identity? I mean, you touched upon that a little bit too, and I know you've also been able to do some work in TV and film specifically during this time. Did that help you work through it? Did you have enough time to have gotten to that point where you were ready emotionally for that?
It's a complicated feeling. Because I remember Power was one of the first shows to go back into production in the state of New York. And it was exciting, but also there is that guilt that I got to go back to work.
Yeah.
Like crap, because you're like, yes, I get to go back to work and my life, and that adds this immediate layer of normalcy to whatever my day is. But there is that guilt of like, yeah, but I get to go back to work. I get to go back to work. And so that was complex. And I've got to say, I have, as a Black woman, as a Black artist, I've had quite the journey. And this last summer, by the time we were coming back to work, there was a lot of dialogue. There was a lot of things coming to light. There was a lot of moments of true vulnerability and sadness and anger and frustration. And I had to really think about myself. as Haley. You know, I am my art. I've always been, you know, and I will run myself ragged doing the art. That's just that's what I know. Like, that's why I'm here. Like, is to perform. I know that. But there was this sense of like, I was rebuilding my identity as a Black woman when I went back into production, and it's emotional because I had this, I feel like a lot of my friends had this who are artists. It's like, one, we've been facing a pandemic, which is hard. And we've been facing not working, which is really hard. But there's a lot of uncomfortable-ish going down right now. There's a lot of, and I feel as a Black Broadway actor, I was pushed to the forefront of conversations, or people came to me for certain conversations that I was like, oh, we're talking about that now? Are we going to talk about it? And are we going to actively do things to push that narrative forward? Are we going to not? Like, and we're at an interesting point now because we're coming back. Broadway's coming back. And so there are certain elements of things that you're like, baby, I made a tweet June of last year, and I said, my dearest Broadway, what are we going to do about the certain social and racial injustices that are happening in our community? We're coming back. I'm very interested to see how people handle things, because a lot of our mental health, especially as an actor of color, is writing on that. We're seeing things right now where I'm looking at certain things and certain people and certain shows and productions and even audition notices, and I'm looking at names on the list. I'm looking at production companies. I'm looking at and it's like, there's this added element now of like, I'm actively choosing. There are some artists that are not going to be able to do it because they've been doing this for so long, but I'm actively paying attention to a lot more. And I'm holding myself accountable, and I'm holding other people accountable, which is my rights on stage, backstage, off stage, on set, all of that. I don't know if that answered your question, but
yes, it did.
There is this whole nother identity thing for all artists, but especially artists of color right now, where it's like, I went out there and I marched and I yelled and I screamed and I was angry and I was sad, and I'm feeling all of these things that are very much, that's life outside of theater and the arts. There is so much of that happening inside theater and the arts that has traumatized a lot of artists, a lot of stagehands, a lot of stage managers, a lot of producers, a lot of people who want to be producers and want to be leaders. And there has always been that added layer to things. And this summer really brought it all to the light and to the forefront. I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready. But there's this newfound sense going into coming back to Broadway. There's just this newfound sense of, I'm here and I have a place here, and I do what I do because I love what I do, and I couldn't see myself doing anything else. But hopefully we as a community are able to really hold each other up more. I hope so. I pray that happens, because
I mean, sorry. Yeah, what you're speaking to absolutely has to do with that answer, identity and mental health, you know. And I think if Broadway does not answer the call, and you know, Broadway being mostly white men in power, white cisgender men, then it's, you know, there's this like sense of gaslighting. Like people were going through it. If we're going to go back, like everything's normal, acting like it's, you know, all the same. It's just emotional gaslighting. And they just, you know, got to prove it. I know we have like 3 minutes left, so maybe in 30 seconds or less, I would love to hear from people what has brought them joy during this time, because pain and joy can coexist, right? Two different feelings can coexist at the same time. Haley, would you share something that brought you joy during this time?
Oh my gosh, Project Sing Out, my favorite thing from the pandemic. I have two educators in my family, my mom and dad. My dad was a college professor when I was born. He taught theater history, all the things. And my mom was a high school drama teacher and special education teacher. And that was another community of people who they're just going through it emotionally. And so being able to work with the National Education Foundation and all of these students was really cool. It was awesome.
You did something really wonderful there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sky, what about for you?
Going on walks has been like the #1 thing for me, just because it clears my head. I'm also in a brand new neighborhood. I'm living like in Fort George, like Hudson Heights area. So like Fort Tryon is right there. So I just really enjoy that neighborhood, and I just kind of like needed it, you know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nature is so healing and moving your body. Britt, what about for you?
I laugh all the time, y'all. I laugh at y'all. Listen, like if I'm not like at church and just be like, oh, God, you're good. I am like, at everything. I fostered a mom and her 7 litters from Georgia on a whim. And I was like, I got my car here. I'm gonna go pick up these dogs in Brooklyn. And I did it. And then it was in my house. And I was like, oh my God, I have a kennel. She owns a kennel. And from there, I'm obsessed with Jolene. She's hysterical and she loves NCIS. So I was like, she loves Leroy Jethro Gibbs. I don't know what it is or why, but she will watch it, and it's my joy right now. So yeah.
I love that. Dogs and kids can just bring out the spontaneity and the pure joy, right? Leslie, what about for you?
Definitely not kids.
For some of us, for me,
yeah, dogs, yes, absolutely.
Yes. For me, the kids bring out the spontaneity and the play, but it ain't for everyone. I'll tell you, it is not for everyone.
No, I know that. I take figure skating lessons. I skated as a kid and I went back to it 2 years ago. I'm not great at it, but it's a skill that I'm learning. And so it has been awesome. And so yeah, I figure skate like almost every day.
I love that. I want to say this too, kind of to follow up on what Haley was saying, because that was powerful and important, that we all have power to do something. And I know as a consumer of the arts that my power is in my ticket buying, and I am making informed decisions about what shows I support. And we can all do that if you have the means to be purchasing tickets. I want to thank you all so much for being part of this conversation. It's so important to talk about mental health being the entire continuum of our emotional lives, not just, diagnoses and problems, but also what works for us and what we can do to take care of ourselves, what we need to attend to and pay attention to. And so having a conversation about that whole continuum helps decrease the stigma about talking about mental illness and just mental health in general. So just thank you again for sharing your time and your experiences in this conversation. Leslie and Brittany and Haley and Sky, I definitely appreciate it. And I suspect that viewers are going to appreciate it as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, everybody. This is the new and in development panel at BroadwayCon. We're so excited to be with you. I'm your moderator, Robin Gorman Newman. I'm a Tony-nominated producer for Natasha Pierre and the Great Comet of 1812. And I'm also in early development on a musical with my producing partner, Fern Kershaw, inspired by a book that I wrote, How to Marry a Mensch, which is a decent, responsible person. I'm going to do some brief intros here. We have an esteemed panel today, and thank you all for joining me, first of all. We have Van Deen, who is a Tony and Grammy-winning producer, president and co-founder of Broadway Records. We have a team from New York Theater Barn, Joe Barros, who is director, producer, award-winning choreographer, and artistic director of New York Theater Barn. We have Jen Sandler, who is a creative producer, original programming producer for Feinstein's 54 Below, and associate artistic director of New York Theater Barn. We have Billy Reese, who is an award-winning singer, songwriter, musical theater creator. We have Sydney James Harcourt, who is a Grammy-winning entertainer and producer with extensive TV, film, and theater credits worldwide, including being in the original cast of Hamilton on Broadway. And we have Christina Alabado, who is an actress, singer, voiceover artist, also with extensive credits and her own YouTube channel called Shutdown. So thank you all again for being here. I would love to start with Van. And Van, you had told me that Broadway Records had actually produced a record number of concept albums during this past year. For those who don't know what a concept album is, could you share a little bit about that and tell us about some of your pet projects and what you see on the horizon? And I'd also like to know specifically about Willow, which I know was a big album that you took on, in part because of the humongous social media following they have, and of course, the young talents who are behind it. So we'd love to hear more.
Absolutely, thank you. So during the pandemic, like everyone, we had to pivot a bit and figure out how we were going to stay productive and help artists get their work out in the world, with obviously a lot of restrictions about how we do that. So we became pretty expert in remote recording, and also it gave us a chance to work with creators on projects that had been long gestating that maybe they hadn't had time to finish before. But now that everybody had time at home to focus on those kind of back burner or side projects that they hadn't been able to complete previously, it was a tremendous opportunity to get a lot of new work out in the world. And we found that we were pivoting a bit to focus more on new writers in this last year, primarily because all the productions by established writers were, of course, shut down, as everything was. We did have some works by established writers, such as Ahrens and Flaherty had us release Legacy, which was one of their projects that they were in love with from years past, that they were trying to decide what to do with, and they saw the pandemic as an opportunity to finally finish it up and get it out in the world. But mostly it was about new works, including Willow, as you mentioned. Willow came to us last summer. Morgan Smith is the creator of that and was featured in the New York Times about it. And of course, Theater Barn and Broadway Records partnered on getting Willow out as its first joint release. New York Theater Barn now has a new imprint called Theater Barn Records under Broadway Records, which we're very excited about. Yet another development during the pandemic. And so we worked on getting that out in the world. It got tons of attention, primarily because of social media and its strong following there, which leads to another big phenomenon during this time, which was TikTok, which TikTok really came to prominence during the pandemic and allowed musicals such as Ratatouille and Bridgerton the musical and other creators to share their creative process and make the audiences feel more a part of it. And it's helped us find some new writers, and it's something that we pay a lot of attention to, just as yet another way of locating talent and works to keep an eye on. So to answer the first part of your question, though, about concept recordings, they're basically early stage recordings. So before there's a Broadway cast or off-Broadway or national tour, it's really earlier in the process when the musical is still kind of being made into its final form, and before it's out commercially, writers may want to get it out in the world in a concept recording to kind of get audiences used to the style of it and hopefully make them fall in love with the material and you can get a pretty strong following that way. Certainly shows like Be More Chill and Six had great success doing that. And, there are certainly others that we've been working with, including Billy Reese's Little Black Book, that we will follow in that pattern by getting the work out first in a concept recording format that will hopefully then lead to productions and greater success and notoriety for the show.
Yeah, and I just want to say we're so thankful that Broadway Records has been such a fabulous creative home for Little Black Book during this pandemic, as well for all these incredible new young musical theater writers. It really is the best time to be a young musical theater writer is right now.
I totally agree. And I was going to jump to Joe and Jen, but since you chimed in, Billy, why don't we hear from you? And
sorry.
No, it's all great. Tell us about the concept album. Tell us about your TikTok work. I know that you're working on a new musical, Foul Play. So bring us up to date on all of your pandemic activities.
Yeah, well, the big, last 6 months have been working on this concept album, Little Black Book. We were planning on doing a 29-hour reading of it in the spring of 2020. And obviously that got the kibosh. And Little Black Book is basically a one-ish woman rock concert as sung by Heidi Fleiss, sort of about her rise and fall, the former Hollywood madam. And we always knew that the music was the heartbeat of the show. It's structured as a rock concert that was going to be people's ways into this story. So we thought, why not do a concept album, and let's get 11 incredible kick-ass Broadway leading ladies who, thankfully for us, were available and had some downtime right now to sort of play the different shades of Heidi in her life. And we're releasing it April 9th on Broadway Records. Again, we're so excited for people to hear this music and sort of follow in those footsteps of Be More Chill and, Hades Town and Six, and, going all the way back to Jesus Christ Superstar and Evita. And so then, of course, sorry.
I have to ask, I can't let it go. What was the motivation for that subject?
Well, I'm sort of a writer who has always been fascinated by three-dimensionalizing people whom the tabloids have two-dimensionalized. My first musical was a show about the balloon boy case in 2009, where a father said that his son was stuck in a homemade weather balloon in Colorado, and, the sort of tabloids that followed that. So I've always sort of been inspired by giving a empathetic portrayal to these sort of people who, for one reason or another, were painted in an unfortunate light. Sometimes, with the Balloon Boy family, maybe they deserved it. But I think with Heidi Fleiss, we found that she actually really does deserve a more sympathetic recontextualization in this day and age that we're living in. And I'm just really inspired by her story. Now she lives with 40 parrots in the deserts of Nevada. And she is a character. I mean, she is the leading lady of a musical. So we were like, this is a character that I want to spend 90 minutes watching sing. So that's how that started. Cool.
So what are you doing on TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, like Van was saying, I mean, TikTok is such a fabulous way to get your music out there right now. And I was sort of hesitant at first. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to look like a 50-year-old on TikTok if I, join these teeny boppers. But I sort of bit the bullet and started putting out some, short form content. And it has been a great way to get young eyes and ears on your material. We're going to be posting a lot of Little Black Book material on TikTok. I've been doing a lot of sort of comedy music on TikTok. And within a month, I got like 2 million views. So it's like, it's crazy, just like the hunger that people have for new musical material right now. I really do think it is going to lead to a golden age of new young musical theater writers like we've never seen before. And it's all because TikTok is sort of giving us the platform to get that work out there in a unique and exciting way.
And do you think that producers are tapping into that more? I mean, it seems like fertile ground for discovery.
Seems like it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of the way that I, as a, young musical theater writer, I discovered so many writers when they were my age on YouTube, back in the early days of YouTube. And then, I spent the next, 5-10 years watching those writers get to Broadway, and, the Pasek and Pauls and the Joe Iconuses of the world. So I think TikTok is sort of following that YouTube formula. And, if it worked for those writers, there are absolutely going to be some A-list writers coming out of TikTok. And frankly, there already are. Yeah.
Yep. And so tell us about Foul Play.
Oh, gosh. I can't say too much, but I have been developing a show that was just optioned about 2 queer musical theater writers who get commissioned to write an apology musical for a certain conservative chicken company. I can't say what that chicken company is because these walls have ears, but it's Chick-fil-A. And yeah, that has been sort of a pleasure to be developing that. And, I love musicals about making musicals. I love musical satire and sort of tapping into our worst instincts in a really funny, tuneful way. And yeah, I'm really excited for what might come with that musical.
Totally fun. I look forward to seeing all of that. I think it's all really cool and so original. So congratulations, first of all.
Thanks, Robin.
All that new work out there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So Joe and Jen, New York Theater Barn has pivoted so beautifully during this time, and you guys have taken on this new musical series. You've done a choreography series. You have the concept imprint under Broadway Records. So tell us how you've done all of that, first of all. And you are an incubator of new musicals. And so you have your eye to the pulse, really, of new up and coming people submit to you. So tell us what that process is like. Tell us what you've been excited about this past year. And you're also shepherding the development of certain shows. And we'd love to hear about that as well.
Absolutely. I'll touch upon the sort of evolution, and then I'll pass the mic to Jen to talk more about sort of what we're programming and the projects that are really inspiring to us. So we incubate original culture shifting musicals in real time in front of live audiences, and we want to include the community in the discussion. We no longer want people to think of musical theater as this exclusive thing that only a few people work on underground in a basement, and then it has a life. We want to share that journey with the community through the process. So that's what we've been doing. And where our focus has been is evolve, refocus, and limitation is creation. What can we do? And so early on in the pandemic, we thought about, what do people want? What kind of content do they want? And as a child growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area during the AIDS crisis, what was my window to Broadway and theater outside of the world I knew? And it was cast albums. So immediately with Jen and Hector Flores Jr., who is the president of Theater Barn Records, we came up with this concept that would evolve musical theater development. And what we've come to discover is that it's the most lucrative way for musical theater writers to be advanced and noticed while their show is in development. And in a way, it evolves our mission of incubating work, because it creates a space for artists and audiences and for New York Theater Barn to access musical theater development in a way that I don't think we've ever seen before. So I'm incredibly excited about that. And, Jen's going to talk more about our programs, but between our 3 main programs, our New Work series, our choreography lab, and our developmental productions, again, we're refocusing. So instead of doing a developmental production that might cost $20,000 or $150,000 on a larger scale, we can refocus those funds to be allocated to a cast album, a concept album, where artists can make money and we can make money, because always when we present our developmental work, it's almost impossible for us to make back what we spend in ticket sales. So this is a new way for us to harness a global audience for the work that we're developing and the artists that we're lifting up.
Yeah, and I think it gave us a chance to take a step back and think about how we develop musical theater and what we were doing and what we needed to do differently. So before the pandemic, our musical theater development was, we had our New Work series. It was every other month. It was like 35 minutes each for 2 shows. Billy has been a part of it, Christina has, and it was really just performance-based, and that was it. And you know, that was fine. But when the pandemic happened, we kind of looked back and we were like, how can we make this different? And Billy was the first person we did this with, actually. So I love that he's here. And we, instead of doing 35 minutes of a musical, we took 2 different musicals like we did beforehand. And we had each show present 2 songs, but then we spoke to the writers as well. And we never spoke to writers until the pandemic started. And the biggest thing Joe and I have been saying is when we go back to in-person programming or hybrid, whatever you want to call it, because everyone's saying you have to stay digital to some degree now because theaters have benefited so much from the digital medium, but we have to keep talking to writers. We have to hear their story. We have to hear why they wrote a show, how they did, and the meaning behind everything. It's so important. So we've been doing a digital new work series for just over a year now. We have just done 40 episodes of it as of last Wednesday, which boggles my mind every time I say it. And I think it's like about 130 writers, 430 artists, including directors and actors and whatnot. So it's something we're so proud of, and it's something we never expected to be what it is and reach the global medium it has reached. So that's amazing. We've also taken our choreography lab and we've kind of scrambled that a little bit too. We did a few digital versions of that remotely at the start of the pandemic that we're really proud of. But then we also, back in October, we did a virtual kind of hybrid-ish version of the lab at Broadway Dance Center, where we hired a company to come in and film dancers in real time in real spaces, no audience, all COVID procedures. And we took 2 musicals that had never been on their feet before and we put them on their feet. We got people back into spaces again, and you know, it's all a process to get us back into theaters now, but it was a start. So I think we're still figuring out how to keep doing what we're doing in this kind of worldwide way that we've created during this time, but we want to figure out a way to keep, you know, with equity and the rest of the theater community willing to keep theater universal while still being back in rooms.
And how many submissions do you get, and what is that process like? Because you're really, you know, what you're doing is you've created a showcase for new works, and you raise a really interesting point about having the conversation with creatives, because as a producer, as I am, I'm often in that room for readings and workshops and such, but the average theater fan is not. And now through things like your new work series, people get to be in that room, and you don't charge for that. And they get to witness the process of development of a show. And I see that as really one of the major positives that has come out of this time. But for those who might want to submit work to you, what does that look like?
Yeah, well, we get work through all different mediums. We do have an open submission policy, and we get, you know, hundreds of submissions from that every year, which we have a team to look through, and it's scary and amazing. We have recommendations through writers, through producers, through other artists. So it's really a communicative and team building process for how we get work. There's not just one way. And, you know, we had a writer recently say, sometimes the people on your show are doing high risk first drafting. And that's a term I'm kind of obsessed with now. And I like saying all the time, because we do have work in all different stages. We have work where we had a writer recently named Masi Asari, who wrote this amazing musical about the future and a pop star and the way we view relationships and human contact. And she never had presented anything from it, hadn't written anything from it until we offered her a new work series spot. So we have things like that. And we have shows that had canceled productions at, you know, the Chicago Shakes and the George Street Playhouse, who also came on our show. So people all in the middle of that. Someone like Billy, who has a show like Dimes, for example, that he's been working on for a while, but hasn't really had big stage development yet. So I think we focus on any show as long as it hasn't had its final frozen production yet.
Yeah.
Exactly. And just to clarify the programs and sort of the logistics of the submission. So the New Work series includes pre-premieres of 2 new musicals. Some, like Jen said, for the first time ever presented publicly. And we have a submission process for that on our website. We also have a submission process for writers and choreographers for our choreography lab, which is the only platform we know of where choreographers and writers get to collaborate on movement for new musicals during incubation. And oftentimes the shows for that come from the work we do in our New Work series. And then that evolves to a developmental production or a reading or a workshop through a residency, and then also theater-born records. So for instance, we have a show called Sueños, which has been in the New Work series and in the virtual New Work series and in the choreography lab. And we hope to record a 6-track concept album of that show. So in preparation for that, we have written a grant and allocated funds to a potential workshop that would include a week-long process that would hire an all Latinx cast, would bring in director choreographer Luis Salgado, associate choreographer Kristen Yancey, and we would workshop those 6 songs. You know, we don't want to be careless about the development and just record these songs without really working on them. So are there revisions to be made? Does a dance break get included? What's the dialogue around it? And then how can the writer learn from that show? While we're also workshopping the orchestrations and filming the process to create a marketing package. So we're just really like killing the most gorgeous birds with one stone to make so much happen with so little.
And I think we're proud to, you know, we have a lot of shows that are going through all of our different development opportunities. And I think we're proud when that happens, that, you know, they go through the choreography lab, they go through 3 Barn Records, they go through the New Work series. And I think that's all we want to happen.
Yeah. And Joe, I know you're also developing a show around the story of Ryan White. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
Sure. When I was 5 years old, my grandfather had a blood transfusion and contracted HIV, passed it to my grandmother. And, you know, it was a really hard time for my family. You know, they passed away pretty quickly. And it was during, you know, the beginning of the AIDS crisis. So coming out as a gay man was also very, very frightening for my father. And at the same time, you know, to connect the cast albums as well, as someone would die, a partner of one of my dad's colleagues would die, they would bring my dad a stack of CDs from Broadway shows. And that's how my collection was built. And so Ryan White, the story of Ryan White, the teenage hemophiliac who contracted AIDS in the 80s and became the poster child for AIDS, was a story that really inspired me. And so I have been dedicated to creating a piece about Ryan White, told through the eyes of children, performed by a cast of teenagers. And I'm developing the show with Ben Shaver and Ryan Haza, who's the artistic director of Baltimore's Still Point Theater.
Congratulations on that as well. You guys have, I can't keep up with everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
So commendable. Sydney, I want to turn to you. And you were in the original cast of Hamilton, which aired on Disney Plus. So I'm just curious, what so what did that feel like?
Well, you know, interestingly, I did the workshop of Hamilton. And, you know, for actors, some actors, you want to stay in New York rather than travel a lot, and you want to do brand new things, because not just because it's exciting to, like, you know, hear new music and be sort of like on the edge of what might be next, but also because of how much you learn as an artist. It makes you more, I think, of a complete artist to really go through a developmental process, especially over and over again, because, you know, being hired for a Broadway show is one thing. Being hired for, like, how do we put this Broadway show together and make it work for an actor, that's, like, I think, great knowledge. And so being part of one of those and then seeing it go, like, I don't know how to explain it, worldwide, you know, so embedded now in, like, the fabric of musical theater and being an American, it's really, like, sort of like proof that you can go and do little auditions and work on somebody's, you know, idea, and it can become as big as you think is possible and beyond. And so now with everything, you know, shut down, it's been interesting. It's interesting to hear these stories from everybody, but it's also interesting to see how it just played out, how people immediately started searching out their musical theater fix online in a way that hadn't really happened before. And part of that is because for the longest time, you're not even allowed to have your phone recording any portion of a rehearsal, right? Not a music, we do it, but, like, you know, not a music rehearsal, not a choreography rehearsal, nothing. You can take some videos as an understudy, you know, but they have to, you know, it's just a very touchy thing. And if they get out, that's a problem. And, you know, it can become a big problem for you if somebody decides to make a big deal out of it. So to see suddenly all of this footage from Broadway shows out on the internet and developmental processes, it's really kind of been this huge shift in, like, what people expect, and, you know, bringing the whole world in on what used to be like the out of town or what used to be the industry reading, like, oh, if I could have been in the room
Exactly.
for those shows. So that's been great to see the rules like loosening a bit about how we can get our work out there as actors. Screen actors have reels, but Broadway actors, we have a piece of paper, right? And that's about it. So now that's changing, and it's cool. And it's allowing, because a lot of new voices who aren't, your usual suspects on Broadway are who new musical theater writers turn to. And now they're the ones who are out there up front and being discovered. It's great for everybody, the writers, the performers, and the industry. Right before the pandemic, I was in a staged reading or a workshop of a musical called Pop Star that I've been, kicking around for like 3 years, from reading to stage reading and developmental labs. And they really kind of did that pivot of immediately being able to, through equity, release the footage of that workshop and then have it, choose your clips, put them on TikTok. And so you can just get people who are hungry for theater, and they're out there, especially with, we saw what happened with Hamilton getting released. It just was like, people were like, finally, I can see a musical and, sit back and be entertained. It's a really important thing. You can't call it an essential service, but theater is an essential service. Really, we got to reflect nature, and people go get a lot out of that. So seeing it on screen is great to see. It's as powerful. And you can see Pop Star at Popstar Musical on almost all of the platforms. Twitter is Popstar NYC, and they've got clips up at popstarmusical.com. And it's, great to see new music getting out there, like Billy's. And the team that wrote that last workshop, Popstar, was Sophie Dupin and Jay Levine. And that's pulling in people from like a pop background who have decided, oh, I want to break into the business. I want to write a musical too. That's one of the things I saw being around Hamilton. Rappers, pop singers are all coming in and talking to everybody backstage to get how we did it. How do I take my catalog and make that into a musical? Or how do I write something else? Because if this thing keeps running and running, like, I want to be part of that business. So Jay and Sophie are a bit of a product of that, and they've really written a great like dance pop, a little bit of throwback to 2000s and the 90s, like Diggable Planet and Britney Spears. They've written this musical that has that and rap and tells a story of the music industry that, I think not everybody sees that side. I also worked on, I had somebody contact me, an investigative journalist for the New York Times, Ian Urbina. And he said, I released a book of my journalism about crimes in the ocean, crimes at sea, and slavery, rape, indentured servitude, illegal dumping, murders. It's a Wild West 12 miles off the coast of any country out there. And he said, I released them into a book after 6 years of being on the sea in November, and it went bestseller. And I got the financing to make an album because I believe that music and journalism are a perfect match, and that rap has the ability to pass on a narrative in a way that few musical styles can get that much information across. So he asked me if I'd be interested in doing a song. They showed me the demos, and the demos were great, written by William Siegel. And it is all of these rap songs about different crimes at sea. And some of them devastating, some of them hilarious, like a diss rap in the style of Eminem from a fish who's tired of plastic in the GD Ocean, right? And they're all going to be animated. It became bigger and bigger until now it was going to be a short film, as we got a little bit of feedback as the demos came through. And so we've added to it. And then after we had gotten like 6, 7 of the tracks done and, you know, produced and mastered, and I got a little bit of the animation, the writer called me and he was like, I think this could be a stage musical. Am I crazy? And I was like, I think I've been thinking that for the last 3 days. I think you're right. And that's how it was born, through us in this virtual sphere, because, you know, we couldn't be around each other as artists. So you had to, like, you know, Van said, get good quick at virtual, at like technology, about self-recording, about self-taping, about ring lights, and like make yourself look cute. But that's what I did. I sat in a recording studio with my microphone and just went in for hours on how to make these rap songs great. And that's how we communed. Theater will persist, new works in any atmosphere, we're gonna do it, right?
Yeah.
So it's been really cool to see things adapt. The other way I've seen theater adapt is a musical feature film that I'm starring in called I'm Not Gay. A really great writer, Benjamin Velez, he's moved his musical idea right to a screen. That's another idea, right? Here's one that was an idea for the screen that was like, hey, let's make a musical out of this. And you say, it's like Smash, you know, wanted to kind of do that idea too. And now here's a team that was, you know, like, let's get a movie financed and shoot it and see what happens. So it's a super exciting time for new works and across the board, and it's allowing musical theater actors to do more screen work, and it's just opening up the room. Theater can be a closed circle, and there are only so many theaters. You might wait for years to get your show in, even though it's a killer show. And a lot of that is like who you know, and it's political. And like Billy said, now we're getting new voices in there. And you know, the new frontier, the new Bitcoin is, you have a following already? Oh, you already have these things? Well, maybe my theater's available. And and that's what we might be able to do. So it's a new frontier out here, and there's fresh music and things coming out, and I'm excited, especially hearing everything. Having theaters closed kicked us in the ass about, I gotta get on my shit now. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's kids here. I gotta get on it now.
Right.
And, you know, Billy's a young artist. Like, I don't wanna, you know, he said it, I don't wanna like hurt his ears. It's about, you know, getting the thing that you always had kicking around done, and then getting that done, and then doing 4 more things. So
innovation, seizing the moment, and just being fierce and putting it out there, because if not, now when?
Right, being fearless about it. I mean, if March of last year taught us anything with the civil rights movement and social movement that we're experiencing, it's that you don't have to be apologetic about what you want to write a musical about, or what you want to talk about, or the characters that you want to write into your show. There's not a formula except for authenticity.
Exactly. Well, I thank you for all of that, and bravo. It sounds amazing, and I want to see the Fish show as soon as that's available. And I don't know if you saw the chat comments, but we're all up for that one. So keep posted.
Benjamin, if you're out there watching, you've got fans here in the room, and you know, anyone who hears a song of yours is immediately a fan. So, you know.
So Christina, I want to turn to you and tell us what you've been up to during the pandemic. I know you have a YouTube channel, Shut Down, and you're also involved with a new musical called Stonecrossed. So we'd love to hear what that's about and what else you've been up to.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, Stonecrossed, you know, I think echoing what everybody said, I think the coolest part, I mean, I got approached like literally we shut down March 11th, right? I think within 3 weeks, I had my first email of like, hey, we have this idea. We're going to do a musical. Like, people were fast. I did a killer party, which I don't know if anyone saw. It was like they went so fast. I mean, Jason Howland and Kate Kerrigan and that whole team for A Killer Party wrote a new musical in literally a month. And we just started filming it, and we did it fully from April until May, a full fully realized musical. So it's just really been cool to like be a part of like everyone's creative juices flowing and getting creative. Philip Stern, who wrote Stonecrossed, which is what I'm talking about today, he had reached out to me previously, like before the pandemic, and he wanted to do a concept album. He was doing a concept album, and I was super excited to get to know the project, and then we shut down. So I never really got to work on it with him other than one rehearsal before everything happened. So, you know, within the time of the pandemic, I got to record, you know, a bunch of songs for this concept album that's coming out with Broadway Records at the end of May. And I'm so excited for everyone to hear it. It's just a ton of awesome Broadway people. Like we all kind of play the album. Everyone's sort of playing the same roles, but you hear a bunch of different voices with the roles, which is really cool. And the show is basically like takes place in the Stone Age, and it's sort of a Romeo and Juliet, but based in the Stone Age, which like, I think it might be the first ever Stone Age musical. So, which is really fun. And the music is so catchy and awesome. And it's just a great show about connecting to why we, you know, society tells us to do one thing and be one way. But when you're really asked with the question of what you want, and you start questioning, you know, what you really want and who you really are, and you follow Stony and Jewel, these two characters find each other, even though they're on opposing sides. So it's been really cool. And part of what's weird about all this stuff is that I went in and I recorded 4 tunes without even really knowing about the show. Like, you know what I mean? It's sort of like a composer writes to you. I've probably done 4, almost 5 concept albums since the pandemic, which is insane. It's the most cast albums I've ever done in my entire career. And it's so powerful because, like everyone said, this is the frickin' way of the world. This is how it's got to go. You got to get your music out there, people to have it is now, like, to me, it is just going to be textbook. Like, why would you not do that? Why would you not have your stuff out there? Why would you not have people like listening and getting addicted to it before it even is? Like, it is the best. I am so for it. It needs to keep happening. And I'm telling you, like, it is happening. I can't believe how many new shows I've been able to like experience and learn, including Stonecrossed. And it's just gonna be cool to watch musical theater like explode, because I just think it's time. We need more access. We want more people in our cool club, like, of musical theater. And like, I'm always just like, yes, come hang out with us. We want more people and more accessibility. And it's just really, so yeah, that's kind of what I think about that. But
I think you're so spot on. And the word that comes up for me is platform. You know, this is a time to build that platform, build that following, and you create it and they will come. Yeah. As you're all saying, I think it's an opportunity at this moment. We have a few minutes left, so I just kind of want to open it up to the room, whoever would like to weigh in on what you think new shows might look like, if you're seeing anything different or really refreshing on the horizon, or what you think that you and other people might be really excited about coming out of this.
I love what Sydney said about how there's no formula for the development of a musical or a musical, that it's authenticity. And I think that's true. And so I think that we don't have to put anything inside of a box. And pun intended, out of the box theatrics production of the last 5 years in an apartment with an all Black cast is an extraordinary piece of theater, because nobody told them they couldn't do it. They found space, they figured it out. You know, I think Broadway can evolve too. It would have been amazing to see Six the Musical playing on the stairs at Duffy Square every night, streamed live to the world for a small fee, and anybody who came in person could see it for free. This could still happen next month in front of the theater. You know, this is a small musical that has a global fan base already because of its album. I'd love to see us continue to think in new ways and to bring more cool kids to the club, because we're cooler in bigger numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
I just want to comment. Oh, you go.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think BIPOC representation is going to finally have its due and its focus that it's deserved for so long, given what's happened during the pandemic. And I know we're trying to do our part. We have an initiative called Black Writers Amplified, where it's an album of all new, established and emerging writers of color. And the intention is to give this album to every artistic director and commercial producer in the country, so that they have easy representation in front of them of amazing work by writers that they might not have known previously, to help get their work produced and out in the theater canon.
I just want to comment on what Billy said about us being so close to a theatrical renaissance, because it's something I've said for the last few months, and I think it's true. I think we've had this reckoning in the last year, and it's made us re-examine what work we want to see. And I think we're going to see those touristy kind of musicals too that bring commercial audiences to Broadway, but we're going to see theaters and producers and theater owners and off-Broadway theaters, they're going to be taking chances. And I think it's going to be exciting. It's going to be important. And it's true about TikTok too. I think we are going to be seeing a lot of new writers coming off of it the same way we saw YouTube, because it's true. You know, I remember being in like 10th grade and being obsessed with Joey Connors and singing Blue Hair. And then I got to produce one of his shows off Broadway, and it was the coolest thing ever. So I think we're going to see that, and it's exciting, and we need to see it.
Well, I agree, and we were just given the 1 minute signal. So I want to thank you all. This conversation was so inspiring. I think the bottom line is there's so much to look forward to coming out of this. Amazing new work. Theater will be back stronger than ever. Musicals are always going to be beloved, whether new or revivals or whatever it is. It's all good. We look forward. And thank you again for joining us today. And thank you to all the fans for watching and tuning into this panel. And we hope to continue the conversation, and check out everybody here on the social media or through their websites. And they'd love to hear from you, and keep on writing, keep on working, keep on creating if that's your thing, and just keep on enjoying, and stay well, everybody.
Hi there, me again, your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron. I'm really into this lip sync thing, and I thought, like, maybe I could give it a try. Let me see.
Glinda, is it true you were her friend?
Huh, I like it. I think it fits. Please welcome Lexi, a.k.a. Hamilton Broadway girl with the Schuyler sisters from Hamilton. Work it out, girl. Work, work.
Hi, my name is Lexi Spindell, and I'm going to be lip singing to the Schuyler sisters from Hamilton the Musical.
Excuse me, miss, I know it's not funny, but your perfume smells like your daddy's got money. While you swimming in the city in your fancy years, you searching for an urchin who can give you ideals. Sir, you disgust me. Ah, so you disgust me. I'ma trust you, baby, you can trust me.
I've been reading common sense, but time's pain. So many say that I'm intense or I'm insane. You want a revolution, I want a revelation. So listen to my declaration. Behold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And when I become a Jefferson, I'm a compelled to improve women in the sequel. Work! Look around, how lucky we are to be alive right now. Look around, how lucky we are to be alive right now. History is happening in Manhattan, and it just happened.
Hello, BroadwayCon, and welcome to Thrilling Combination Movement Work on Broadway and in the theater. I'm Ruthie Fearberg. I am so thrilled to be your moderator today. I am an arts journalist here in New York and the creator and host of the podcast Why We Theater on the Broadway Podcast Network. It is a podcast that integrates theater and the stories that we see on stage to inspire us to make change in our offstage lives around social issues. Today, though, we are talking about my other favorite topic, movement and storytelling. For those of you who know me, you know I am obsessed with dance and choreography. We have a phenomenal panel lined up for you as we talk about all different types of movement on stage this year. As you may know, my past BroadwayCon panels, we've talked really strictly about choreography, but we've got some variety for you here today. So we have Luis Salgado, who is a dancer, choreographer, director, educator, and cultural community organizer as the founder and co-artistic director of Revolucion Latina. You may know him as a performer from the original Broadway cast of In the Heights, on which he was also the assistant choreographer, as well as performing in Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown, Rocky, and On Your Feet on Broadway. He has also directed and choreographed all over the world, including productions of In the Heights, On Your Feet in Holland, and Cirque du Soleil's Paramore in Germany. Welcome, Luis.
Hola, thank you so much for having me. What a pleasure.
We're so excited. Gypsy Snyder is here with us. Gypsy is a circus performer, director, choreographer, and co-founder and co-artistic director of the Seven Fingers. She began performing with her family at the age of 4, count it 4, in the Pickle Family Circus, a more contemporary style of circus that we will get into today that has an emphasis on storytelling and emotion. She earned a Drama Desk nomination for her choreography of Traces off-Broadway and won the Drama Desk for her circus creation and choreography of the 2013 Broadway revival of Pippin alongside Chet Walker. She is also the aerial consultant on Moulin Rouge, the musical. Welcome, Gypsy.
It's such a pleasure to be here with such fantastic people. Well, thank you.
Amazing. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we have Denise Davia Johnson, who is a stunt performer and intimacy coordinator for film and television, as well as an intimacy director for live performance, including theater. They have a master's in sociology and a master's in performance, which I find incredibly fascinating to have both of those things together. Denise founded Red Sun Productions, a hip hop theater production company, and is part of Poetic Theater Productions and Black Latina Movement. They have worked on HBO's Succession, Pose, and Steven Spielberg's upcoming film West Side Story. Welcome, Denise.
Thanks so much for having me. Excited to meet you all. Looking forward to the conversation.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to have you all. You guys can all stay unmuted if you wish, because I want this to be a dialogue between all of us. And I want to start by asking, do you remember the first time or an early time in which you expressed yourself through movement? What did that look like and feel like? What were you trying to express? Go for it, Luis.
I mean, it's so basic. I was in my mom's bedroom, and Chayanne, who still to this day I'm in love with him, had done Fiesta in America. That was a big hit in Puerto Rico, and all the TV stations had basically agreed to showcase the music video at the same hour. So this was a Puerto Rico event that Chayanne did Fiesta in America. And I remember Leonor Constanzo choreographed that music video, who eventually became one of my teachers. And an Argentinian Boricua, because two major Argentinians who in the island became more Boricua than I am. She was one
and for those who don't know, Boricua is,
Puerto Rican.
I was going to say like contemporary colloquial speak for Puerto Rican.
Well, it's not colloquial, actually. It's the original. Boricua, it comes from the Taino, culture, the native Indians of the island. And so when for Columbus, he came in and it was Puerto Rico because it was a rich port for the city. But for the Taínos, it was Boriquen. It was the island of Boriquen.
For the natives, yeah.
And so therefore, all of us who consider ourselves with Taino blood were Boricuas. And so anyway, I was in my mom's bedroom. Cheyenne did his thing, and I happened to be alone in the apartment, in the house. So I danced like crazy. I was about, I don't know, 11 years old. And then something weird happened. I had learned a lot of the puzzles of this choreography in one take, but I already had the itch that I wanted to play with that vocabulary I just watched and make it my own. Also, there was a little bit of like, what do I remember from what I just watched, right? Like there's one thing that I think I learned, and there's the other one of like, how do I emulate or try to recreate what I just saw? One take only. So I spent probably the next 2 hours dancing in the living room of my house, and I ended up creating choreography. And that was the thing that I was like, how time just flew. It's exactly how I want to pass the rest of my life. And
Wow.
so that what I think is the memory that immediately comes to my mind.
That's incredible. That's incredible. You were almost like testing yourself. And essentially that's what iterative choreography is, you know, taking from a movement vocabulary and making it your own to, you know,
But
to
also,
express emotion.
but also to your point, like it was a way of me discovering so many things about myself and the environment around me, including culture, right? The fact that all these TV, as I say it to you, I realize all these TV stations were honoring a dance video, a singing dance video. It was relevant, it mattered, and I was able to own it for myself and then re-explore myself in it. And I think that summarizes my life in many, many ways.
Wow. Tanise, Gypsy, who wants to go next? Who's feeling it? Go, Tanise. Oh, not it. Not it.
I thought that was, oh, me. No.
That's a two. And then I was like, no, that's not it.
Okay, I got this. I think the moment that I remember, it's the pivotal moment, had a lot to do with my family. So from childbirth, first my parents were performers with the San Francisco Mime Troupe, which is a really politically active theater that happens for free in the parks since the late 50s, early 60s. Revolutionary political theater, especially during the Vietnam War, hugely informative and wonderful work. And I was really raised as a baby in that company. And then my parents founded the Pickle Family Circus as an off sort of in using their facilities as a kind of offspring of that. And the Pickle Family Circus was also very sort of community oriented and really there as a nonprofit to support other nonprofits and do that through creating community through art. And the thing about being raised in the circus and traveling and being raised by all of these incredible humans was that for me, art was everywhere. And especially in San Francisco in the 1970s, it was all artists who were also activists. And so I felt like, oh, this is how everyone is. This is how the world works. Like, that's your universe. And at some point, we were on tour in Anchorage, Alaska, I think. And we had been training this thing, me and my dad, this new number. And I was like hating it. I was like, I don't want to do this. And I something about working with your parents is this, it's almost like art is like a chore.
Yeah.
But it had this moment where I made this entrance all by myself. And so the first time I went through the backdrop that was painted by my mother, went through the backdrop and the lights hit me. And I was like, it was me. I was an independent body on stage with like this pivotal, like whatever I do is going to be now registered by the people watching me. I'm not an appendage of my parents or an appendage of this organization. And we finished the number, I came off stage and I just started sobbing. And I had been on stage since I was little.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden the power of it and the lights of physically embodying the act as myself, as a human, it was like taking crack. Not that I've ever taken crack, but
wait, you imagine
exactly
that it was
I know,
it was
so
addictive.
it was addictive, and it was also so much about empowering. I can't quite explain it, but it was that flooding in of my body and my soul can actually express itself and communicate with an audience. And somehow realizing that, I was 7, I think, having that realization at such an early age, and being able to separate it from my family and from my community, but as an individual, there was no turning back.
I find that so interesting, because something I was going to get to later, but that stood out to me from an interview of yours that I read, was how much you live in the individuality of the circus performer, both as a performer yourself and as a choreographer and director, that, you know, it's something that you perceived as different from a lot of dance, because dance, you know, it has to be set on you, and it's often, you know, ensembles of people doing the same things, but that, so I think that that's really telling, that the moment that came to mind for you is a moment of you individuating from your family, and it carries through in your work. Denise, what's coming up for you?
This is a really interesting conversation. I never really thought about it, but I guess if I had to talk about like my first attraction to movement, I played basketball. It was a family thing. My father played in the NBA, and so did my uncle. It was a way to feel connected to them. And it was the first time I wore knee pads, which is kind of significant. I wear knee pads in all of my jobs.
I heard that. I heard that's part of your kit.
It is, which is interesting, because when I guess back to the movement stuff, it's interesting because you learn a play and you're supposed to run it. Same thing when you're doing stunts. You talk about what's supposed to happen, but you really need to stay heads up, watching out for your team and any other players on the set, and for crew and camera, making sure you're really heads up. And I never thought, I went on to play basketball in college.
Division I, for those who don't know, which is a very big deal.
I think that the most interesting thing is I didn't know that you could study so much about one aspect of movement. I remember working over picks, under them, switching, and just how detailed every step was, and how you could gain time by minimizing your movements. And there were ways to explore something that, I don't know, you kind of take for granted, but you could get into great depth of it. And the teamwork and what it pulls from you, what it feels like to not feel good, to miss shots, to be tired, to be exhausted, to want to go home, to miss your mom.
Yeah.
But to have to dig deep and invest in yourself and in a vision that's greater than all of you.
I'm also just so excited that you brought up basketball, because I think so often like art and sport are pitted against each other. And I think that they're just iterations of physical demands, athleticism, precision, all of the things that you were just talking about. Like, every person in this room that I'm looking at is both an artist and an athlete. Like, there's physical demand to what you do. And I think that they're just more closely related than we often put them in dialogue against each other rather than with each other. So super cool, super cool. Okay, so each of you specializes in a different like sector of movement professionally. So I want to go a little bit one by one again. Luis, what led you, like you talked about this very beginning experience of dancing, what kept you in the dance world? What feels right to you about dance specifically?
You know, I should answer your question, but I actually want to go back for a second to...
Go back for a second.
I want to go back to sports, because you're right. Gypsy is bringing the circ background, right? And then the basketball. And for me, it's boxing. And as you asked me this question, it reminded me that Rocky was like the perfect... It was a perfect performance for me to go in my third Broadway show at that moment, because I mixed my two passions. But if you ask me what has kept me wanting to dance, probably is boxing. It's that I started moving and interpreting through the incredible lens of Stephen Hoggett, what other options we can do with movement and how we play and how we create and how you nurture an ensemble beyond the ballet bar, beyond the dance step. And I think that was very, very telling. I had already worked with City Company, and I had already fallen in love with viewpoints and creating theater and movement through the utilizing of both Suzuki and viewpoints. But I think working with Stephen Hoggett and going back to the boxing gym and my roots of having done that, because I fought amateur in Puerto Rico before really becoming a professional performer. That remotivated me to make new discoveries in movement, and the way that more contemporary natural behavior can be utilized to enhance the story rather than just showcase my choreographic skills.
Yes.
And I think that would be my answer. I am now motivated by everything that's not dance, even though I want to dance, even though I want to move and kick and lay out and cabaret. I'm so much more intrigued by exploring what Suzuki does next to a jazz thing, what Viewpoint does next to a boxing thing, right? And what all of that gives telling of a story.
Yeah.
I guess that would be my answer.
I think that's beautiful, and I have to riff off that.
Please.
Same thing. I like to use my Brazilian jiu-jitsu practice when I'm coordinating intimacy scenes. How are we going to move bodies from one place to another safely and controlling them? I think it's really important that we talk about movement and the continuum versus it being binary of art and sport, putting them against each other, because I find so many similarities. And even connecting with performers, seeing what their choice of movement is, and then starting to speak to them along those lines versus using basketball analogies, which might not work for everyone.
Yeah. Tell me more a little bit, Denise, about what you mean by having the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu inform the intimacy choreography, like it, even as so far as to give a specific example, if that's helpful.
Well, it's interesting. In Jiu-Jitsu, it's all about controlling bodies and sweeping from top to bottom, getting control. So if we think about any sort of intimate lovemaking choreography, sometimes they want to see a sweep from top to bottom, and we see a different move in power play or passion, who's receiving in action, who's giving in action, and who's on the receiving end. So particularly using those type of sweeps that help control the body from top to bottom and then mounting on top again, but using that type of technical language and sport language even in a work environment, so we can empower individuals with strong boundaries, and then they can get lost in the characterization.
And I guess I'll ask a similar question to you, like why intimacy direction? If you have these vocabularies from other places, why not become a basketball coach? Why not become a martial arts instructor? What is it about intimacy and the movement in that discipline that you're attracted to?
I'm really into healing, collective healing, and the consent movement, and really changed my life and the way I approach my relationships and my work. So when I found out about it, I kind of remembered all the things I had gone through, the things you forget in order to keep going. I was sad for a little bit, but had to forgive myself. And all the times I didn't say things, or I didn't speak up, or I went with it because I wanted to be a good actor. And that's hard, because there's something about creating art and wanting it to be well received, but also this aspect of people pleasing and wanting an opportunity, and not realizing that you can say no and still be successful and still be well received. So I found a lot of hope in this industry and the opportunity that we could learn different ways to approach the material.
Mm-hmm.
The most exciting thing for me is everything I've done in my life has prepared me for this moment. I've had great opportunities working in recovery field of drug and alcohol addiction, the sociology, race and class, being a Black person in America. So this idea of meeting people where they are, being willing to see and hear them, introduce new tools without shame or guilt, and give them the option to move forward in a different manner so that they don't have homework when they go home. There's no secrets that they have to hide.
That they get to process in the space and in the work rather than having to do that extra on their own.
Yeah, and I want to be honest, introducing it into the workplace is just the start.
Yes.
Because if you say a word like boundaries and consent, so what? If you're not practicing it, if you're not thinking about it, if you're not letting your breath drop in and see where it feels in your body and talking about this on other times, it's going to be hard to be in a workplace and try a new skill set with confidence. So I just encourage people to keep getting reps, keep talking about it, keep leaning into difficult conversations, keep asking questions.
Yeah. I mean, what I have found fascinating and vital about intimacy work, from what I've learned, and tell me if this is true to your experience, but that it is inclusive of choreography, you know, when it comes to a makeout scene, a sex scene, things that like I think some people are thinking of that already when they're like, oh, an intimacy director or choreographer, they make the movement of this, but that it can also be the movement of any kind of intimacy. It can be an angry incident. It can be a secret telling scene. It can be all of anything that brings closeness through story and through physicality. Does that feel true to you?
I love how you're broadening the definition of intimacy. Too often we limit it to just sensual scenes or nudity or what have you, simulated acts, when intimacy truly means familiarity or closeness. So we have some level of intimacy with everyone in our lives, whether it's our mail carrier, you know, our soup at our apartment. You know, we see these people and we come and go, and there is some level of intimacy. So the idea is to use an intimacy coordinator anytime there's awkwardness, tenseness on set. If you want to build chemistry between people, if you want to build trust, if you want to build a lexicon of language so that you are working towards building an empathetic ensemble, intimacy coordinators are the way to go.
Yeah. Gypsy, I'm seeing you nod along. And before I ask you a little bit more about you in circus, I wanted to give you the opportunity if there are anything that's coming up for you in terms of, you know, working with bodies in a demanding and intimate way.
Yeah, the circus community, especially what I know from my childhood, involved so much trust and familiarity, and not just because my family was within that, but then there's really this idea that a circus troupe has that infrastructure, that family infrastructure, and then we have that added reality that you're actually putting your life in someone else's hands at all times. And the level of risk and risk assessment is so high, it's so heightened, that actually we've had issues with intimacy because personal boundaries get neglected because we're so heightened in like throwing yourself and trusting that then all of a sudden your trust can be compromised. And that's been really, in the last couple of years, this new conversation, because like intimacy issues within a family where it's harder to say, this is someone I'm related to and I'm not feeling it, or they're taking advantage of a situation in one way or another, has come up in circus, where you're like, I've trusted this person with my life. We're complete. I mean, the body contact is very similar to dance or intimacy scenes, I'm sure, in theater. plus the added risk. So there's just so much contact, and that it makes it even harder to say, I don't feel comfortable, which is what you might think the opposite, right? You might think I could die doing this move with you, but actually it's even harder to say, you're making me feel uncomfortable in other ways.
Yeah.
Or even, I mean, I think most circus people have this wonderful confidence to say, oh, that's safe, that doesn't feel safe, let's stop. That's just a rule. There's no point in getting injured if you don't feel good with the rigger who's pulling you in the air. If you're about to do a move and you don't feel you have full focus, or you need to do it in lines one more time. All of that we seem to have access to. We know there's no point
around physical safety, I think.
Around physical safety, we know you learn it from a kid. There's no point in getting injured. You have to be, or at least what I encourage in my work is what I call the intelligent acrobat. Mm-hmm. I don't know your body. I need you to tell me, I'm here to push, but you're here to say, oh, wait, that's too far.
Yep.
And at all times, I mean, in every way. And so now what's happened in the last couple of years is we've had to say, it's not just a physical safety issue, it's also an emotional and personal and even sexual issue. If you are feeling uncomfortable, there need to be these channels to get toward the intimacy that we're trying to achieve on stage.
And what I think makes your circus different is that there is so much more to talk about than just physical safety and physical intimacy. So what is it about the type of circus that you do, Gypsy, that has kept you in the circus world, that makes it the medium you choose to tell stories through?
From a very young age, I was actually not a very good acrobat. And in the sense, I don't really believe in good or bad, but I was not technically very strong. Mm-hmm. And didn't really have the body that it would take to achieve, or not the discipline, I think, to achieve what is now considered a basic standard level of excellence in circus. And my heart and mind were, from a very young age, much more interested in the storytelling. I was studying theater from a really young age. My parents were obviously also very, I was just around theater a lot, not only circus. And so for me, the movement of like pointing your toes, doing a trick, like doing the trick with all the concentration, stop, ta-da, get an applause, never interested me, like at all. And now we're sort of, post the Cirque du Soleil world, we're sort of used to a more contemporary style, but even Cirque du Soleil really goes for the spectacular. Our shows are supposed to be the opposite of spectacular. They're supposed to be, how can the humans on stage connect and put up a mirror to the audience with all of our flaws and all of our imperfections, all of our pathos, all of our needs, and so that the audience isn't seeing the perfect body doing the perfect thing. They're connecting to the flawed person. And so that then when the flawed person does something spectacular, we feel a triumph within ourselves. And so Seven Fingers, or any of the work that I've done in my entire career, has always been, how can I uplift the individual on stage, but from a real true point of humanity, and not just celebrate their incredible body that can do incredible tricks. Because I think most people in the audience can't even relate to that. You can be awestruck by it. And when we were talking about sports, what I find so amazing about sports and so theatrical about sports is, like, you will look at the Olympics or the NBA and you're like, you can't believe what they're doing. I mean, it's superhuman, and for so many people that where do we connect to that? We connect to it because there's a human drive that we all have. And whether, I'm just trying to connect to that human drive in all the work I do, which, it's funny because then we did Pippin, and what was, it was like the circus. It's like the opposite of what I do really now. And yet it worked so well because it's this character so desperately trying to to find meaning in his life, and will he ever achieve something extraordinary? So the pathos, pathos, what I mean is, I find us humans so completely pathetic. We're all so mortal, and we're all headed in one direction. Can we get on the same page and explore joy and possibility together in a vulnerable and very true way?
Yeah, and it's so funny, you transitioned right into what I was going to ask you, is that I want to get into some of the examples of like some of the work that we have seen of yours or may see of yours, and like where the storytelling is in that. So if you could, Gypsy, do me a favor and pick a moment from Pippin, say, that you were able to tell that flawedness through movement. And it can be something tiny, it can be something big, or it doesn't even have to be the flaw, another aspect of character, but tell me the plot or the emotion and the movement that you matched with it.
Well, it's difficult because the circus really was there to seduce Pippin's character in an extraordinary way.
Mm-hmm.
But what we managed to achieve through the choreography was connecting to the fragility of the situation. So one of my favorite moments in the show, and I had to fight for it, was at the end of Simple Joys. We did this trick, and this is not something that's like choreographically brilliant. It's literally like was a trick that sometimes we were going to miss. So Patina Miller is holding this hula hoop up in the air, and this guy does this round off backflip through the hula hoop. And if he misses, like if he clocks the hoop with his feet, it gets ripped out of Patina's hands. And this is like on the button of the number.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember telling Diane, so if he misses it, he's going to give the hoop back we'll get the hoop back to Patina, and we'll go around. And like Diane was like, what do you mean? We're going to Broadway. We're not missing any trick.
Right.
There was this
that you normally you would have to adjust it so that it's nailable every time. Like what is the thing they can do every time perfectly? If it needs to be adjusted, make that happen.
Exactly. So there was sort of this, I can't even describe to you the silence in the room, the orchestra leader going like, that's not a thing.
Right. And director Diane Paulus, who you're talking about, being like, what?
What? And so I just said, guys, just trust me. It's going to happen one day. We're not going to plan for it. There's going to be this big end of the number, and it's going to flop, and we'll be just fine. So late in the run at ART, it finally happened. Mm-hmm. He punched a little too high, clocked it with his feet. And the silence, it was the most beautiful moment of my life. It was really like the entire theater, the band, every single actor on stage. And Patina just looked at him and, oh, hell no, we're doing that again. She just took it and ran. We got her the hoop. They did the trick, and they got a standing ovation, like in the middle of the freaking show.
It's amazing.
But the idea that you can integrate this idea that it's not going to be perfect is something that I felt in general in the method of the Broadway technique was missing, the flawed moment. And consequently, every single time an acrobat that we rehired acrobats, we changed the moves, we made things that worked for their bodies. We embraced this idea that the essential moment in theater that is imperfect, and that coupled with the fact that Matthew James Thomas has 3 microphones, because if one goes wrong, we have to have another one. If that one goes wrong, it's like this perfection, this like almost televised thing of like, these people are perfect. I think what we love in theater is actually embracing the live potential for our little failings.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really speak to my like choreography and my techniques for developing choreography.
No, but it is storytelling through movement. Yeah, absolutely. Luis, tell me an example from your experiences, whether that's, choose what you want. In the Heights, Rocky, on your feet.
I don't want to talk about your question anymore. I want to go back to what Gypsy just said. So I'm sorry for being the rebel here, but like there's just so much in everything you just said. Number one, the flaw, how beautiful. Like geometrically speaking, I surround myself with brilliant choreographers who want this perfect idea. And when I, for example, directed In the Heights and choreographed it for, especially for the gala production, I wanted this rawness, this that it's being asymmetrical accomplishes, right? Like if I have 3 and 3 and 2 and 2, whatever, like it's perfect picture and it's clean and it's beautiful. It's a little bit what Gibbs is saying, Broadway should be, right? Like we have this idea it should be perfect. But if I tilt it a little bit and let it be a little bit messier on this side, and 7 people and there's 5 here, it just does something in the audience journey. It feels so much more human. And you know, you talk about Pippin, and I think about that trapeze moment with the grandma and how wonderful that was, or you know, just the concept of Diane Palos, like with the beginning theater and then ending raw. What more vulnerable than that? Like we are doing all this razzle dazzle, this ta-da thing that you're referring to, but we end up in the essence and the heart of what Pippin really is. He's looking for, I am enough. Everything that I am here standing, it's enough. That's intimacy, right? We're giving the audience an intimacy to the story with the idea that I don't need all this razzle dazzle for you to be with me. And all the movement that in the early beginning of Pippin is done allows us to believe that at the end, that we're just standing there and that the movement is the non-movement conformity. And so like I thrive in that kind of idea and concept. So when you ask me then about myself, like I think I have to go to Ragtime. You know, Ragtime was an incredible opportunity for me as a storyteller,
And where did you do that
I
production?
did that production in New Jersey at the Axel Rudd Theater. And you know, I get to take a lot of liberties in how I can do something in the Axel Rudd Theater in New Jersey, because it's not like right, we're in tryouts tomorrow on Broadway or anything like that.
Right.
And this Sarah, you know, it's doing her big number, and all of a sudden, I had done 3 towers conceptually. So what is movement again, right? Where do we put our movement? I had done these 3 towers. That from those 3 towers, I ended up doing 36 compositions through the show, and to the point that one of the towers gets split in half, and we open it for like the ball game, and you know, in Sarah's solo, all you want is her voice, and there's nothing should upstage her. But when we're talking about race and culture and minorities, like the first thing that happened to me is like, oh, you might be the first immigrant to ever direct Ragtime. I was like, I wanted to say so many things, and all of a sudden, you know, like so that gave me the lens of like, what's my job doing this piece? This is an American musical that touches on, you know, the division of so many cultures and whatnot. And basically, I stole that moment from Sarah. I had the full ensemble move the towers. So the crumbling and the pain that she has as she's telling her baby, I'm sorry, you look like your father. This is why I did it. Like these towers are moving, and literally you could hear the on the floor. And then we started, I know we have very little time, so I'm going to rush through this, but we started with all this light, and then the light has been stolen and stolen and stolen. We end up with this little tiny center focus spot that only like points at her nose. And basically the audience comes at the end, it's like, why are you stealing this moment from Sarah? It's like, precisely because now you want to listen to her story. Because through so many years, we didn't care about, you know, the Black community stories. And Sarah, even in this particular story, she doesn't even get to tell her story that much. Colehouse is telling her story. This white family is telling her story. Sarah doesn't really get to tell or fight for her story that much. So what's happening on stage with the towers and with the light is what has happening socially. And that movement from both the lighting and the towers is doing the job that all of us should be doing, is saying to us, listen. And so for me, that would be a moment which is not choreographically, again, kicking my leg, but that all that movement accomplished something and a catharsis in the audience, desire to listen to Sarah's story. That would be mine.
Amazing. Whoa, to think about that in such a different way. All right. I mean, obviously I have a bazillion more questions, but Denise, I want to hear an example from you and your work of, you know, the physicality and story. If you can pick some sort of moment or whatever it means to you, really.
I'm going to talk about it a little generally here.
Do it.
I really appreciate the opportunity to work with people to educate, liberate, and question how the world works. I think when we work with intimacy, it's really hard to not see ourselves in the work, but to tell the intimacy of the character. And it's a really fun process to watch people go from being self-conscious to relaxing and seeing a bigger picture, and then eventually seeing the opportunity. For instance, if you think about a slave play, and the responsibility and privilege we had to introduce different types of simulated sex acts on stage, and who knew who could be inspired by that, who could be like, oh, I was thinking about that, but I was too nervous to bring it up to my partner. And the conversations that can come from that and the opportunity we have. So it's really exciting, that process of it becoming larger than ourselves and using the stage or the screen as an opportunity to keep talking about the humanness and how things are flawed. And I guess the other thing I'd say is I really like scenes that have mistakes. I love making scenes with headbutting, falling off beds, giggling, awkward moments. Oh, my arm is stuck, or like, what's happening?
Yeah.
So that we are bringing in the flaws and the humanness, like Gypsy was saying, and the importance of that, seeing ourselves in the work, not seeing extraordinary people, but seeing ourselves in the work.
Yeah. I do want to ask you specifically about West Side Story, because obviously the original movie, intimacy direction was not even not a flicker in anyone's eye. So how was working on that film that is just, it is laced with, like you talk about tension and closeness. It is the entire plot is tension. It's two gangs against each other. It's multiple love stories. It's choreographic intimacy, violent intimacy, all of the sexually violent. Like, how were you not overwhelmed? And because we're running low on time, like, if you can just describe a little bit of the conversations you were having that you were excited to be able to bring to a new West Side Story.
Well, it's really exciting. There was a really big team that contributed to all of that. It was a small part of it. And what's interesting about this work is working with dancers and veteran actors and some new actors. You have the opportunity to introduce new tools. Again, I just want to say it goes back to approaching the work with curiosity and wonder, avoiding shame and guilt, and offering things that people can try, in the opportunity to add time and space so that we can foster more collective healing, which might sound kind of lofty, but that's all we can do in this work. We're moving towards a target goal. We want to have this production. We've got to get it filmed. And where's our ease and grace for accepting new information and trying new things in the journey? So that's the contribution I try to bring to the table.
Yeah. I guess what I'll end with, since we kind of started with like your earliest personal moments, I'm interested to learn about now as your identities have evolved, and will give, I know it's like such a huge question, but the abridged version of your answer. How does your identity, whatever that means to you, how does who you are, culturally, gender identification, whatever it is, how does that inform the work that you do, either when it's tied to that, like when you're telling a story that feels like your story, and when you're telling a story that is different from your story? Luis, you want to go?
Well, honestly, the first thing that I think about is about this director, Puerto Rican man, Thank you, Luis. His name is Luis Caballero. And I have this way of working sometimes, and I will forever be a student. So thinking about Stephen Hoggett, Andy Blackenbuehler, Jerry Mitchell, Sergio Trujillo, Diane Paulos, Barnett Sher, like all these people that I have had the honor of working next to, they come to the room in my mind, right? Like, oh, what is Barlett's version of this versus what is Jerry's version? Like, and it influences a little bit how I think about, the journey that I'm going to take on a particular choice that I'm making. But often, Luis Caballero is present in me. His Puerto Ricanness, the way that he expressed, the way that he works on the room, and he makes his dramatic, "Hey, venga mi gente," and so I guess why I'm saying about Luis is because I learned through Luis's work to be myself. You walk into a room and you want to have your glasses and you want to act like a director, and it's like, no. I want to walk into a room and have my café con leche, and I want to be like, "¿Qué pasó, mi gente?" And if I can bring that to the room, I think that that's a step into an intimate world, that people are seeing an honest process, and they can open up to the work, they can open up to you, they can open up to the challenges that together we're facing. And I think that is the thing I want to share here. Like, as a choreographer, we challenge people to difficult movement, and especially when they're not dancers, and you're not always working with dancers, right? As a director, you're challenging people to emotional, deep things that they experience through the character in their lives, and so what I bring to the room, or in my Latinaje, or my Boricua, or my being just simply me, it's that the freedom I got through the arts, I want to bring to the process, and that's that.
Gypsy, what about you?
I think right now, I'm a little bit older than everybody else in the room. And I, to be 50, everybody during this time, this pandemic, this time of political change and social change. So I'm experiencing that in my 50s. And what's really in the void of live theater, I am really re-evaluating and reappreciating the power of culture in society. And the live congregation of humans coming together to ideally participate in art happening live is now the essence of everything I want to do. Why is this important? Why is this essential? And it's maybe because I'm in my 50s that the idea that it's not essential has really come to deeply wound me and place fear in my heart that I've dedicated my whole life to something that is been labeled non-essential for health and for very valid reasons. However, it does make me reevaluate our place in society. And I happen to currently, I left the United States at the age of 18, unknowingly, then lived in London, then Switzerland, then Germany, then touring, and landed finally in Canada. And only recently, when I got my passport, did I realize that in fact I had left the United States to live in socialized democracies. And the every single country I've lived in since I left the United States treats healthcare, education, and art equally. These are the pillars of society. Our physical health, that every human has access to it, education, that every human has access to it, and art, every human has access to it. And when art becomes that vital in a society, it doesn't have to be successful anymore. Art is there to express who we are in a live moment with the audience. And ideally, the artist is transformed as much as the audience is transformed. And this responsibility to create art that will maybe make someone think in a larger capacity than they were before they saw that art, or to feel and evolve their emotional intelligence is something that we actually cannot live without. And I want all my work from now on to embrace that absolutely essential need and responsibility in the live world.
Bravo!
Amazing, amazing.
Bravo!
Here's to making art that is not good nor bad, not successful nor unsuccessful.
Amen.
Art that is art.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. I agree. Denise, we'll wrap up with you.
Today, I'm vibrating on what it means to decolonize an artistic approach. I'm interested in being a creative collaborator, stepping in the circle, shoulder to shoulder with people, and being in community. My identity as a Black, non-binary, fluid, queer person in the world, it really makes me approach the work on a spectrum, really get out of binary thought, think about our unseen biases, and approach the work with non-judgment and empathy. And on that note, I really want to say, and it's creatives like DMX, Earl Simmons, that shows us that we can be strong, we can be flawed, and we can be empathetic and interested in the growth of our community. So yeah, that's the kind of energy, the legacy and the art I'm interested in creating.
Amazing. Well, obviously I could go on for forever with you guys, since I think I asked about 4 questions, but this was such a rich conversation. Thank you so much for offering so much of your own personal wisdom as well as your professional experiences. I urge all of our audiences out there to check out the bios of these incredible panelists so that you can continue to follow their work and just, you know, continue consuming their art, because this is the future of it, y'all. Thank you so much. I'm Ruthie Fierberg. Again, thank you to Gypsy Snyder, Denise Devia Johnson, and Luis Salgado, and thank you to you for being here. Be well, be safe.
Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Rapp. Welcome to our panel today. We are calling it The Role Plays the Thing because we're going to be talking about role playing, as in tabletop role playing. Most specifically, probably D&D is probably the one we're going to talk about the most, but there are any things welcome. But we wanted to create a panel that touched on and spoke to the intersection between role playing and acting / theater, especially in this day and age when we're in COVID times and there is almost no theater anywhere. And there's lots of role playing, and there's lots of role playing that's being broadcast and performed for people. So it seemed like an interesting conversation. Plus, there's some really talented actors who are doing a lot of great work in the role play space who don't get to do theater these days. So that's the spirit of it. So we asked some really cool, fun people to join us, and they all said yes. So I'm very happy about that. So first, I'm going to go around. It's alphabetical by last name, so there's no other thing to it than that if you're thinking of reasons. First, I'd like to introduce Blue Del Barrio, who is a non-binary actor currently seen on Star Trek Discovery. What's that? In the role of Adira Tal. They've been acting in theater and films their whole life, which is about, am I allowed to say your age?
7?
No, 23,
okay.
Right?
Yes.
23, right? Yeah, 23 years. And they're a graduate from the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts, Lambda. Blue Del Barrio, hello.
Hello.
Next we have Omega Jones, who is most known around these parts as the Critical Bard, and he's an actor and full-time streamer on Twitch. He has starred in regional productions of Kinky Boots and Ragtime. And I was wondering, in Kinky Boots, were you the famous Billy Porter role, I assume?
I was his father.
Oh, his father! Oh, okay. All right. But I heard you were Cole House Walker, is that true?
That is also very true, yeah.
And in his gaming life, he's been pioneering a series of talks regarding the realities of racism within the tabletop and gaming community. So Omega Jones, welcome.
Hi.
Next, we have somebody that I've known for I don't even know how many years in the New York theater circles. His name is Josh Lehman, and he's a Broadway veteran, and he's a gaming aficionado. And you may have seen him in The Prom on Broadway, or Finding Neverland on Broadway, or you didn't mention Hair on Broadway. Weren't you in Hair on Broadway also?
Yeah, I was. Isn't that funny?
That's where I first saw you. And off Broadway in A New Brain, or recently Emoji Land. And he's also, and I didn't know this until I read your bio, by the way, that he's also a librettist, composer, and lyricist, and is co-writing a new musical with Annalee Ashford. What?
Get into it.
All right, I will. Josh Lehman, hello, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
And then we have Serena Marie, who has a background in improv comedy, performing with The Annoyance, Second City, and IO, also known as Improv Olympic in Chicago. And she was a longtime member of the official D&D Twitch streaming show Rivals of Waterdeep, which I've been watching recently. And she's currently the marketing and community manager for Critical Role, which people in this watching this probably know, but is the sort of preeminent actual play. It's called Actual Play role-playing D&D show on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere. Serena, welcome.
Hi. Oh gosh, I'm so excited.
And then last but certainly not least, we have Andy Mientus, who I've also known for, I don't even know how, like many years. He's a Broadway pro who you may have seen as Hanschel in Deaf West's beautiful production of Spring Awakening, or on TV as composer Kyle Bishop in the NBC musical TV show Smash, or as the Pied Piper on the CW hit series The Flash, who also has, that show also has one of my dear old friends, Jesse Martin. So there's all other connections there. He's also a book writer and lyricist, which I didn't even know that was happening too, as well as a young adult fiction novelist. He's been writing young adult fiction series called The Backstagers. So those are his books. So Andy, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me. Hi, everybody. Hi.
So thank you for saying yes. Melissa Anelli, who's my dear friend for many years and is with me the founder of BroadwayCon. We've been chatting a lot about, what are we doing with ourselves as theater lovers, theater artists? How do we find things to sustain us through this time of deprivation? And it seemed very clear to us that D&D/tabletop role-playing has been that oasis for so many people. And I think all of you can speak to that. So I do want to ask you if you can share with me if that's true for you. And what I'm going to do, because this is a tabletop role-playing panel, I have a 10-sided die, and I've assigned numbers to you. So I'm going to roll the die, and I'm going to tell you who's going to answer the question first, okay? So first up, I know that they're going to be thrilled to know that they're first. Blue Del Barrio, what do you have to say about yourself in that regard? Because I know that you're very excited that you're first.
I just want to know what number I was.
It's very simple. It's in alphabetical order. You're a 1 or a 2, and Omega's 3 or 4, just by last name. It's nothing more than that. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think I'm a part of 2 campaigns right now, and one plays on Sunday with Anthony, and the other is on Saturday with my friends. And those, it fully gets me through the week. It's not like they're those times, those short sessions are something that I now feel so connected to and so peaceful in that I can just fully relax in them. Even when it gets stressful within the game, it's so therapeutic to have that, to have the structure, to have the artistry, to have the story, to laugh with people. To have that right now is fully keeping me afloat. And creating a story that you continuously fall in love with and characters that you continuously fall in love with is also so important when it's coming from your brain. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Thank you. Do you find that it's different, that kind of Zoom hang than other Zoom hangs? Because I know that so many people have talked about Zoom fatigue in the year, but I find that I don't have Zoom fatigue when I'm playing.
No, I feel the same way. It feels like a safe space, even with, new people that I may have not actually met in person, but I've only met virtually. It feels like such a safe space that, if it's mid-game and I need to lie down and take a nap, which I've done, I can do that. It feels really safe and comforting. Yeah.
If you're not playing in a tabletop RPG game that lets you take a nap during the game, that's not a safe space. Take a nap. Thank you, Blue. Next up, we have Andy Mientus.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I won something. I have been playing D&D now for, I want to say like 3 years. I did not know the game before, but I've always been a video gamer and an RPG gamer. That's my chosen genre. So I feel like I took pretty naturally to it. But a few years back, I did a production of Tommy, directed by Sam Buntrock, the great director Sam Buntrock, who's a huge nerd and a big D&D person. And so he, after the show ended, got a few of us together and we started playing. So I play still to this day weekly with these people, and they're all theater people. So, in situations where we could roll to find out what happens, we end up just like improvising whole scenes and sort of dodgy accents. And it's a great joy to me during this time. Like you, I feel like it's one of the only Zoom things that I can kind of tolerate anymore. Not just tolerate, but actively enjoy. I think like the structure, the surprise, the like humor, instead of just sort of like sitting around with your sad little cocktail waiting for your turn to talk about anything other than what's happening out in the world. I think it's really, it's kind of the best use of Zoom, I would say. So if you haven't tried it, it scales so well to Zoom. The game, I was amazed by that. Yeah. And the way it links up with Discord and other things, it's really nice.
Yeah, thank you. We have Serena Marie. Hello, you are 8.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I've been playing D&D for around like 5 years, and it's one of those things now in this current time that is a big escape, right? Like you can be anyone you want to be, you can do anything you want to do, and you are saving the world or saving people. And in a time when we don't really have a ton of agency, I think, with everything happening, having that agency in game, I think, is like so impactful and important. And I don't have a home game currently, but I do. Like, I know. But I've been doing a lot of like one shots, and those have been just like such a light, I think. And being silly with people for a few hours, I don't know. Yeah, big fan.
Clear. Okay, so now I'm going to do 0 through 5, or 1 through 5 will be Omega, and 6 through 10 will be Josh, because I've already used more numbers. Omega.
Uh, yeah. D&D has definitely helped me, not just as an actor, but as a person. It's been a way, not just an escape. It's been a place where I can feel comfortable and just feel like I'm still doing. Because you know, in our line of work, the minute you feel like you're doing nothing, you've officially like lost. We like, it's the idea of, you know, we always got to go to the next audition or be looking at the next monologue and feeling like, you know, we need to always be working. And so when, you know, this Pandoche started, we're all like, welp, we're kind of stuck doing nothing. And D&D has been a way to kind of invigorate that inner artist that I thought potentially could have been lost during this pandemic. Yeah, I've been playing for about 4.5 years now, personally. And thankfully I do have a home game. I'm sorry, Serena. But it's still been a blessing to every other day or whenever pick up some dice and roll and play these characters that I have not just created, but built so much into, so I can, you know, I feel like I'm doing what I'm doing on stage. It's been very, very invigorating, and I'm glad I have it, because if I didn't have it, I do not know what I'd be doing right now at all.
Same energy. Josh Lehman, would you like to wrap up this little segment since you're the last and I don't need to roll?
Would I ever? I haven't been playing as long as all of you. For me, it mostly started with the pandemic, and it became not an obsession, but such a, like, the thing that I would look forward to. Not only is it a great outlet for anyone, you know, artistic or not, but just to be with my community in some way. You know, like, I live alone. My cats are wonderful, but they don't talk yet. We're working on it. So to be able to connect with my people, and I've fallen in love with my character that I've created. He's everything that I like want to be, in a way. And so it's so fun to get to, like, you know, act out on those impulses and have fun in that world. And my characters even adopted a daughter. So yeah, now I'm a dad. You're welcome.
Is that something is that something that's informing maybe a life choice for you in any respect? Is it kind of, you know?
Well, it has reassured me that yes, I am needy and need something to love. So that is what that proved to me. But I would be a great dad, but no, that's not my journey.
Understandable, yes. So now I'm going to stop doing like the just pick one. So if you ever, you know, please feel free to interject. I just want to have at least one round of that. I wanted to share something from me that was surprising about getting back in. So I started D&D when I was a little kid with my nerdy friends in junior high in the early 80s. So that was like the early days of D&D. If you go online, you look at the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons pictures of the books, like those are the books I had. But we were really disorganized, so we almost never played. But I rolled a lot of characters, and we like would make dungeons, but we just never really did the thing fully. So it's only in the last year that I've gotten to really play. And I thought, okay, I love games. I'm going to really enjoy this game. But what surprised me was what a couple of you have already spoken to, is how much the role play aspect of it has been fulfilling something in me that I didn't anticipate, partly because I'm an actor. That's something I do for a living. I thought that why would I want to do that in my free time in that way? But it's actually turned out to be one of the most fulfilling things and one of the most exciting things. And some of you have already touched on it a little bit, but I'd love to hear a little more about your experiences with that and the way that it might have been, you know, how you go about putting yourselves in your characters or not, or vice versa, all that kind of stuff.
I'd like to say, I think that for me, the big difference between acting, improvising in D&D and, you know, trying to make a living doing it, you know, the only outlet that I've had for that during this time has been making audition tapes where you are trying to get a job, you're trying to do a good job and look a certain way and impress some group of people and get them to say yes. Where in D&D it is truly playing with my friends. We're like putting on a play just for us in our house, that like our own houses. But it feels closest to the thing that we all did in the backyard when we were little kids. And that to me is so pure. I feel like I could like never act for money ever again, but I still can like do that. And it's really like reconnecting me with something that I liked a long time ago.
That's great. Blue, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I don't know why I raised my hand, but it's I was gonna say there. You mentioned something about like how much you put yourself into your character, and something that the reason I said therapeutic earlier, and especially therapeutic for this year, is that regardless of what your intentions are when you first make your character, it somehow subconsciously always ends up healing you. I've seen with everyone. Because there's a lot that we're not saying to ourselves and to people around us right now. There's a lot of stuff in our subconscious that's just like buried and squished. And I think surprisingly, I've seen most of it come out for myself and for my friends in our sessions, which is such a beautiful thing. And it always surprises everyone, like the person included or myself included. Seems to just pop up, and it's beautiful how it always connects that way, whether we want it to or not.
Would you have anticipated that? Because I would not have anticipated it, and it's been a wonderful surprise.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I think we have so much, especially since this is our job, we have so much control over what we do, and we do it so often that it feels like I have it handled, I have it organized in my brain. So when it happens, it is like, what's happening? That's just very strange. To have something that you feel like you're so you're very good at and used to and have a structure for kind of fall apart in a really good way.
Yeah, like the lack of prescribed structure.
Yeah,
it's the free fall aspect of it. That's part of it. Yes, the danger. Yeah. That touches on something that I kind of wanted to ask you, Serena and Omega in particular, having done performance gaming. If you feel, and you've also played, I assume, home games. So we've been talking about how safe, how much it's about safety and you can play with your friends and it's not for performance, but you have done it in a performance mode. Do you feel a difference in that mode or not? Or does it all sort of, the muscle becomes the same kind of muscle?
I think that in like the performance space, there is that self-awareness where you know that there's an audience, you know that they're watching. So when there's like things like dead air, like that would be fine in like a home game. But when it's happening and you can feel it, you're like, pick it up, so like that feeling is there. But I think that it's probably closer to an improv show where you don't know what's going to happen next. You're hoping that your dice are kind to you. And you are thinking as quickly as you can in character through that lens. And I think for me, that performance aspect is so important, because once you like are holding on to your character, you know what your next decision is. In a home game, you can kind of like be more strategic and figure out how you want to take down the baddie. So yeah, I think that that's a little bit of the difference, but like the same like spirit of like that free fall that Blue was talking about is definitely there. And the difference is you're free falling in front of people.
Yeah, exactly that. I think sometimes people also think that, there's such a big difference between playing with friends and playing or in front of an audience, whether it's virtual or in person. And while yes, fundamentally, yes, there is a difference. It's like friends and this core versus a big big group of people. It's still the same game, and you still treat it as safely as you would in a home game. There are many different systems out there. Like there's a TTRPG safety toolkit that some people have created in the TTRPG community to make sure that, even in front of a camera, even in front of a people, you still are playing as safely as possible. But there's something invigorating to do what you love to do already, that you do off of camera, rather than do it and allow a world to see what you do and how you do, and they can even see the cogs like whirling in your brain as your character decides on something that you don't realize you're going to say, but you end up saying it in front of everybody. And the best part is now it's out there. So you got to kind of keep going with that. So yeah, definitely akin to improv, but it's so much fun still. Like some people would be a little like put off playing such a intimate game in front of an audience, but it's still just as fun. I tell people all the time, it's just like you at home watching, TV. The audience isn't influencing the game by any means necessary, but you're still performing and they're still getting something out of it.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would be curious, like a couple sessions ago in our disco game, we had this really big weird fight that was scary. People, like 3 people went down at different points. It was really touch and go. And my character kind of started it. I did something that started it. Didn't necessarily mean to start it, but it started. And then and the DM was even like, "What the hell?" And it was rough. And the follow-up session was all about like kind of unpacking that, and it got really intense between our characters. And knowing us, I think that if we had an audience, we still would have been able to go there. But it's just an interesting notion because I think part of what allowed us to go there was the fact that we are really close friends. We love each other, we trust each other, and it was just for ourselves. So I wonder if that would have maybe impacted some of the sort of purity of it.
I think a little bit, sure, because you're broadcasting your trials and tribulations, if you will. You're broadcasting the intensity that you went through, and then the unpacking of that still being live to an audience or pre-recorded, however you do it. It's still being seen. But at the end of the day, I don't know with Serena, I don't know with anybody else in the TTRPG community. I'm not going to speak for them, but I know for me, especially in my games, I mean, we talk about it beforehand. We have our session zeros. We say, hey, this is what the audience might see one day. This is what they might get one day. Are you comfortable with that? Are you okay with going to that point? And that doesn't have to be something super intense, but are you okay with being vulnerable in front of an audience, playing this game that's so close because it's your character, and with that, it's an extension of you. Are you okay with doing that? And some people are, some people aren't. That's up to the table. But I kind of find going through those moments and allowing the audience to also see those moments, whether it's a fix to the problem, whether the problem escalates, whatever the outcome is, it's almost interesting to see how the audience reacts. Like sometimes I'll go back and watch the live chat and see what's happening, because so many people get different things out of playing D&D, whether it's they love the action, they love the drama, they love the feelings that come out of it. It's still as pure as it is. There just has to be a screen now.
Sure.
And it is up to you as a party and a DM or whatever to decide how much of that they see, how much of that they don't see.
Well, I think it's fun to say, I don't know if at the time that we're making this panel, we haven't yet officially publicly announced that we are also going to be doing a one-shot with and among ourselves. And it's going to be my first time officially DMing. I've done a little bit of practice, but this has been my first time doing a thing. So thank you for giving me the chance to do that. So in a way, I'm kind of asking these questions, wondering for myself what it's going to be like. But aside from Omega and Serena, has any of you yet done any kind of public gaming at all? It's all just been with your friends at this point?
Go ahead, Andy.
I was just going to say I'm terrified, actually. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm very nervous, but I'm excited. I mean, in the way that I'm nervous for almost everything I do. But I'm super nervous. I'm interested to see how it changes how bold I am with my dodgy accent, or all the things.
Oh yeah, dodgy accent for the win. Come on, dodgy accent. I like dodgy accents. Hello, I'm going to be doing dodgy accents. Are you kidding me?
I can't wait.
I never do dodgy accents. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, I'm nervous too, Andy. You're not alone. So I'm giving you a virtual hug. What I love the. No matter, yes, I'm nervous that we're doing this for people, but at the same time, it's like doing live theater in a way. I come from the improv world. I'm lucky that my home team, we all used to be on an improv team together. So, maybe my team is a little bit more wild than others, I guess, perhaps. But it's so refreshing to be able to go into that world and to explore and to do what you want. And I've had characters, my characters had like altercations with other characters, or like you said, Anthony, where, you know, Benji just opened up his stupid mouth and next thing you know, it's rolled initiative.
Yes.
And, you know, it's like, sorry. All right, let's go.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah, at the end of that session, I like had to try. The main like conflict was between Mary Wiseman's character and my character, and I love Mary with my heart. Like we get along great, but like at the end, it was so intense at moments. But I would say, "I love you, Mary." She's like, "Yes, of course." But it was I heard somebody refer to it as bleed, which is kind of a gross word, but it's a word that makes sense. The bleed of your character and yourself, because it is so raw. You're making it up. You're not writing a script. You're not, you know, even when we've improv'd in rehearsal situations in a play or a film we're doing, or in an improv game or something like a you know, Second City game, there are parameters to some degree. And it's not really the same parameters in this game. It's truly anything can happen at any moment. So that was really dangerous in a way as a performing feeling that is not like the same kind of risk or danger that you even have when you're improvising a scene in a play, I found. So it was like, it was thrilling, and also really, it was completely original experience of being, all my years of being an actor, I've never quite experienced anything quite like that feeling.
Like that's the biggest difference between a role that you play on stage and D&D. Most likely you didn't create the role that you're playing on stage. So you are putting yourself into the shoes of someone else. So it's not really you. And as Blue said, even if that character that you created in D&D is different, there's still a small part of you that's in that character, especially because you put the work, the time, and the effort into creating that character. You know what they're about. So when you get into that moment, you start to feel it even more. Yep. And we say it's okay to have that emotional bleed as long as you talk about it afterwards, as long as you cool down, figuratively, cool down, chat about it, see how you feel, just make sure you kind of bring yourself out of that and back into your own self. But yeah, bleed is almost natural when it comes to D&D, especially when you get to those intimate moments.
And I would think that people who are, you know, thinking about playing or freaked out, that might be a little freaky for people who've never done it before, who aren't actors, but I encourage people to sort of lean into the beautiful mystery of it. And you can actually discover things about yourself that you might not have known, and live into realities of within your own being that you didn't even know were real to you.
Yeah, and I think one thing that D&D does beautifully for folks that might find it a little scary to like dive all the way into an improv is that there is the option of just rolling for things, right? Like if you decide that you want to walk up to that guard and persuade him to like let your crew through, right? Like if you're like me and my theater friends, you want to put on your dodgy accent and like do a whole bit and say what your character would say. But if you're not that person that feels comfortable doing that, you can say like, I would like to try to persuade him, and the DM is going to tell you what to roll, and the numbers will say whether or not it worked. And then like everyone, and so it really, you can kind of do as much or as little as you're comfortable with. And if it's on the day, like some days I'm feeling really fast and loose, some days I'm like not there, and it will meet you halfway in a way that I think is really helpful.
That's lovely. There's a bunch of questions. We put it to the people on the interwebs to ask us questions, and people responded with questions. So I wanted, in the time that we have left, I wanted to see what the people on the interwebs had to ask us. So first up, Claire Willett. That's these are handles. Twitter handle Claire Willett. Would love to hear your thoughts about how RPGs can function for aspiring or emerging writers, especially kids and teens, as a kind of primer for how to think about creating story structure. I would say, especially to those of you who have actually are in the process of writing projects and or published already. So Andy or Josh, you want to start with this?
Andy, go for it. I've heard all about your new book, so.
Oh yeah, I'd love to. So I write this series called The Backstages. I'm just plugging it again, which is about, as you can see, an ensemble. It's really, you know, it's like an RPG where it's a party and they all have their own strengths and personalities and weaknesses and all the things. And so I find that playing D&D and only being in charge of like my one character, but seeing the way everyone else is like slotting in the way that the party naturally works together in like combat or puzzle situations, but also just in the chatty like story moments, who is saying what roles are they filling socially, it really teaches me something about how to write ensemble well, how to like weight, you know, everyone's role equally, how to hold up. You know, we've all seen in D&D those just like serendipitous moments of like somebody setting something up or having some ability that then is a surprise thing that saves the day in, you know, game 4 or whatever. How to thread the needle that way in terms of story. Yeah, how to write ensemble, just like watching what happens naturally in a D&D game where the dice is part of it, the individual creative minds of all the people you're playing with is part of it, but seeing how all those elements create organic ensemble, and then like, how do I replicate that when I'm alone in my room trying to write that?
That makes very much sense. Ald Shane Gamer on Twitter, Ald as in Auld Lang Syne. That's the it's not O-L-D, A-U-L-D. What are your favorite ways to make sure everyone is included in having fun at the table? The introvert, the show stealer, the murder jerk, and the gamut of other gamer personalities. That's an interesting thing. Has any of you DM'd officially? Yeah, have you found that these dynamics are something that come up of, you know, the different ways that people express themselves or trying to make sure that everybody gets kind of their moment? Or
I think so. I mean, I think that people fall into like the play style that they're more comfortable in, or what they're looking for in the game. So maybe someone who is more extroverted might find their fun being a bardic character who wants to like chat and talk to and befriend every NPC. And in that game, you might have a more like reserved person who is trying to figure out when to get in there, you know? And I think as a DM, again, very much like improv, you have to like notice like how often people have talked and how often they've had a thing. And if you notice someone hanging back a little, it's maybe time to give them a spotlight story or figure out something that their character cares about and have that drive the next thing so that everything feels balanced. Because yeah, some people won't say anything, you know, and that like breaks my heart, where I'm like, I just want you to have fun and play. So as a DM, I always make sure to temper up and temper down where I can.
Yes.
And, I ran a game for my work one time, and it was like my past job, it was like at a marketing agency. And so it was like this like operating director and like account supervisors, like people from all over the company playing this game. And so you had people who have like really high power dynamic, right? And they're like, I'm going to win D&D, you know? And having to say like, no, there's consequence, please roll, you know, please roll. So yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of, you mentioned something about the dice, Andy, and then you just mentioned something about the dice. I watched a panel that Brendan Lee Mulligan, who's a wonderful DM, he talked about the dice as a character, and that it is that the character comes in and they say, this is what this thing is right now, deal with it, kind of thing. And so anybody who's wondering how it all plays, like it's still part of the story. It's not simply a math rock. Yes, it's a math rock, but it also it creates a parameter, and then that means that you get to respond to it in kind of just the way you would to any scene partner who told you X, Y, or Z.
I love that you called it a math rock.
Oh yeah,
we can move on, but
shiny click like Mac rocks. Yep.
I love that.
I wanted to piggyback on what Serena said because quick shout out to my home DM Kyle, who DMs for over 20 people. My home game has 20 people in it. We don't all play at the same time. Planisphere, what's up? But I watch him and see how he has navigated this entire story. And it's so cool. But just like Serena said, two things. Just like Serena said, when the DM does have that ability to make sure that they are watching and seeing who's speaking more, who's not speaking, who is more impactful in this moment. Like if you're going to a forest, the druidy nature person, this could be their time to kind of speak up. Or if you're talking to a guard or whatever, you need somebody with some more charisma to kind of go over into that direction. That's a time where that DM can nudge you or try to hope that, you know, that person will kind of speak up or feel more in that moment. But also, I, as a DM, like to also stress to my players that as a player, it's also okay for you to open up that avenue to another player. If you know that you're talking a lot, Like I know I play lots of bards. Also don't play a lot of bards, but I sometimes like to make sure, like what I know that the players around me are just as whether talkative or active as I can be. So if I can pass the conversation to someone else or even invite them into that conversation, I will. So I definitely say, as a player, you have the ability to make sure that the entire party, the entire group feels welcome and feels safe. It's not just all on the DM's shoulders.
Yeah, and I think it's so much like improv. We've all been to improv shows where there's like the person who's just stomping on everybody else all the time, you know. And then there's the people who are like, I saw Will Ferrell years and years and years and years and years ago. Well, he was just starting out, and I was like, that guy is brilliant. Partly because he let space happen, and then he would sort of, when he came in, it was like the exact right time, the exact right thing. But he was like listening. He was in the moment, kind of thing. So I think it's a very applicable skill or tool for playing this game.
Yeah, it's great for community because there should be different types of players at the table. That's, for me, that's what makes it so fun. That's, you know, it's like it's your community. It is a real community.
And I saw you like nod your head really vigorously when bards were mentioned, Josh. So.
Oh, well, I mean, hello.
So this builds very nicely into this next question. Samantha Spiz asked, hi everyone, what type of character do you each enjoy playing, and do you have a favorite game encounter? So, I mean, I guess bard for you is the only character you've played so far, Josh, since you're new to the game?
Right now, I'm a bard. I'm looking for a new campaign to join. It's so depressing. I'm like, hey, does anybody have a campaign? It's, you know, it's really, I'm special that way. But yeah, I love it because I get to sing and act a fool, but at the same time, I've really taken the fighting aspect very seriously. I think it's easy to be intimidated by the game because if you don't know how to play, and then you go to D&D Beyond or whatever, and you're looking, there's 8,000 things you can be. Yes. So for anybody out there that's wanting to get into it, baby steps. You don't have to know everything about every character. Find something that suits you, go from that, and then you will learn about the world and about all the other magical, wonderful creatures you can be.
Josh, your cat.
What?
Your cat is giving us a shadow play in the lampshade.
In the lamp, yeah.
Is inside the lamp.
Yes, we have a bard in our party in the disco game, and played by Ian Alexander, and he befriended a manticore. So yes, he was the true bard in that moment. How about well, I know Blue's answer what kind of character they like to play. So, but you can tell the world.
Yeah, we've had many debates that I've started and have not let you respond to. But I love playing wizards. I think they're the best. It's the magical aspect for me. It's having, control over that kind of magic in this imaginary world is like unmatched in my brain. I love playing bookish people. I love playing a character who can have the kind of anxiety or like similar anxiety disorder to the one that I have, and then be able to, if they're a little bit soft-spoken or introverted, turn around and completely like obliterate a group of people with magic. I think it's just the best feeling in the world, and something that I don't get to feel a lot in real life. Very much a people pleaser, and so yeah, I love to play that kind of dynamic with a wizard. I think they're awesome.
Cool. How about you, Serena?
I really like playing little sneaky characters. Like rogues are my favorite, and I think the reason why I like them is that like the stereotype is that they're bad, right? But like I like playing like the sunniest, like happiest rogue that like steals things for people. And just like playing with like, when I choose a race, playing like the opposite dichotomy of it a little bit is fun. But as far as just characters in general, I like to play, it kind of does vary, but having done theater and done like commercial stuff, getting typecast as a certain thing for so long, like bank teller, you know, I like playing like silly, zany, wacky, whenever I can, because yeah.
Otherwise, as opposed to like buttoned up and just
Buttoned up and very professional, and yeah.
Yeah. And Andy,
yeah. In D&D, as in like the RPGs, the video games I like to play, I get most jazzed about the really like kind of elaborate supporty characters when I'm talking about class, like the abilities that aren't necessarily like blow a bunch of stuff up or but like the buffs and debuffs, the like out of combat spells to like solve problems. I love like the minutia of that, the numbers going up and down, and the tricky problem solving out of combat I find really exciting. So I tend to gravitate to like the magical classes that have all those weirdo spells, or bards that have all the buffs and debuffs, things like that.
And so I wonder if anybody's done like a study on the characters that people gravitate to in RPGs and what that means about themselves. If anybody's done that.
You should write that book.
That's honestly one of the most interesting parts of it for me. That watching that happen and watching it happen to like new players, seeing what they pick and then seeing what they pick surprise them because of that. I love it. It's so interesting.
I never am drawn to playing a fighter, not ever. Like it's so uninteresting to me. But maybe if I played a fighter that had an interesting thing, I don't know. Anyway, Megan, we know we've talked about bards. We only have a couple more minutes, so want to make sure you got to answer this too. Aside from bards, you know.
Fun fact: my favorite class isn't the bard. I just happen to be a bard because it's what I do. My favorite class isn't the bard. My favorite class is actually a cleric, not because they heal. I think clerics are one of the most versatile classes in D&D. My first ever character, I can't say his name because the first part of his name isn't pleasant. And it's because I wanted to name his character this word. Anywho, I'll type it in chat. But he was a Tempest cleric of Talos. Was because he died, rip. But he called himself the left hand of Talos because he would gladly fight somebody for Talos. And he was the type of person where if you didn't pull your weight, we were in a fight one day and this person was like not really doing anything. And then they went down and my DM was like, "You have spare the dying, right?" And I was like, "I do." Shatter at 5th level. They can survive one more death save. Because that's the type of person he is. He won't do anything for you if you don't pull your own weight. So I just love how versatile, how much flexible they can be. They can be super healing, or they can do the most damage in a group, or they can support. It all depends on how you want to play that cleric. Religion isn't about healing, it's about their own faith. So I like how they can pull that and be whatever character they want to be. Love clerics.
That's cool. So for people who are watching this and are going to watch our little one shot, you want to say a little bit, just a quick thing about what you will be playing, just so people can anticipate and tune in. So I'm going to go in this order, the same order I've gone in before. Blue, what are you playing?
I'm gonna play a divination wizard, who, if you could imagine like a tiny, tiny old woman, covered in multiple layers of clothing, and strange hats, and speaks in riddles. Kind of your worst nightmare.
Very good. We look forward to meeting her. Yes, Omega, what are you going to be playing for us tomorrow?
I'll be playing Pinkerton Valhern. You can call him Pinky. And he is covered in rats, and he has a best friend who is a rat with their brain exposed, named Brain.
Very good. Josh, who will we be meeting?
You're going to be meeting Benji the Great. He comes from a long line of bards, but his family was killed by the evil Lord Strahd. So he has some damage, but he also has a lot of magic. He's half elven. He's cool. He's tough.
I didn't say I was a ranger too. Sorry.
Oh yes, Swarmkeeper Ranger, right?
Yep, Swarmkeeper. So many rats.
Yes. And Serena?
I will be playing an arcane trickster, which is my favorite type of rogue, so magical rogue. She is a tinkerer, but she's bad at it. So good luck, everyone else. And yeah, she's a adorable, small, little gnome character who is an explosion mess of chaos. So yeah, good times.
They also don't know what I'm running for them, so I know that this is it's kind of serendipity is a thing, and it's just it really is. So you'll see. Anyway, yes, Andy. Last but not least.
Yes, I apologies to Blue. I'm also playing a divination wizard because it's one of the only classes that I know how to play. He is a divination wizard because he, until the day that he got a very dark prediction that changed the course of his life, he plied his trade as a cartomancer, a tarot card reader, just in the village, reading people's cards. Now his spellbook actually is his deck of cards. Every spell is tied to a card, and he is very squishy. I would have played him that way anyway, and thus a coward, but the roles when I was building the stats, he is actually quite squishy, so he's inclined to run away and hide and sort of shoot things and help his friends from a distance, but all using his tarot cards.
Very, very, very good. I look forward to taking these people on an adventure. Thank everybody so much for listening, for being a part of our virtual BroadwayCon. We are all so desperate to get back into a place where we can be in person together in the theater. Can you imagine what that's going to be like when we're in theaters, either on stage or in the audience? Oh my goodness. So we hold that moment in our hearts, and thank you so much for spending this time with us, and take care and stay safe.
Hey everybody here in this lovely little Zoom space that we're in, and everybody watching out in the interwebs. We're gonna talk about social justice in the arts. And we're gonna try to make it, interesting, because we talk about this a lot. So we really wanted this conversation to be as interesting for us as hopefully it will be for you. But first, wanted to do some ground setting and some space setting before we jump into it. And so just to say, this can be as casual as it needs to be. So if you need to go grab some water, some coffee, if you're eating your salad, whatever you want, feel free to do your thing. Cesare?
I would say I want to set up the space a little. I want us to imagine that we're like at my apartment in Harlem. We're chilling. Okay, we're having possibly wine, maybe margaritas. I don't know. We're eating really good food. We're in my living room. We're just chopping it up, just kicking it, you know. So ways in which truth is in our bodies, you know. So that's kind of the setup, the vibe. If y'all are with me, that I want to kind of set up. So it's a safe container for us just to be in dialogue, chop it up, kick it. And just talk about all the things that ring true for us. So that's the vibes. If y'all with me.
Yes.
Awesome.
That's the vibes. And also just to say, to Cesare's point, feel free to jump in whenever, right? Like we'll throw some questions out there, but also like if you have a question for someone that's coming up, feel free to jump in and ask. Really want this to feel as conversational as we desire it to.
Yep, absolutely. Before we start, and maybe we'll do this again, let's take a communal breath together just to get grounded. Is that okay with y'all? Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So right where you are, just if you can sit up straight and making sure that the spine is really supported, right? Bring the shoulders down. Drop the hands if that feels good. Take a big inhale with me. Hold and exhale. I want you to unmute your mic so we can hear everyone's breath, collective breath together, just so we can create some groundedness. All right, y'all. So we're gonna take an inhale, and this exhale I call the pandemic exhale, the panini exhale. So we're just gonna exhale all of that panini, Panasonic energy right out of our bodies, if that's okay with you. All right, y'all. So take a big inhale with me. Inhale. Ooh, let's do that again. Inhale and exhale. All right, y'all. Let's get a popping over here.
Okay. Cool. So we'll start by introducing ourselves, and then I would love to then popcorn it around the room so we know who's all here. And so I guess for a prompt, let's say we do name, pronouns, what organization you're representing, and then how you're showing up today in mind, body, and spirit, or spirit. I'm Jalen Livingston. I am the Director of Industry Initiatives at the Broadway Advocacy Coalition. I use he, him pronouns. I'm so happy to be here with everyone today. I am feeling pretty unfiltered because I feel like I have been in a very structured work environment up until this point today. And so I feel very let me just talk because I just don't have the capacity to be anything but myself right now. So that's how I feel. And I will pass it to Cesare.
Thank you, Jalen. So I'm Cesare Dalfa, pronouns is her, she. I am a native of South Africa, born and raised. I am the artistic director of BAC, Broadway Advocacy Coalition. I'm a storyteller. I love a juicy story. I will hear you any day, anytime. So I'm also a keeper of stories. So any stories you want me to keep, I'm happy to hold that space for you too. Yeah, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm feeling very close to what Jalen said, unfiltered, we're just chopping it up. We're just about to kick it. So I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. I'm just gonna say, let's lean into the spice. Let's lean into the flavor, the sauce, and however that might come together in this beautiful space. All right, y'all. I'm gonna hand it over to Noah.
Hi, y'all. My name is Noah. I use they, them pronouns. I am on the executive board at Broadway for Racial Justice, and I'm coming into the space today having had run a lot of errands this morning. I was kind of all around town, and so this is my moment of just sitting down and breathing for a minute. And so I'm loving this energy of Cesare. I love the word spicy. I'm just gonna lean into that. And yeah, as Jalen said, we have a lot of these conversations, and so it's gonna be nice to just kind of feel like we're just at the table having a dinner conversation about these things we talk about a lot. And I will pass it on to Christine.
Hi, thank you. I'm Christine Toy Johnson. I use she, her pronouns. I am here as a founding member of the Asian American Performers Action Coalition, APAC, and also as the newly elected treasurer of the Dramas Guild. And I just want to add that I'm very proud that I'm the first Asian American officer of the Guild. So thank you so much for inviting me. I come here exhausted, but energized by being here in community with all of you. So I thank you. And I'm going to pass it to my dear friend, Angel.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, exhausted, but yes, my name is Angel. Oh, yeah, good. Zooming in from Lenape, unceded Lenape lands. My name is Angel. My pronouns are she, hers. And I also am feeling kind of exhausted. Also because I was a little sick last week, and that's a whole other thing. But anyway, I'm feeling exhausted, but I love the vibe of this Zoom room right here. And I'm also just warning you, I'm feeling a little emotional, so might be a little weepy, but that ain't no thing. We keep going and talking through it. So yeah. Oh, and let me pass it to Luis, is it?
Yes, thank you. Hola, 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 hola. My name is Luis Salgado, he, him, his. I am also in the Lenape space, but I want to honor where I come from Puerto Rico, which is the Taino lands. And today I am feeling it's a big mix because we're heading into this conversation, and a friend of mine came over to my home after seeing trials that are going on, and I had to sort of balance the act of emotions in the space because we were going into some work. So I am aware of the depth of the things that are going in the world. At the same time, I'm not ignoring all of that, especially not the next hour and a half, but I'm also joyful that in the other issue, which is the pandemic, I feel like there's a little bit more hope towards coming back to the thing we love. And so I show myself and present myself here with all of you wonderful humans with a 50-50 café con leche kind of emotional state of being aware, and there's so much heaviness for us to address, but also being hopeful that soon we will be having these conversations back in person. And I will pass it on to Brendan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brandon Michael Nace. I'm the Executive Director of Broadway for Racial Justice. I take he, him pronouns. I'm zooming in from so-called Brooklyn, traditional lands of the Lenape and Canarsie people. And I'm very much with Angel in that, even Luis, when you said watching trials, I started to tear up. It was like an immediate reaction. Me
too.
It is a day. Yesterday I felt a lot of rage, a lot of anger and rage. And this morning I woke up and just let it out and cried. And I've just been in that space all day. But very thankful to be in the company of you all.
Luis, you just reminded me, I forgot to say, sorry, Jaylan, I forgot, representing APAC as well. Chris and I are both founding members of the Asian American Performers Action Coalition. And Luis, you just said...
Thank you. Yeah, I am representing Revolución Latina, Art That Evolución, a revolution of evolution through the arts. I also want to make us all aware that in my home right now, there's two wonderful human beings that fight the battle of justice in the arts for so long with me now, together for 10, 14 years, each apart, Valeria Coso and Heather Hogan. I just wanted us to be aware that if you see me like, yeah, that's right, like I'm there.
And I want everyone to know that no one is here, and if you see me doing that, just don't mention it. Just let it happen. Cesare, I feel like it feels right to just lead us into maybe one more intentional breath before we jump in.
Absolutely. Let's stretch a little bit because, we all are exhausted. This pandemic has been, it just torn apart, okay? So right where we are, again, spine straight, shoulders down. Take a big grounding inhale, feeling the earth coming through your feet all the way into your heart space, into your head space, right? Take a big inhale. And exhale. I want you to stretch the hands up like you're taking a big fake yawn. And just stretch the back out, right? Go to the left side, creating space and ease in the body. Inhale, exhale. Go to the other side. Beautiful. Inhale and exhale. Drop the hands behind the back. Lock it in. Pop up the chest. Look up to the sky. Inhale some light. All the love that you need. Inhale. And exhale. Let's give our hands a little bit of a rub. We are shooting a color from our heart into our hands. Imagine what your color is today, right? Feel that color, see that color going from the heart into the hands. Inhale, exhale, and just tap the collarbone. You are embedding the color into your body today. Ashe, ashe. Inhale and exhale. All right, y'all. Give me a little wiggle just to get all the energy out. All right, Jalen, Auntie.
There should be like an hour in the week where every organizer just comes on a Zoom and does that, and then they get out of there.
Absolutely.
Just throwing
Will
that
you
out
lead
into
that?
the
Will
space.
you please lead that? I'll be there.
Listen here, y'all. Let's real talk. Okay, this is a first action item. Let's create some space for ease and breath. All right, y'all?
Yes, that's right.
I guess I'll kick us off. And like I said, you know, these are just prompts and the conversation can go wherever they want to go. I'll start by saying that I've had a hard time historically calling myself an activist and even an organizer. I think that so many of those values are embedded in what I think an artist should be in the world. And it's so much easier for me to just call myself an artist. But I will say recently I have like found the self-worth to be able to be like, no, you're an organizer. No, you're an activist. And you also are an artist. And in hindsight, when I think about my 12-year-old self, I'm interested in like what parts of my life now would be surprising to him versus what parts of the way my artistry is intersecting with my civic life actually made sense, actually is a part of a long continuum maybe. And so I wanted to throw that out into the room. You know, I'm just curious about people's relationship to where you always saw your artistry going and where it is now at this intersection of arts and activism and racial justice. And does it feel like it is truly a part of one long story? Or can you pinpoint a moment where things went and you were like, oh, now I'm actually doing this? So just wanted to throw that out there, and anyone can answer or riff off of that. If you want to.
I just wanted to add a quick note to that, Jalen. If y'all agree with anything, feel free to drop a heart, a celebrate emoji, just a way to affirm what's being said in the community. I just wanted to activate that space for us in this way. Thank you, Jalen.
Thank you. Is it okay if I just get started? And this is probably just more human, personal. I don't know. Search, internally searching for I don't know, my truth as you ask this question, or activate my thinking around it. I run this nonprofit organization for 14 years. We are Broadway Cares Equity Fight States is our parent or umbrella organization, and I've always been so in admiration of the way they work and what they do for us as a theater community. But 14 years into the work, I am, as I joined the word of the day, exhausted of the work that we do and we have to do. And it's an interesting thing because yes, all I want is to be an artist. All I want is to do art. And yesterday I was looking at my past. I was looking at history. You know, I had some of my students come over and we were doing some research work here, and I had to pop out photo albums. And they were asking me, where you come from? Well, I come from Puerto Rico, and I started in a public school, and my green jeans were getting muddy because we were practicing doing the split. And there's a joy, and there's a simplicity, and there's a sense of adventure in that quest of learning something and becoming free through that thing, versus a lot of what you just said, the activism, the responsibility, the leadership, the role of organizing. And so how did I come to be an organizer? I was a kid who wasn't as respectful as I could when I was 15, because I was playing around and I was tag, you're it, and I was just doing the games and the theater and the thing that I love. And all of a sudden I had to be in charge of a room. And when I had to be in charge of the room, no one respected me. And I was 15 years old. And I am extremely grateful that that moment in my life happened, because if I wanted my peers to really follow the leadership that I have for them, whether that was a choreography that what I was doing or a jazz warm-up or whatever, I needed to lead by example. I couldn't just try to lead. I couldn't just think about it as power. I couldn't do anything else that was like, okay, this is not about me leading this room today. This is about how I'm behaving in every rehearsal. And that immediately changed the way that I thought about the role of leader. So anyway, I say tire with Revolución Latina because from that experience, you keep learning. And the idea of a nonprofit, in my mind, really is the idea that I should no longer exist if I do my work well. That ideally, I'm covering the basis of what I am there to serve in a way that ideally I should not exist next year. And unfortunately, next year you learn, well, there's still something I need to take care of. And then let me take care of that. And hopefully next year I don't have to exist. And so it is frustrating that after 14 years of this work that looks for social justice and activism and awareness and representation, now more than ever, it looks like those gaps are voided. Those gaps are needing us to do the majority of the work, like as if we had been wasting our time. And of course, I'm being dramatic. I know we haven't wasted the time. I know we touch a lot of lives, but it also feels like we're going around in circles that make bigger holes, and that is frustrating. So I don't know if that gets anything into the topic, but as you brought that in, that's the first thing that I get in my heart.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
That's
I wanted to say that I started being a part of the elected leadership of Actors Equity in 1992. I just left last year. That's 28 years for those doing the math. And 22 of those years, I was the chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Committee. And I recently found a letter that I had written to the New York Times about a representation of Asian Americans in the theater. I wrote it in 1991, and I could tell you, I could show it to you and say, I just wrote this. And you would say, yeah, you just wrote that like yesterday. And so that it does, I follow you, Luis, in that feeling of, have I wasted 30 years banging my head against the wall over this? I hope to think not. I like to think that those of us that have the capacity to do this work as an extension of our artistry do. And it's a responsibility, but it's also an opportunity because we have those skills and the passion to do it.
And the self-awareness, and the self-awareness, Christine, of have I done enough? Right? Because we think we've been doing and so actively trying to carry whatever torch it is that we are, each and every one of our own roles. But at times, to quote Hamilton, I'm not sure if I am Hamilton or Burr, right? Like, am I actually being super proactive and taking action and like, no matter what, I'm going to do this and you're going to listen? Or am I waiting for it at times? And it's an interesting debate.
I love what you said about those who have the capacity to do. I'm interested in staying there for a second and just wondering if other people want to jam on that point.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Noah.
Oh, I can kind of riff off of that. This journey is, I'm very new to this work. I'm 25 years old. I graduated from college about 2 or 3 years ago from a musical theater program in New York City. And for me, the shift and for me, it was really a calling. It was very a spiritual experience for me. Like, this is what I'm being called to do on top of the calling I have as an artist and performer. And I think for me, I was fortunate of having moved from a very small town in Pennsylvania to New York City and become privy to a lot of the social issues through my friends and through just being in New York City and seeing such diversity compared to the smaller white town I was from. So I think for me, yeah, it felt, I meditate a lot and I do yoga, and it kept coming up in my meditation that I needed to take that next step of saying something and not feeling like I didn't have the knowledge or experience or anything to say something. And I think that to me was such an important part of the process, was getting past the imposter syndrome step, the I'm not smart enough or old enough. That's, I think, still a thing for me. Being 25 years old, it's like, am I even old enough to be speaking about these things? And you know, when it really is this calling, and you see that there's things in your life that have led to this kind of work, I think that's really how it lined up for me.
I have a question that's kind of connected to this. So I just want to preface the question first, right? So most often we show up as adults, but we have like an inner child that is sometimes present in the space and that sometimes show up. And sometimes that inner child, you know, could be bruised, could have been harmed in the communities where we come from, right? So there's always this duality of when that inner child shows up. So has there been moments for you in this organizing work where you felt that the younger you showed up in a space, and what did that look or feel like for you?
That's really interesting. I'm really thinking about whether that applies or not, because I'm trying to think of like what my inner child was in relation to this. It feels related to, who was it that said something about, or was it Jalen, was it you who said if your 12-year-old self could see
Yeah, yeah.
now? Cesare, is that sort of what you're thinking about, is like the child then? And
Yeah, exactly. You know, because and let me just give some context. You know, often let me talk from my personal experience. I grew up in South Africa in a, you know, black colored community. We told to not speak up. We told that a child has a place, and so there's a cultural like silencing of our voice, right? So sometimes when I come into spaces, that child shows up because she wants to be heard. And so there's this relationship between the ways in which we were raised and that cultural context that affects our organizing work sometimes, not always. And so that's kind of the relationship.
thank you. That's clarifying, and that's yeah, it's fascinating. And now I'm thinking, okay, yeah, because definitely in our house, my parents are both immigrants from two different countries in Asia, and it was like, you don't speak up, you don't talk back, you don't, you're obedient and you follow the rules and you do your best, and all of that, first generation child of immigrants thing. And uh and so that was, my inner child at the time. But it's funny you're saying inner child, because I think my outer child was like, okay, it's bad for me to speak up and talk back and all of that stuff, fight. But my inner child was like, God fucking damn it, like, this is pissing me off, you know what I mean? So I think, so now I'm like really thinking about your question and going, I don't know, but I wonder if, I think it's fascinating. Is I wonder if there's a part of the inner self that was like, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Connecting back to your question, Jaylon, about if there was a turning point, I'm realizing I think there was for me, because I didn't think about activism. And like Luis and Chris were saying, it's like, we exist so that we don't have to exist. Like, we came together so that we could do this work and hopefully get back to what we really just want to focus on, which is just being artists. And I think I got to the point, like a lot of us, that at that year that APAC formed, where we were all just more angry than we were scared of speaking up.
Yes.
And I think, and I think so maybe that was, I'm still wrestling with your question there about the inner child, but I think my inner child was just like having a tantrum a little bit, or having a temper, and just being like, this is bullshit. We got to do something. So.
Yep. Thank you so much. Brandon, I would love to hear from you. I just want to give you some intentional space.
No, I mean, I wrote that. I am so much right now trying to do like a lot of like, look at myself in the mirror. What do I need to look at? What do I need to examine that comes up? And when you said inner child, I was like, oh my, because I just was like, I don't feel like I really had a childhood per se for me personally, in that the life that I, came into was just like, I remember from a very young age, my grandparents that didn't live in the same town, as I got older, as I was in high school, they finally were like, every time we would come and visit, we would say, Brandon is the adult in that house, from when I was like in elementary school. And so, and when I think about the word activism and I think about like the word activate, it's like, well, I've been activated in that kind of hyper aware way from a very young age, because I didn't have any choice. It was like, this is what you have to do. And so then I think about like activism as a whole, and like activating for those around you or for your community. And for me, it was like, well, I had a little sister, and so there was a constant fear and worry about her and her survival in the space that we were in. And then it was just that way for the rest of my life, in college, like being in student government and all of the, like, it was very much a part of me. But I think inner child, I wrote that down because I was like, oh, you may need to like examine like the lack thereof of the childhood and how that has played into things, like just examine that.
Yeah, definitely. Does anybody want to add to that?
I do. I have this I have this question of all of you, because when I was growing up, I grew up in the suburbs of New York City, going to see Broadway shows. All I ever wanted to do was be in a Broadway show. And even though I wasn't seeing a whole lot of role models on stage or in film and television, I somehow didn't really factor that into whether I was going to do this or not. And and it was a rude awakening, and I became a professional very, very early. I joined Equity this summer I graduated from high school, but it was a very rude awakening to find out what the real story was. So I'm just wondering from all of you, if as we're looking at the question of an inner child, if you had that experience or a similar kind of experience when you were growing up and having these dreams of being an artist and etc.
Thank you, Christine. Anyone want to jump in and answer that?
The problem with me is you're going to have to tell me don't jump in, okay? So
I got you.
But there's so much brewing in my mind and in my memories right now. I took a couple of notes. The first one is that I just love humans. Like the idea that we're all here and sort of not even starting a conversation, but tapping into this inner child question or the realities we all face, and not talking about something external, but coming first to like, wait, what is my experience again? Wait, I love this. Thank you so much. And the thing that we have in common, at least for where my experience in life has been, is I come from Puerto Rico, right? And I didn't experience necessarily that much racism or division in growing up, because we were all Puerto Rican. Whether you were white, brown, black, you were Puerto Rican. It wasn't a thing. And when I talk with my friends in the AAPI community, I feel like when they came in versus when they were growing in the States, the experience is the same, right? Like we were a Asian community or Filipino community, Chinese, whatever. And so we have been talking a lot about this the last 2 weeks, that we have that thing in common, that it's not until we step in the States, the land of the free, that all of a sudden we are different. All of a sudden, you know, talking about the last 4 years, we have to build walls to segregate the Latinos who are dangerous and scary from coming into the United States of America. And, you know, talking theater, it reminds me of those moments in Ragtime, right? When the Jewish community is coming in and Tata's trying to bring her daughter but isn't that how this country was made? Isn't that the thing that makes this so special? And so I feel like my inner child is a very different experience because I didn't have the division. Now, in that inner child, what did I have? Adventure, innocence, right? The desire to dream, to accomplish those dreams. And when I first stepped into the Broadway field, that was my inner child. It was the same. My innocence, my ignorance of the business was the thing that kept me driving. That was the thing that all I wanted to do was learn from all these people that were around me. I didn't see any divisions. I didn't care for it. Like, I was just like, just get me to the stage. But when time passes, when you get more experience, when you sacrifice that innocence, all of a sudden you see something else. Now, wait, we're talking about walls. Wait, someone wrote one day that show is full of Latinos that will never make it to Broadway. And they were right? All of these things happen. So then the next thing is my justice, my theater social justice has been to have a show like In the Heights make it and be a part of it. To have a show like On Your Feet make it and be a part of it. And so my inner child rejoicing in the same kind of, I'm back with my green pants in the school doing the thing I love, but now on this field versus having to fight a battle. So the social justice thing, the compartment where we go into segregation and division and the political different views make these divisions in who we are, how we exist, how we behave, how we should behave, that's when the problem begins. So going back to similarities, what we have in common is that as children, and my question maybe to all of you, how many divisions did we really see? And of course, it would be very different if you were growing up in the States, right? And those divisions were really around you than if you're in another environment like Puerto Rico, for example. That's my contribution right now.
Well, it's so interesting. And to kind of connect that to Christine's, you know, I grew up in the South and divisions were clear. Where there were divisions, it was clear. So that theater, and specifically Broadway, like specifically looking out from Louisiana to this far off like Emerald City, became a place in my imagination wherein there were no divisions and everything was possible. And so I really relate and resonate with this feeling of like, despite the fact that I grew up and didn't see a bunch of me's, just seeing one was enough just to know that one was there. I knew I could be there. And it's so interesting because now being in it and also being a part of the work of making sure it truly is an equitable space, I think for me personally, part of what keeps my engine going is the hope and the belief, and maybe even the secret belief, that it still is maybe the last or only institution wherein my full humanity can show up without inherent oppression. Now, the oppression is there, but there is still something in me, some 12-year-old, that understands and knows that the magic of everyone circling up and saying, all right, here we go, let's do this, doesn't exist anywhere else. And so in some ways it makes the fight worth having because I've seen enough hope there. Like, I don't know if I would be able to be an organizer and activist working in a different field, because there's just not enough hope that I see in other places. And I think that hope of a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, 13-year-old has sustained me. And why we want to start this conversation circling around youth is we know that like a large swath of the BroadwayCon audience are young folks coming up. And just to kind of transition into talking about them even more pointedly, going from the inside to the out, just curious around what kind of inspiration as an organizer have you gleaned from the generations below you or the generations coming up now? Particularly Gen Z, have you seen things that you're like, we got to use that? We have to use this. And this is why, you know, it's important to listen to these folks. I'm just curious.
Well, that's a great that segues great into what I wanted to just acknowledge Noah from earlier. Noah, when you were speaking about being so young and wondering like sometimes maybe what am I doing here? But I love it personally. I think most of us just love that you identified early on that you wanted to, you know, fight, that you wanted to do this, get in there, mix it up, you know. That is really inspiring. I was not nearly so civic minded when I was 25. I was a mess and I was selfish and just, you know, still figuring out who I was, and that, you know, the permission to do that of course is always there, but that's part of what's so, you know, to your point, Jaylon, about the younger folk. It's what's inspiring is this. I feel like there's this collective awareness that even our generation did not have, just political, socio-political awareness. It, just a more ready acknowledgement of different ethnicities, cultures, gender expressions, just everything. Like, I just feel like there's so much more awareness. And I think you're also right that the theater, artistic, acting community is still that place where that really is, we really can find bonds with each other over it. And if we feel like we've got to fight something, we will find our best allies with each other there. So that I just feel like as a group, they're inspiring, and you know, their grasp of technology also I find inspiring.
I would say that actually, this is a blanket statement, and I don't like to make blanket statements, but that is so much of where my hope actually lies. In a space of young people who have just come into this business and who can immediately recognize, no, this is whack, and can say like, and I don't have to do it. That don't have so much invested in the ideation of Broadway, that they're like, I'll go do something else. Like, it's not like the end all be all for me to have 15 Broadway credits and 5 Tonys. Like I'm really good. That, and you know, at BF4J we have an ambassador team, and like that is the space that the majority of those people exist in. And for me to be able to like cultivate relationships with them, and you know, when crazy stuff happens and when crazy articles come out about crazy people, and I look around, and those are the people, those kids are unashamedly like, this is wrong, I'm not standing for it, I won't work for this person ever. And I'm like, that actually, it's like, that's the future. And then the kids that haven't even come into the industry, I'm like so passionate about education and about making sure that we are addressing the problems in theater education, because that is also where our change comes from, to be able to get these younger people to say like, no, stand in your power. You don't have to be what this industry has told you that you have to be. You don't have to be this type. You don't have to look this way. You don't have to sing that. Like, be who you are and demand that people see you as who you are. So that, like, that's my hope, is in these like fearless young people.
Would love to know your perspective, Noah. But just to say, just to like take it there, because let's face it, you know, the lack of sharing of the Scott Rudin article throughout our major Broadway institutions is so embarrassing that I can barely articulate it. And I can recall when the Harvey Weinstein story broke, each one of those institutions, you know, media outlets had something to say, had something to share. We're tracking it. And, you know, it's so frustrating to feel as if this industry that's much smaller than Hollywood, you know, has such a hard time just saying the thing. And what I notice in younger generations is that they will just say the thing, and then we have to deal with it. So yeah, I just wanted to like just say the thing that I felt underneath what you were saying, Brandon, but also I wanted to make space for Noah as well.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Angel, for that acknowledgement earlier. It's very interesting because I actually lie directly right on the cusp of millennial and Gen Z.
Right.
And so getting to kind of see both sides from that perspective, and being of that age group, like Gen Z, to me, a lot of it, TikTok, I don't know what the fuck TikTok is. Like a lot of it,
Thank you, Noah.
I'm like, and
yes, thank you so much.
And I get some flack from some other people because they're like, what are you doing? Why aren't you on TikTok? And I'm just like, I got enough social media accounts. But that's all to say, I think, so I feel fortunate to be in the space that I'm in to, you know, be involved in these conversations and be in these rooms. And I think looking forward and seeing the younger generation, the biggest thing that's being called for, especially after the pandemic, is support for these people to be making these statements and say these things. A lot of them are non-union. A lot of them don't have representation yet. And that on top of, you know, so coming out and making a bold statement about something can immediately blacklist someone before they're even in the door. And so I think, especially with things starting to come back, that is a fear of mine of, you know, we already had a group of people who weren't getting in the door because of the systemic issues that we've all been able to address and realize. And, you know, now we're post-pandemic where everyone's been struggling, and how can we, you know, listen to that audience and support them so that not only are we taking, you know, inspiration and knowledge from them, but then also giving them the platforms to be able to take over for when, you know, this group of people has to move on. I think that to me is so important. And that involves like mutual aid, emergency financial assistance to me is so important. And so these are kind of the things I think in coming back that will help amplify the message of the young people and give them the support to continue speaking out against these things, so that we don't then jump right back into the system of everyone, as Jalen said, like it's radio silence. And it's like, why are we not, this is just right back to the cycle that we're all trying to disrupt. And we've spent a year talking about now. And to see a year go to waste would be, you know, really upsetting.
And can I just say that is like the radio silence is what is continuing the cycle. It's like these younger kids want to be like, yeah, I'll stand in my truth and say like this is wrong. And I would expect that they're probably hoping for somebody that is like of a higher stature than them, that has been in this business longer, has a bigger platform, that would say, yes, exactly what they said. I'm standing with them. So know that you mega titans of this industry, when you come for these young kids and you say you're not going to get in the union, you say you're not going to book these Broadway jobs, then you can count me out. I'm not going to be working for you to make your money either, because I'm standing with them.
And that's on everything, okay? I just want to quickly, you know, go ahead, Louis, before
I apologize, and I hate that I'm going to bring this up, but I also get a little concerned because I think that the younger generation, everything yes to everything we have said, but unfortunately, and I'm not taking away from anyone, but there's another reality that the younger generation also has, which is that it leaves so much by the social media status. And so I am not at all taking away, again, the power in those who stand on truth. But I cannot, and I've never supported, not before, not now, not in the future, the idea of fame. standing on a social media platform just because I want my name out there. And I think that that's a scary thing, and it's a balanced act between us standing up and speaking our truth and fighting for justice versus people just going out there and bluntly saying whatever comes to their mind, whenever it comes to their mind, without having done the homework, without having done the proper research on the issues and the steps. And I'm always very hesitant, and I go back to my Hamilton versus Verb sort of complex, right? That before I go out there and I start fighting, I must do the homework and know exactly what has been done and how has it been done, so that I am not burning all the bridges of evolution and growth. I just wanted to put that out there.
And this is why coalition building is so important, right? And, you know, I've been very, very, very blessed to be a young director who's directed a lot of people who are much older than me. And I know the gifts of having multiple generations in a room. And I think that, you know, to Brandon's point of being like, I stand with them, I think there's another responsibility, which is like, when we see that happening, being like, baby, come in. Let me give you this resource. You know, let me take you out to dinner. Let me take you out to coffee. Let me hear what your story is. Let me show you that we actually aren't that different. And, you know, I think that's its own reckoning as well. You know, I think part of the gifts of this moment has been being in conversations where multiple generations can get together and see that the story is very similar, though the tools may be different, though the histories may be different, though the perspectives may come from different places, that there is a responsibility, so that from that point, that young person has the choice to say, do I want to listen? Or do I want to do it on my own, which is a different conversation, right? But I think that there is this crucial juncture that we see in all of our movements, right? Where you have an older generation and a younger generation coming together to get resources from each other. I think about the Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin video that, you know, has gone viral over a couple of years, where you have Baldwin representing an older guard and Nikki Giovanni representing a newer guard, and them understanding the value of them sitting down, talking to each other, and really listening. So yes, to that point, and also, you know, how can we then be creating a whole different space wherein calling each other in is an act of grace and love and coalition building.
I just wanted to add to this notion of social media and if it's helpful or not. And I just want to add this into the space. So for me, it's like, you know, as a Black woman, what I have enjoyed for the first time on Instagram, I'm seeing different kinds of bodies being celebrated. I'm seeing Lizzo, like, you know, in her two-piece swimming suit at her pool, loving her best life, being in her body. And like, so there is this also like this reimagining of what does it mean to be in body and to be in your body that's showing up in social media that I'm really enjoying. I mean, YouTube is a trove of resource for Black women in hair. Y'all know YouTube's hair advisement is like a thing, right? And not just Black women, people all over the world like come to this as a resource, right? So now we have people talking about 4B, you know, 4B type hair and 3A and 3C. And so all of these things that really now feels like, oh damn, like there's people now having dialogue around how to treat our hair, how to treat our bodies. So there is a downside to it, but I'm really enjoying the ways in which I'm getting affirmed in my Blackness, in my queerness, in my curliness, in my curves. That feels to me like social media is supporting my humanity and not taking away from it.
Yeah, I just agree with everyone and say that there is this shiny aspect to activism on social media, that it looks really fancy and it looks good. And I think, you know, we've forgotten that not all of your activism has to exist on social media. I think we've forgotten that we also have control over how we utilize our social media. I don't go on my Instagram every day anymore. I go on it when I need to share something, or if I need to check in, like I use it as that tool, because it's not healthy for me to attempt to try to put everything out through there. So I think it's both things of being like, we have to listen to the younger audience, but the younger audience also has to say, if I'm choosing to put this on my platform, if I'm choosing to have this voice, I have to be listening to this podcast and watching these documentaries and reading these books I hear so many people say like, I learn a lot from TikTok, and it's like, that's great. Now take one of those 1-minute videos and find a book that you can read so that you get the actual full scope of everyone's laughing. I'm honestly not kidding, but
we know you're not kidding. That's why we're laughing.
I know. And because that is how you get the depth, and because these are not topics that you can just flippantly throw out and talk about. And with, you know, as Cesare said, there are YouTube, like there's so many different channels now that we can, and conduits of information that we can get things from, that are on our phones, on the things that we use all the time. So, oh, sorry, I'm just reading the chat. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
Well, Noah, you said you're 25, but I think that you're like 25 going on 52. You're like, I feel like you've got this older soul going on there, because like, just hearing all this stuff, I'm like, yeah, I think like that. Yeah.
I get that quite often.
Talking about like what's it, you know, the ways in which social media is kind of influencing, you know, political discourse. So a quick pivot, y'all. So I'm reading a lot on social media, in the newspaper, in the books that I'm reading around abolitionist theory and this upcoming new exciting way of looking at the carceral system and looking at how we can really emancipate and liberate ourselves, right? So my question is the current abolitionist movement a realistic idea for Broadway on how to support people's liberation within this community?
Wish you could ask a harder question than that, Cesare.
I was gonna say, can you explain a little bit more about what that is?
Yeah, I can, but does any of the other panelists want to jump in and talk around how they understand abolitionist theory that's coming up?
Yeah, I feel like I'm in the same boat, wanting to learn more the way you mean it. For me, Darwin is the thing in my mind that comes, you know, I'm not too familiar with this.
Yeah. So this is interesting, right? So this upcoming like discourse is around this idea, like abolitionist theory means that we have to do completely away with the systems that we have. Reform is not possible. So we go, you know, the carceral system, meaning prisons, like has to go. The way that people get police has to go. Like, because currently the political discourse is saying that we need reform. So it's reform based. Abolitionist theory says, nah, y'all, this system is broken all the way. We have to like scrap all of that and start from the beginning. So so my question is that a realistic idea for us to think around liberation in the Broadway community, or is it like unrealistic? Brandon, I see your hand.
Yeah, I think that I'm always a both and. I'm not really, I'm very rarely either or. Because I'm like, there are infrastructures that for me, I'm like, I want to take that infrastructure and gut it, but still have the infrastructure. It's like, I would rather buy a brownstone and renovate it, than like go into one of these shiny new high rises. Now I love a shiny new high rise. Like they have some like legit shower heads.
Not a shower head reference.
But also I'm like, I could also take that shower head and put it in this brownstone that I would like actually kind of prefer. But I think in the way that I think when I say that it needs to be gutted, I'm like, yeah. So whenever, also we said we're just gonna be real, so I'm just gonna be real. Whenever Charlotte St. Clair says we can't open at full capacity, or we can't open unless it's at full capacity because of the business model, I'm like, right, we need to change the business model. There's no question. We need to sit down, and producers, like there needs to be a huge conversation, and it needs to be said, oh, we're actually going to bring people into these production teams to say, I was just having this conversation today. I said, you need somebody on your producing team who is going to say the things that I'm saying, who's going to say, where's this money going? Why is this money going here? Why isn't money being taken from here and putting it here? Oh, because people want to get rich, right? We're not doing that anymore. That's done. We're not doing that anymore. And I think it's like, those are big steps. Those are big steps to say, like, we need to change the financial model, like, completely. That to me is like the gutting that needs to happen. Those are just.
Angel, I see your hand.
I'm with you, Brandon. I think there's and is good because there may be things that we can keep and things we can change. For me, I've been wondering, and I'm no expert, but I've been thinking that especially when it comes to Broadway, but New York theater in general, that the financial issues, that the idea of really gutting everything, especially the financial model, which is what it all ends up revolving around, is intimately tied to the real estate crisis in New York, because rent prices have astronomically shot up over the last few decades, right? And so the majority of budgets go to simply renting a space or owning a space. So starting with that, it's like, so I feel like it's rethinking any financial model, which I really think needs to happen. Because I mean this for Broadway, for off Broadway especially, nonprofit, all that bullshit needs to go.
I'm done. All that bullshit.
All that bullshit needs to go. When I found out that, I've been telling people this. When I found out that Oscar Eustace makes $850,000 a year, I was like, yeah, exactly. That face right there. I was like, excuse me, excuse me.
All of our nonprofit staff are getting paid like nothing.
Like nothing? And he's talking about being communist and everything. I'm like, oh really? Oh really? Maybe you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what it's like. That's the whole idea. And for even further, like, I also am like, the amount of transparency that needs to start happening is unreal, and people are terrified of it. And I'm like, no. The reason you're terrified of it is because you've been doing things that are wrong, and everybody will be able to see it. But I'm like, why are all of these people that are working to support in this hierarchical structure, all of these people down here making pennies, and this one person up here who is being supported by all of these people down here making all of this money? That doesn't make sense at all. That does not make sense.
And also, if you want to talk about the funding and who's getting funded, or the lion's share of the funding, that also speaks to this sort of lopsided pyramid. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it's to get to your question, Cesare. I don't know if it's a realistic scenario for right now. I feel like there's been this chipping away of all the things we understand, and hopefully that will continue. But I don't know.
I tend to think of abolition as, and this is kind of like, I think, the Angela Davis model of thinking about abolition, as the radical reimagining of an institution to the point where it is unrecognizable to its current self.
Yeah.
And I think about the ways in which you all are talking about the economics of things, and like, I can see a world in which the way we produce theater, the way we support each other, makes us look back on this time like, what did we do? There was a time where people didn't wear seatbelts, and I think that, like, thinking about it in that way helps it become a little more manageable of an idea for me. Like, I'm all about reform that leads to us not being married to the current aesthetic, to the current level of comfort we have to, this current institution, right? And I think so often we think of abolition as just burn it down, right? But like, we know as artists that like half of our job is deconstruction and the other half of our job is reconstruction. And so I often think of abolition as a question of reconstruction. And I think that, there is great potential, and maybe I'm speaking from a naive, younger point of view, but there is great potential for us in 10 years to look back on, you know, what we call Broadway and see it as a radically different thing, even if that means where we swing our influence is just different. That Broadway is just a set of streets where cool things happen sometimes, no different than the cool shit that happens in Brooklyn, no different than the cool shit that is hopefully happening in Queens, that is hopefully happening all over the world, right? And so in some way that's a level of abolition to me. It's just like decentering the capitalistic kind of like draw of having one place where it all has to matter. And I think with this moment, kind of like organizing out of this moment, and I don't just mean of the last year, but I mean going back all the way to the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement, and even going further back to like Occupy Wall Street, you know, it is the decentering of the idol that feels like where we're all headed. You know, it's not kosher anymore to say this movement was led by 5 people. You know, it's not kosher anymore to say that we all have to be over on this side. It's about like, in what way can we all have collective liberation? And so I find hope in thinking about abolition, even though I may not see it, you know, for a very long time.
Yeah. Brandon, I see you up.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say I also always want to be cognizant to say like that also the verbiage that we use is that white people want to twist it to mean something that it isn't. So the word abolition, and they will be quick to be like, oh, they want to burn it all down. And I'm like, how did they paint Fred Hampton out to be so that they could kill him when Fred Hampton was trying to provide medical service, free lunches, was trying to serve a marginalized community, was uniting intersectionally different people, different races, different ethnicities. Like, and so I'm like,
and was 21.
And was 21. And I'm like, so y'all can say like, oh, they want to burn it down, they want to da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, but as these people in this space sit down and we're like, the way that this works is wrong and doesn't make sense. So to you, that is translated into a different way. And I'm sorry that it's that way for you, but that doesn't mean that that's the blanket of what it is, because it isn't.
So I have a quick sidebar question. How do we decenter white supremacy within the Broadway industry then?
Can I? There's a lot of things in my head. You're all like, I don't know now if I'm gonna end up going to bed happy anymore. I'm back at being pissed, and so that's one thing. The second thing is, thanks for clarifying. Can you say it for me? Remember, abolitionist, because I agree that reform, it's maybe the word, right? Like we're revolution of evolution through the arts, right? That's sort of like the idea of Revolution Latina, making a revolution of evolving, of growing, of making change. And so when I'm hearing so many themes, one of them is Broadway, and decentralizing Broadway. So like, but Broadway is not the only thing. It's never been the only thing. So who is to blame there? Who's responsible for the perspective that is central, right? It's us loving it, or it's the people, like in my case, for Latina community, it's everyone I serve that looks upon Broadway as the main thing of art, but it's not. The Brooklyn movement of theater and arts is fantastic, and so is in the Bronx and in Harlem and in Puerto Rico and in Cuba, right? Like there's so many wonderful places for us to learn about art. So who is centralizing Broadway? That's the first thing I'm asking, because it's not.
Get into it. No, I'm saying get into it.
Yeah, we're also to blame a little bit, right? Like, and by we I mean all of us, because we're the one like, I need to be on Broadway. But no, like I get like how many scripts Salgado Productions gets weekly, and a lot of times I'm like, this should not be a Broadway show. Let's make this in Argentina. Let's make this in Colombia. Let's develop this in Santo Domingo, right? Like we don't have to make it. Oh yeah, the goal of this is to go to Broadway. That's in part our fault. And so when it comes to economics and rent, yeah, like Charlotte and the Broadway League and everybody that works in these incredible big houses, they do have a rent to pay, and that also is government based. Like, how is New York helping the arts not have to pay all those money so that the audience doesn't have to pay $500 in a ticket? Like, yes, we can put all the responsibility on the Broadway League and Charlotte and whoever you or we or whoever's pointing a finger wants to point a finger, but it's a collective thing. Everything we do in life is a collective thing. We don't eat by ourselves, right? There's people working on the tomatoes we're having in our fridge because we're no longer in the hunter sort of time period. So we need each other. We are interconnected. And I guess my point with that is that we are equally responsible as leaders and activists to decentralize it by doing theater outside of Broadway, or by developing and embracing the growth of our artists everywhere we can. Am I making any sense with this?
So much sense. It reminds me of one of my favorite Baldwin quotes, which is like, a majority does not speak to the amount of people. A majority speaks to where we throw our influence, right? And so in that way, you know, we can take on that responsibility of being like, it doesn't have to go anywhere. It doesn't have to change at all. But if it doesn't, where then will we swing our influence?
Same I feel, just to get it out of my chest with the Oscar example. Listen, I love the public theater. I've been inspired by the public theater for so long, and all I want is my Latinx community to be able to represent themselves or ourselves in our own theater at the park or down at the public theater or wherever, you know, because one of the programs we run is a Shakespeare program, which always gets questioned, why are you doing Shakespeare and not Lope de Vega or Cervantes? And we can go into that different conversation. But you know, in Revolución Latina, there's only 2 staff members who get paid. None of them are making not even $1,000, you know, a week, not even. And they've been there for 14 years because we build the thing believing, back again in nonprofit organizations, that we're here to serve. And that if we can put 99.9 of the funds that we get into services and action, we're accomplishing our mission. And so that's the real question I'm then wanting to ask. Forget Oscar. If he builds his steps to be able to get to a place where they are paying him whatever fee, good for him, good for the institution. But where is the institution saying, wait, we're a nonprofit organization, we're here to serve people? And this what was the fee that we said that he's getting paid?
$850K.
8,000.
No, 850,000.
Oh my goodness.
You said 800? I thought you said 85,000.
You know how many people literally dying of hunger I get to serve for like a decade with 1 year of that salary? And that is the thing I want to then ask the public theater. Like, you know, like, I'm not going to judge the individual. Yes, you're accepting it. You maybe work for it. Maybe you think you own it and deserve it. Fine, I'm not going to judge you. But the institution, you're a nonprofit organization. How are you allowing this to happen? And if we're going into Guatemala, like, again, I'm going to go to my community. If we put that money in Guatemala and Mexico and Panama alone, thousands of people will be able to get on their feet, literally, from a food perspective, from a shelter and home perspective, from clothing perspective, and access to the arts and access to education. Revolución Latina, we built. Sorry, Angel. We were able to put $10,000 in India in developing what became a school and a community center, and the money that we thought was for 1 was able to do 2. We were able to physically structure and get started 2 spaces that work as school and community centers with $10,000. So when you just look at that equation, you go to the institution and you're like, how can you allow this? When how many people can you be helping with 1 of those year's salaries? That's my question there.
It's a great question, and I have to push us towards the end of our time together, unfortunately.
No!
I know it's the worst.
We have
really
like
is.
7 more minutes, I would say.
Yeah, we have like 7 more minutes. So what I wanted to do, and that's a great question to just like linger in space, Louise. So thank you for asking it. But I want to pivot us to hopefully a place that can end us in a less angry spot. But I'm interested in the ways in which either you or your organizations are finding pleasure and joy within the work. Pleasure and joy.
like to just speak on behalf. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
No, I'm just laughing because Brandon's laughing because we're all just like,
What's a pleasure?
Hey, what is that?
So I just want, so I'm going to try to go towards the pleasure and joy and think about uplifting the communities that are not Broadway, that are around the country, that are doing our stories through our lenses. And this has been so mind-blowing to me, that the thought of not chasing after, that elusive, it's kind of like, I want to be your friend, but you don't want to be my friend, so I want to be your friend even more. And and maybe the thought of really, one of my favorite quotes is, "Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated," and keep finding those things. One thing I just wanted to put out there, part of the work that I'm doing with the Dramatists Guild, is we're about to unroll the first inclusion rider that I've seen. Yeah, so that writers can go to producers while they're negotiating their contracts and say, "This is where I stand, and this is what I really want to see from you. Will you meet me?" And so that it brings me joy to be able to work on these kinds of initiatives to hopefully inch us a little forward.
Yep. And I want to say this, Christine, to your point, and now I'm angry again, okay? Y'all know we're going back and forth, right? Because it's like, yes, we should decentralize Broadway and go make theater in Harlem. But then it's also like, why we gotta go to the park? Why we have to go to Harlem? What is wrong with making space for us in this community where we want to be?
Exactly.
And we are asking for space? Why do we have to be relegated to communities, that we come from in order to create theater that we love to see? So now I'm pissed at Broadway because we have to go over there to do the work we want to do when we are asking you explicitly to make space for us on Broadway, and y'all don't want to do it.
But also, I'm like, Escape to Margaritaville, I actually am kind of okay. I don't need to be like in the same space as them.
Yeah.
The margarita roll reference. Angel?
No, Chesway, I could spend, like you, I could spend a lot of time talking about that. I'm going to try to honor Jaylon's request, and I had to think about it for a second. This isn't the theater community, but it is acting, and it is Asian American related. I am so excited, and I'm probably going to get emotional. I'm so excited that Minari, the film about Korean immigrants, is nominated for the first time, and that Stephen Yuen has an Oscar nomination. That little boy that I want to adopt and steal from his family, Alan Kim, that he's getting all this attention. It just makes me so... I'm just so moved. And the fact that we're in 2021 and we're talking about this, and it's the first, is, again, like you, Cesare, I'm like, a swing me to the rage, and I'm just like, why is this the first and the only? But it's happening, and I'm trying to be patient and breathe. So yes.
That's a word on today. Be patient and breathe. Okay, y'all write that in your journal, okay?
Yeah.
I would say that I think it's interesting also that it's when our communities are like being celebrated and thriving, and that's where the joy comes from, and that it's like, yeah, that's what we're fighting for. Like, we're here so that Minari can be celebrated, because it should. Like, are you kidding me? And that Stephen, who I'm like, how is this just now happening for him? I literally stopped watching The Walking Dead when he was done. I was like, I'm out.
Me too.
I was like, how dare you? I'm done with this. But like, for me, the joy is like getting, like, when we did Revival, our concert for Black History Month, and like sitting in a recording studio with like a full black band, and like being in the room while Kayla Davion is like, I was just like, I don't get why we're having to fight so hard for this to be the norm. Like, I don't get it. When it's this incredible and we can watch so much mediocre stuff, like, how are we? So the joy is coming in being able to be in these spaces and cry together and laugh together and cuss and scream together. Yeah.
I think the joy, oh, sorry, Cesare. The joy for me, especially over this last year, has been really getting in community with the gender non-conforming and trans BIPOC community, and feeling a sense of, being seen, and in a world in which people like us have been erased for so long. I think that's also, just to kind of tie it back to the question about decentering Broadway. I think so much of it really starts with putting gender nonconforming and trans folks in positions of power and representation in these shows that we're creating, because the harsh acknowledgement this last year has been that there is maybe one or two roles that have been written in the commercial Broadway theater scene. And that's the thing, it's like, aren't we trying to decenter that anyway? So I think that kind of starts with pulling those folks into the conversation and seeing how we can maneuver and create something that represents all of us. So that's kind of what keeps me joyful, is seeing art that reflects us and being like, I want to see this on a much bigger scale, and I think it can happen.
Luis, do you want to?
Yeah. The pictures that I shared on the chat are the thing that inspire me, right? When we enter a space and we have the children and we're able to share with them, or when we are with adult artists who are dreaming like we dream every day, or when I moved to New York, like yesterday, one of the pictures was me on the floor just with my mess, and now those wonderful humans who were helping me are right now moving into a new space, dreaming of accomplishing things in New York City. You know, that is the thing. That is the thing. It's a little bit of rejoicing on our struggle daily and learning from it, and being able to say, I have learned this. Does this serve you? Does this supports your path? And in exchange, there's something in you that will support where my path is going. So entering the space, building community, learning from each other are the things that monthly gives us again the energy to keep doing the work, because that's where it's worth it. So
yeah. Well, I will say it has been my joy and pleasure to be in conversation with you all for this hour and a half with my sister Cesare. And thank you all so much. This has been a fuel for me. Hopefully someone watching has also been changed in some way, but I just want to selfishly thank you all for the opportunity to riff and play some intellectual jazz. Cesare, anything you want to say to close us off?
I just want to say this space has brought so much ease into my day. I've met a lot of y'all today for the first time, but I feel like y'all in my community already, and that is just such a beautiful thing to see and be a part of. I really do think we should come together at least once a month to breathe together, to move our bodies together, to music that make us feel like we fly. And so just thank you for the space and bringing so much love and kindness to each other in the space. So yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for having us lead you all into this conversation.
Thank you all for watching.
All right, y'all. Does anybody want to add anything before we bounce?
Thank you so much for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gracias.
BroadwayCon fan, it's Ben Cameron, your Broadway buddy. It's time for Curtain Up, Light the Lights. You've got nothing to hit but the heights. It's time to put the spotlight on some of our incredible BroadwayCon family from all over the world with our Star To Be contest. We've received submissions from all over the place, and our judges have had the very harrowing task of narrowing it down to some very talented finalists. So, here to live out their Broadway dreams in your living room, juxtaposition, are our BroadwayCon Star To Be finalists. Prepare to have your minds blown. Take it away.
You are a drug. You are a poison pill. I've got to kick this habit now, or else I never will. I love the rush when you would hold me close, but you will not be satisfied until I overdose. This is it, hit the brake, I am finally awake. Let me be, let me go. You need help, I can't provide, I am not qualified. This troubled queen is getting clean. I say no. No, 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 no. Don't say a word. You speak and I cave in. You'll twist the truth again and drill deep down beneath my skin. You said you changed and I believed in you, but you're still using me to justify the harm you do. This is it, hit the brake, call it all my mistake. Long as you let me go. You need help, I can't provide. I'm not Bonnie, you're not Clyde. It's not too late, I'm getting straight. I say no. Blame your childhood, blame your dad. Blame the life you never had. But hurting people, that's your choice, my friend. 'Cause I believe that love would win, and hate will earn you nothing in the end. And this is the end, dude. This is it. I will cry starting now. I will try to pay back all the karma I owe. Start again somewhere new for cool guys like you. So goodbye. 'Cause now I say no. Just in time, I say no. Somehow I'm saying no. Just say no. I say no.
My name is Glennis Goff, and I'll be singing Dead Mom from Beetlejuice. Hey Mom, dead Mom, I need a little help here. I'm probably talking to myself here. But dead Mom, I gotta ask, are you really in the ground? 'Cause I feel you all around me. Are you here? Dead Mom, dead Mom. Dead Mom, I'm tired of trying to iron out my creases. I'm a bunch of broken pieces. It was you who made me whole. Every day Dad's staring at me like, oh, hurry up, get happy, move along, forget about your mom. 'Cause Daddy's in denial and Daddy doesn't wanna feel. He wants me to smile and clap like a performing seal. Ignored it for a while, but Daddy's lost his mind for real. You won't believe the mess that we've become. You're my home, my destination, and I'm your clone, your strange creation. You held my hand, and life came easy. No jokes don't land, and no one sees me. Nothing seems to fit. Mama, is this it? Are you receiving? I want something to believe in, or I'm done. Take me where my soul can run, or I'll be in my bedroom. Wake me when I'm 21. Daddy's moving forward. Daddy didn't lose a mom. Mama, won't you send a sign? I'm running out of hope and time. A plague of mice, a lightning strike, or drop a nuclear bomb. No more playing Daddy's game. I'll go insane if things don't change. Whatever it takes to make him say your name, Dead Mom.
I'm 17, there are so many things that I can't control. If I start to freak or feel weak, I focus on just one goal. So turn down the panic, attack this routine like it owns my soul. Turn up the music so loud that it swallows us whole. And then there we are, we burn like a star. We're safe inside the world we know. Suddenly I'm prepped for the climb, and here I go, high in the air. There is a moment just before you start to fall. Live in that one moment. I know that if I can just stick the landing, then I'll know that somehow my life will be fine. So I'll go through the rest of my life understanding what it feels like to shine. The future's full of mysteries, so please let this be my one perfect moment in
Go ahead, throw your rocks at me from your little glass house and then take off running. You know better than me. We both made mistakes, haven't we? I won't undo what I'm doing to sit in judgment of what makes us human. I don't claim to be proud, but my head won't be hung in shame. I didn't plan it, but the light turned red and I ran it. And I'm still standing. It's not what I wanted, but now that it's right here, I understand. a story written by my own hand. It's life fighting right at your heels. I didn't plan it, but it's finally something to feel. Oh, look around me. To sing here, baby, we're all just looking for a little less crazy. And sometimes it's a hard left turn down the road you never thought you'd see. I didn't plan it, taking back what's been taken for granted, and I can't stand it. I'm sick of the way that I'm waiting to break free. I needed saving, and a good mistake needed making. Maybe you need the same thing. Something to feel, to race through your blood and remind you you're here. To open your eyes and look around and see the sky when you're on the ground. I didn't plan it, but that's life, and I finally feel alive. It's not right, but it's mine, and it's finally something to feel.
Short and loving life that ain't so bad. I only hope to God that I go first. I couldn't live on memories. I'm sorry, but I'm not that strong. There are some things in life you can't replace. A love like ours don't happen twice. When all his days are through, mine will be too. Cause dying ain't so bad. Not if you both go together. Only when one's left behind does it get sad. But a short and loving life that ain't so bad. I've met boys who talk about farms and horses, and they don't do much for me. I don't need to end up in a rocking chair. Since you get to live your life just once, if that's how it's gotta be, then I'd rather breathe in life than dust the end. Ain't so bad. Not if you both go together. Only when one's left behind does it get sad. But a short and loving life. But a short and loving life. A short and loving life that ain't so bad.
focused on the prize. I'm falling, baby, through the sky, I'm falling, baby, through the sky. It's my calling, baby, don't you cry, I'm falling down through the sky. It's a tune you can hum. Oh, Broadway, here I come. Will I remain the same, or will it change a little bit? Will I feel broken or totally complete? Will I retain my name when I'm the biggest you just hit? Or will I blend in with the rest of the street? People all are pointing out what they'd never guess. Got the seed that they're anointing is fried into the mess. Even though I fear it, I'm playing all my cards. Baby, you are gonna hear it when I give them my regards. I'm falling, baby, through the sky, I'm falling, baby, through the sky. It's my calling, baby, don't you cry, I'm falling down through the sky, and I refuse to go, no. Oh, Broadway, here I come. Broadway, here I come. Broadway, here I come. Broadway, Broadway, here I come. Here I come. And the last thing I hear as the impact grows is it a scream or a cheer? Well, never mind, I'll never find out, 'cause Broadway, I am here.
Look at the sky, look at the water, somebody's bridge, somebody's daughter. Who could have known I'd be alone crossing this bridge? Boats heading in, somebody calling, sun going down, shadows are falling, shimmering view, dangerous too, crossing a bridge, halfway between where I've been and where I'm going, in between wondering why and finally knowing. Thousands of lights shining below me, somebody waits, somebody know me, maybe we're sharing this beautiful night, me on the left bank, you on the right, almost inside, crossing a bridge. Every light is like a promise. Every light could be a clue. One of them might be you.
about that. I love it when they did the thing and then they optioned up and then they were like, whoa, and I don't know. That was so great. Congratulations to all of the finalists we have seen so far. Of course, our judges had to make some serious decisions. There can be but one BroadwayCon Star To Be. So the judges did decide we have a top 3 incredible performances that you've got to see to believe, and thank God you're watching this because you are going to see it and you're going to have to believe it because you're seeing it. So, kick back. Here is your Star To Be. $3, 2 bags, 1 wee. I don't know. These are your top 3 finalists. Sing your face off.
I can hear you, but I won't. Some look for trouble while others don't. There's 1,000 reasons I should go about my day and ignore your whispers which I wish would go away. You're not a voice, you're just a ringing in my ear. And if I heard you, which I don't, spoken for I fear. Everyone I've ever loved is here within these walls. I'm sorry, secret siren, but I'm blocking out your calls. I've had my adventure, I don't need something new. I'm afraid of what I'm risking if I follow you into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. What do you want? 'Cause you've been keeping me awake. Are you here to distract me so I make a big mistake? Or are you someone out there who's a little bit like me, who knows deep down I'm not where I'm meant to be? Every day's a little harder as I feel my power grow. And don't you know there's a part of me that longs to go into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Whoa, are you out there? Do you know me? Can you feel me? Can you show me? Where are you going? Don't leave me alone. How do I follow you into the unknown?
Hi, Tori. It's Mark Brandon from Binder Casting. I watched your video and I think you do a really lovely job. You have a really great, powerful voice and you feel like a strong, powerful woman in 2021. One thing I would encourage you to think about is not to use your voice too much, but rely on the specificity and the details of the lyrics, which I think is really important, and that will make your voice soar even more. I do have one question. Why the bathroom? I know why, because you like the acoustics in the bathroom, but I think there are better places to shoot your video. But seriously, you did a really great job and you should be really proud of yourself. All the best.
And hired, and the girls all thought much higher of me. 1986, the first female American captain in history. Suddenly I'm in the cockpit. Suddenly I've got my wings. Suddenly all of the pilots protested me. Well, they can get their own drinks. Ha! Suddenly there's no one saying stay grounded. Looking around, passing by. Suddenly there's nothing in between me and the sky. Suddenly I got no female crew. The news talks and made headlines across the world. Suddenly it's stopped. No one's saying you can't or you won't or you know you're not anything 'cause you're a girl. Suddenly I'm getting married. We're putting pins on the map where we float. Suddenly I am a mother and suddenly shocked at how much they grow. Suddenly I'm wondering how my parents would feel seeing me teaching men to be pilots. Suddenly I am a senior instructor and somehow I'm 51.
Hi, Emily. This is Gwen Boniface. I'm the lead programming manager on BroadwayCon 2021 and an arts educator. And I'm just here to offer you some feedback and tell you how much I loved your performance. This song really shows off your range and your ability to navigate smoothly from your chest voice into a mix or into a nice healthy belt. You have a wonderful voice and I so enjoyed listening to you. One thing I noticed is that your head and your hands tend to go up as your pitch does, which is a super common singer's habit. But I'll just say that the high notes don't all have to be up here. Sometimes you can direct that intensity out to the audience instead. Although in general, I found your performance so engaging and I loved how you directed so much of the song to the camera since that's the stand-in for us, the audience, and that sort of mimics how that song would be performed on stage. Thank you for sharing your performance with us, Emily. Bye.
A friend won't go and start kissing your brother the minute you're outside. A friend is a person you call 16 times every night. And if your heart is always breaking and you want to run and hide, when your hope is gone, your friend is on so you give him all your last month of vacation and all of the time you can spend. And then on the first day of classes, he acts like you're not even there. That he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Olivia, hi, it's Andrew Barth Feldman. It's so great to be meeting you. That's not what this is. I can't tell you how happy I was to get to watch your performance of What It Means to Be a Friend. Oh my goodness. I literally recorded myself watching it a second time and then a third time because I was so obsessed with your performance. I think it's possibly the best I've ever seen this song performed. It was unbelievable, seriously. In terms of any feedback I can give, which I don't know how much wisdom I have over you, Olivia, I think plant your feet in it. I think you can claim it almost even more than you were, and you really were, to be clear. But I think claim your space on that stage, and this is your story. This is you were in the unique position of actually you were playing Patrice, or that was my understanding. So you use her story as a way to propel you to continue telling that story as beautifully as you were. I mean, you really told a story in that song. I was blown away. And your vocals were so incredibly clean. Ridiculous. You're fantastic. I think claim your fantasticness and let us see that. Because you really, really are incredible. And congratulations on being here. I can't wait to follow your career forever because I think you're just unbelievable.
How about that top three? All right, friends. Only one person can be our star to be here at BroadwayCon 2021 in cyberspace. Our judges, which include Dear Evan Hansen's own and BroadwayCon favorite, he won our lip sync contest a couple of years back, Andrew Barth Feldman, Mark Brandon from Binder Casting, and our BroadwayCon team. Big decisions they had to make, and they've made a decision, and looks good to me. So, our star to be for 2021 is Tori Vagassi, or Vagassi, I'm not sure which it is. Tori, you're our BroadwayCon star to be. I hope that wherever you are, you're jumping up and down and clapping and screaming and texting and Insta DMing and tweeting and clubhousing. And anyway, the point is, congratulations. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations to all of our finalists, but moreover, thanks to every one of our BroadwayCon family who submitted a performance. You guys are incredible. It's been an absolute joy to hear your talent from all over the world. All right, I'll see you guys again real soon. Love ya. Bye. Hello, BroadwayCon family. It's me, your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron. So happy you're with us because this is about to get real fast. You have logged on to BroadwayCon 2021 Game Night. Game Night is one of our favorite events every single BroadwayCon. It's fast, it's loose, it's crazy, and this time it's digital and it's in your home. So I hope you're not wearing pants because none of our players are, and neither am I. And that's just the Zoom world we live in. Today, we are getting very specific with a theme, and it's a theme that makes my gay heart sing because we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of Rent opening on Broadway, which means so much to me because I am a full-blown crazy Rent head. Yes, I slept out on the street in 1996 overnight, missing my classes at AMDA that morning. That's right. That's how committed I was to get my Rent tickets. I was sitting in the front row. So some of the people here who don't feel like they know me, I know you from a row away. We have some great surprises ahead for you. So here's our first surprise. Let's meet our contestants. We've got two teams here at BroadwayCon game night. We're going to begin with Team New York, which feels right. Hey, Team New York! Ruben Vega! Xander Martin is a BroadwayCon All-Star here, and Colin Henry. There they are, my friends. That's your Team New York. Let your hearts flutter on musical theater wings, because Anthony, we've got Mark, and we've got Mimi, we've got Colin, we've got Xander. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope that you do well in this, since it's all Rent themed. And if not, that'll be hilarious. All right. But who is going to try to cut them off at their proverbial unseeable knees on Zoom? It's Team Santa Fe. Team Santa Fe is Freddie Walker Brown, Wilson Jermaine Heredia, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, and Skylar Reiner and Ricky Jacobson Weisel. Hi, everybody, show yourselves. Show yourselves.
Go down, Santa Fe.
We love you, but you're going down.
Yeah. Prairie Dogs. Team Santa Fe. Let's start with co-founder of the BroadwayCon, Mr. Anthony Rapp. It's Rent-based tonight. What do you feel is Team New York's chances of dominating this game with you and Daphne at the helm?
It's not just, it's Xander. I think Xander is going to carry this team.
Xander.
That's
and
my
Colin
prediction.
is a good assist.
Yes.
I'll try.
Absolutely. I think you might be onto something there. I think that Xander's going to set the bar pretty high. I have a feeling.
Prediction.
Absolutely. And Daphne, are you a big game player in general?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm aggressive. Yeah. I'm aggressive. I love to play games.
I believe you. I feel like game night is full tackle.
No. People have lost digits with like charades.
Okay, good. I'm going to hold you to that.
It's
That's
so
the
fun.
kind of bloodthirsty play that I'm looking forward to. Freddie, how about you? Big game player for Team Santa Fe, or do you? What is your take on that? Family game
My
nights. What do you do?
Competitive streak is runs to a game called Bid Whist, which, if you know it well, is a lot about smack talking and sending people to Boston without a coat. So, yeah, I dare say I can find find some spirit for it, and bring the West Side to the whole situation. You know what I mean?
I wish you would. I'd like to encourage the more smack talk, the better. I think is
smack talk.
Smack talk is important. Wilson, it seems like everybody's dukes are up. How high are your dukes in this? Are you ready to scrap?
Are up.
Very high.
I am gamer to the max, yo. I am ready.
Okay.
I am ready to go.
Oh my gosh. This is palpable. I feel slightly afraid, which is how I like to feel, and how I feel most of the time.
Gangst. We're coming.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. So now for our BroadwayCon family team members, now that you've seen just how aggressive and frankly vicious the original Rent cast members are, how secure are you feeling? Xander, you've been quoted to be, Anthony's saying you're going to be the MVP of the whole game. How confident are you?
Pretty confident. I've seen Rent once in the Hippodrome and then a couple times in recording.
Sure.
And I am a big actor and theater nerd.
Welcome home.
Sometimes I joke that is literally my definition is Broadway theater nerd. and Rent is one of my all-time favorite shows.
Yeah.
Mine.
Yes. Good answer.
And I'll tell you what, truly, if 18-year-old me knew that I'd be sitting here talking to the four of you, I would have just pooped my gay pants in orange. So that's the God's honest
glad
truth.
you didn't.
Can you imagine? Ugh.
There's an 18-year-old who just pooped his
Pooped his
pants in front of the
pants.
theater.
We were happy he was here for a moment. Ricky,
I'm
how are you feeling?
Good.
Are you
I
now
think
that
we
you know?
got this. We got this.
Okay. See, like I said,
Yeah.
smack talk. It's important. Skylar, what's your plan here? What is your tactic that you're going to be using to win?
Well, I'm hoping to use, I joke that my Asperger's is my secret power because Broadway's my special interest. So I info dump all the time. I memorize all the facts, everything. And I also have Adelphi University, shout out to them, on my side, which is Jonathan Larson's alma mater. Yeah, I'm going to the same college. I may not be in the same major, but I'm at the same college.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got
That's
that.
awesome.
On the west side. We got double the hats.
Yeah.
Yo.
Ooh, okay.
Adelphi in the
Yes,
house.
yes, it's true. You got the hats. It's true.
And finally, Colin, where's your heart in this moment?
So for better or worse, I am from Scarsdale. So although for the record, there actually is no Scarsdale Jewish Community Center. It's a Midwestchester Jewish Community Center in Scarsdale. But yeah, I feel like I was born to win this game.
Okay.
So let's go.
Colin,
Come on, let's
I
go.
love it that you just dropped
giving you mad
rocked me to my core to know that it's not actually the Scarsdale JCC. All right, Team New York, Team Santa Fe, let's play. Here we go. Our first game of the night. We're musical theater buffs. It's Name That Tune. Oh, yes. We'll call up 2 contestants at a time from respective teams. Section of a show tune. The first contestant to yell ding will have the chance to answer. Here's the deal. You get 1 point for giving us the title of the song. You get 2 points for telling us the show that the song is from, and yet an additional 3rd point if you can name the artist performing the song.
Ooh.
Now, if you answer incorrectly or you don't collect all 3 points, your opponent gets the chance to steal any remaining points that are left on the table. For example, if you don't know the person who's singing the song, that other team member, your opposing player, can snatch that from you. So there's a lot of points in play here. Does that make about some sort of sense?
Absolutely not, but let's go.
Okay, absolutely not. And that's how we like it. Yes, and improvisation. All right. Here we go. It's bloodthirsty up in this piece. Our first 2 contestants for Name That Tune are Daphne Rubin Vega and Skylar Reiner.
All right.
Skylar, where are you? Okay, okay.
There's Skylar. Skylar is the one in the raspberry beret, but if it's warm, she doesn't want it more. Here we go. Are you guys ready to name that tune? All right. Hit it.
A little more speed, a little more rope, a little more wind, a little more hope. Got it.
Oh my God!
Stupid kite to fly.
Daphne Rubin Vega, ding.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown.
Yes.
What do I say?
You know the
who
song
sang
title? The song title?
Let's get this goddamn kite to fly.
You said the word. It's the kite. Absolutely.
And who sang it?
Yeah.
His name is Assy Rap.
That's right. Ding, ding, ding. Indeed. All right. Team New York taking an early lead.
Yes.
Now, listen, if everyone's paying
that
attention,
performance.
which I know that you are, this first round was a good, helpful clue to how this is going to go down. So stay tuned. All right. Our next 2 contestants, Xander Martin and Freddie Walker Brown, head to head. All right.
Take it easy on me, Xander.
This is Titan versus Titan. I feel it. All right, Xander, Freddie, name that tune.
You learn to take your coffee black. You learn to drink your whiskey neat. You learn to take the shower cold and sleep on tired feet. You learn to walk.
Pretty song, but I have no clue what it is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Lovely song. You have a ding in your heart, Xander?
Is it from Waitress? It sounds like it would be.
No.
I know.
Not untrue. All right, Xander, Freddie, I'm going to allow you each, because it doesn't seem like either of you have any idea, to pass to another member of your team. To
I know it.
Okay,
I know it.
So
Okay.
we're gonna pass to Ricky.
Hi. Okay. So it's Adina Menzel from If Then singing "You Learn to Live Without."
Cool.
That's true. Colin, were you gonna say the same thing?
I did not know the name of the song, but I did know the other two.
Ooh, that girl would be mad with me.
Yes, honey. Yes, honey.
That's the thing. I could have sworn you loved her.
That was your ex-girlfriend.
Well, maybe now we know why the breakup really happened. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Well, it's interesting. You're going to be really embarrassed because here's Adina Menzel now. No. That's not happening. It's not a thing. That's rude and it's vicious. All right, so I'm going to let the BroadwayCon team there decide how those points are taken care of as we move on to our next round. Don't worry, there's plenty of game left to play. Xander and Freddie, let's put the spotlight on Anthony Rapp and Ricky Jacobson Weisel. Oh, Ricky, I feel like Ricky's just played here.
I'm on.
Yeah, go Rick.
The points, Ricky. Go Rick.
Okay, and name that tune.
Ding.
What I'll feel as living shuffles by.
Ricky's dinging.
That is from Aida. That is Ed and Pascal.
It is.
And what's the name of that song? Written in the Stars.
Correct.
Ding, ding, ding. Ooh, I did know it was Adam, but I didn't know which.
Wow.
That's all. You know.
Fun facts about that. I'm going to share a couple fun facts. And that was Adam Pascal. One of my favorite stories I heard at the very first year ever of BroadwayCon. I was talking to Anthony and was asking him about stage door experiences and that kind of thing, and fan reactions to the show. And one of my favorite anecdotes that he shared was the amount of homoerotic fan fiction that they received between Roger and Mark during the early Rent.
Yes.
I do believe my sister wrote something. She's got some.
I actually had to explain that to Kara
Trek
Lindsay
thing.
about
Oh my
fan
gosh, I
fiction.
have no idea.
Yeah, that makes the mind real, does it not? It really does. Yeah. The other hilarious thing is that I was in Aida on Broadway with Adam Pascal because nothing says Nubian slave quite like this guy.
Really?
All right.
Completely.
Oh my God! You were
Let's
not
talk about
a Nubian slave.
let's things that should not have happened and would never happen today. Sure.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow, we've come a long way. haven't
Absolutely. That should have never happened. All right. This is our last round of Name That Tune. So, of course, we got to go to Colin and Wilson. You're ready.
Okay.
Well, all right.
Friends.
we? Come on, Colin.
Get
Let's
your
go,
dingers
Colin.
ready to
Colin.
put those ears
It's
in.
time.
It's time to name that tune.
Daphne Rubin Vega.
Correct.
And Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Bam. Do you know the name of the song?
No, I don't remember
Colin, cheeky.
because I don't know a lot of the title of those songs.
Does
But
somebody on Team New York have an idea of what that song was called?
I do know it is the first song in the show.
Good. Very good.
But the title.
It's science.
The title,
It's science fiction. It's Rocky
Science
Horror.
fiction picture show?
Yeah, Rocky
Yeah,
Horror
science
Show. I don't know if that's the title.
That's
Science fiction double
The
feature.
Rocky Horror Science Fiction double feature. Yeah.
That's the one. Absolutely. All right, my heart rate is up, and that is the end of round one. Well played. That was kind of crazy, so I don't know. Let's turn to our BroadwayCon team and see where the points lie at the end of round one. BroadwayCon team, what's happening? Who's where?
At the end of round one, the New York team has 4 points, and the Santa Fe team has 8.
All right, New York.
We have a long way to go.
Some work to do.
Come on, New York.
Come on, New York. All right.
Let's do this.
Next game, and this is going to prove to be very interesting. Our next game
boy.
is Rent Trivia. Okay.
I don't know that show.
No. I never heard of it. Here's what's going to happen. In each round, I will ask one team
What's it about?
a question, and you will have 30 seconds to confer with your team to come up with your final answer. Each correct answer, 5 points. If you get the answer wrong or don't answer within the 30 seconds, the other team is going to have the chance to steal your points. When your time is up, you're going to hear this sound. That's the right sound. That's pretty definitive. It sounds
That
good.
was going to be Mark and Roger going beep.
We scream. All right, that's the sound. That was actually me warming up on my last voice lesson. So
That was
here
my
we
bad
go.
fish last night. Listen, I have a question. You were going to say the bad fish.
Daphne, you have a question?
But there you have
Yeah.
That I have a question. Just you're going to ask the team a question.
Yes.
All of us, and we will have 30 seconds to concur and come to a conclusion.
Absolutely, yes.
Gotcha.
Together, it's a team effort by consensus.
Ooh,
All right, so we will start. I love the
Wait,
word
how are we gonna
consensus.
Me
Talk with our
too.
team
And
without the other team
concurring.
You're not.
You're
It's
not.
just a,
They're going to hear every word you say.
Yeah.
We
and
have
if
no
we lose,
secrets.
And
it's not
that's
going to help
just-
them.
Here's the deal. Our soundproof booth is in the shop, and they're delayed because of the pandemic. So soundproof boothing has become hit almost as hard as theater in the last year. All right. Booths. The booth industry has really been hit hard.
Yeah, the John Wilkes
All right, we're
booth
gonna start-
industry.
Oh my gosh. Well, he got hit real hard.
okay, where is the rim shot machine today?
I know.
Seriously. Fast and loose. I told you, fast and loose. We're going to start with Team Santa Fe, who is leading at this time. Here is your question. And these are freaking hard. These are hard, and they're going to require some insider
Good luck, and by good luck, I mean bad luck.
That's the smack talk. I'm going to make an executive decision and award each team that has a really good smack talk zinger 1/10 of a point.
All right.
Congratulations to New York. You've just gotten a bonus one.
Hey, Anthony, in your ear.
Ooh.
Yo,
Here we go.
yo, mucha mierda. And by mierda, I mean mierda.
This is I told you, real and real fast. All right. Team Santa Fe, here we go. Jonathan Larson collaborated with a playwright early in the process of writing Rent. This playwright contributed to the following: Santa Fe, I Should Tell You, and the song that would later become Rent. What is that playwright's name? You have 30 seconds. Talk amongst yourself. Santa Fe, go for it.
I don't know.
Do you remember? Because it's not, well, I don't even want to say that like on Zoom.
Anthony's looking
I know
smug.
Anthony knows because
Yeah,
Anthony
I
knows.
Ooh, you got that smug ass.
So, Anthony wrote a book about all this crap, so he knows all of this here. And,
Okay.
If I had a copy of that book in front of me, I'd probably be skimming the glossary, but I do not. It's a is it the female? The chick?
No.
She was the dramaturg.
No,
chick.
that's the drama.
No.
She was a different
No,
one.
no,
Oh,
that is
no, it's a guy.
It was
Oh boy. All right.
And Anthony's
Team
got
Cafe,
it.
I'm so sorry.
Stealing. It's Billy Aronson.
It is Bill
Yes!
Wilson.
Yes, it is.
Stolen points given, 5 of them. 5 points given to Team New York, which you needed, plus that 1/10 for a great burn. Do you have any backstory on that for us, Mr. Rapp?
No, I never. No, I just that his name. But the Jonathan was very, very thorough in making sure that when they parted ways, that he said, "You're going to get credit for this contribution, and thank you for the help." So it was very amicable and a great template for any kind of future people who are thinking of doing these kinds of collaborations. So it's really
It was decent and transparent.
I love that. Because that ain't always the
No,
way
that sounds like
in
Jonathan.
show business.
Yeah, no, that's
saying
not
that
the
sounds
way
like Jonathan.
things really work.
So that's good.
Yeah.
All right. We turn
Very
it now.
very Jonathan.
Riding a high, Team New York. Question 2 goes to you.
Yeah.
Here we go. You're going to have 30 seconds to answer the following question. Xander, Colin, get on board. Here we go. In La Boheme, the opera that partially inspired the characters of Rent, what is the name of the character in La Boheme that Maureen
Who's that?
is based on? Correct. We didn't even have to start the timer. You said it.
But you're gonna let them
Right.
there's like
I was just putting it out there for like.
I'm
for, like,
saying he wrote the book. He knows all
no,
of
but I
this
mean,
stuff.
I'm like putting it out. I didn't say like I was answering it, but like this is what I don't know. I didn't mean to like.
Anthony, we are very happy about this.
The question was
Okay.
to you, and that is the right answer, and it's a line from the show. So ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner. You said it at dinner.
All right, Anthony.
All right.
I wanted to say it, but I wanted to give,
I understand.
I wanted to give the next
Yes.
generation a chance.
No, you didn't. You
Right.
just want the points. Don't even front.
I feel like
We also just want the points,
Team New
so
York
it's great.
has the guy, has Anthony. I love our team, but it's cheating.
Oh, no.
I'm ready to have Freddie and Wilson.
And
I think we're good.
That kind of smack talk
have a
will cost your
ringer.
team another 1/10 of a point.
Golf claps.
Golf claps. All right, Team Santa Fe, we're back to you.
All right.
And okay, name. That was my vocalese. Name a song, Team Santa Fe, that was in the New York Theater Workshop version of Rent that did not make it into the Broadway production. Once again, name a song that was in the New York Theater Workshop production of Rent that did not make it to the Broadway production. There are a few to choose from. You have 30 seconds. Talk amongst yourselves.
Hold on.
There was the Christmas song.
Yeah. Well, how about like
Uh,
right brain, left brain?
Who?
Right brain, left brain. Right brain, left brain. It was One Song Glory. It was the original. One Song
It
Glory.
wasn't.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
Absolutely right.
It was the one. It was before.
Wasn't
One
it
Song Glory.
called something else?
No, it was called Right Brain.
It was called Right Brain.
Right brain.
Now, but just
Look at
because
Daphne trying to take away the victory from Wilson.
I wanted to take that shit away.
Yes.
I forgot. I thought it was called Door Wall.
That's a different song. That's another song.
Sorry.
All right. You got that.
Since we have
Now take it,
audience.
go. Go take your point.
Since we have a captive audience of people with a certain special skills worth of knowledge here, I'm going to read some of the titles of the other tunes. And if you feel like you could just sing us a line at random, you're a fool.
Have you considered real estate?
Wow. All right.
Oh, yeah.
A little
all right.
business.
The door, the wall, the future.
Oh, Door
the
Wall.
present.
Oh my God.
The window. Mimi.
This is blowing my mind. How? Okay.
Black and blue and gray. Draw a little
Draw a little
heart.
air. Draw
Draw a little black. Draw
arrow.
a little arrow. It's the Valentine's Day. It was called Valentine's.
Yes.
Hot. Okay. What about female to female A and B?
Female to female.
That was
female
when,
to female.
That was before me. That was when oh my gosh.
Shelley Dickinson. Yeah.
Shelley and Aaron
Shelley, yes, when
Hill.
she was doing it.
What about He Says?
He says he'll meet us at the restaurant. It's sort of a melody that's similar to the beginning of the fight that leads into
Goodbye, Love.
It's a similar kind
Oh.
of, but it was way earlier in the show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll get over it.
The what?
You'll get over it.
You'll get over it. That was what was there before Tango Marine. And it was between Maureen and Mark, not Mark and Joanne.
Oh, interesting.
Saying
Okay.
that they were essentially saying, "You're going to get over me." Maureen was saying to Mark, "You're going to get over me," and
This is
Mark
the
saying, "You're going to get over Joanne."
4 workshop.
94, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, one more.
Wow.
Open Road was their. It was a solo number for Roger that was sort of him going off to Santa Fe.
It became living in America.
That and real estate kind
on
of
your
got
own,
combined.
on your own.
Got combined into what you own. Yeah.
See, fun facts abounding.
On your
Open
boat.
Road. It was a very
I love that.
Beautiful. It was beautiful, but it was like kind of a slow ballad at a point in the show where you kind of needed something with a little more.
It's a punch.
Yeah, a little more punch.
All right. Well, thank you for that. See, the more you know. All right, we're at question
you,
4,
Anthony.
which takes us to. I'm a terrible host. I got so into that I
New
forgot.
York.
Team New York. Here you go. This question is yours.
I'll keep my lips sealed until.
At the 50th Tony Awards in 1996, Rent was nominated for Best Musical alongside 3 other productions. Name one of those other 3 productions.
No, that was Revival. That was
Stomp.
Revival. Noise Funk.
Noise Funk. That's it.
Noise
Yep. Bringing in noise, bringing in funk. Absolutely. The other ones were Swinging on a Star.
Oh my goodness.
Which I was also in for a hot minute.
Oh, hot damn. And I think you made the right choice.
I do too.
And Chronicle of a Death Foretold, which quite honestly, and I feel terrible about this, doesn't even ring a bell to me.
It was very short.
Wait.
Very short.
Was it a play or a musical?
Yeah.
Chronicle
That probably
was that
has a Broadway
good
card.
It has a Broadway card?
It might have it because if it's only runs a minute, 'cause there's a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I think it was very short-lived, I believe. Yeah.
All right. Good to know. All right. That's the end of the Rent trivia round. Well done. We all learned a little something. I'm getting gayer by the moment.
What's the points in that round?
Yeah,
Finally.
Just a few.
Yeah. So tell us points, people, which I miss Anthony being our point person, who's normally so glamorous. BroadwayCon team, where do we sit points-wise at this stage of the literal game?
At the end of round 2, the Santa Fe team has 13 1/10 point, and the New York team has 19 1/10.
Ooh.
Gotta get back up.
We'll catch up.
Have turned.
Winning because Rent takes place in New York. And this
That's
is
it,
Rent.
man.
BroadwayCon takes place in New York. Rent
Oh!
in New York.
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. All right. The next game is Password.
Password.
Oh boy.
I like password.
The password is. All right. Let me read these directions again. They might have to edit this out. All right, contestants. You have to make sure to have your Zoom chat open for this one. So go down to the little bar at the end and where it says chat, click on that. You're going to need that. Each team on their turn is going to nominate a player from their team to give the passwords while the other team guesses. The rest of the team guesses. The contestant giving hints will receive words and phrases via a series of private messages from our BroadwayCon staff. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if you're giving clues, keep your eyes on that chat. The goal is for the hinter to get their teammates to say as many of the secret words as possible in the time allotted without saying any part of the word or phrase you're trying to get them to guess, as always. The hinter may choose to pass and receive a new prompt at any time. That's your prerogative, hinter. Correct answers are worth 1 point each. Each team will have 2 minutes to play. When your time is up, you'll hear this sound. This sound. That sound. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right.
I believe so. Just. I'm sorry. So we we nominate somebody to
give.
Your hinter
And
to
give. And then the other three
Right.
people guess.
shall receive. Yes, and guess. All right. There's a fantastic theme to this game, which I'm positively delighted about. And I think you're going to like it too. So we'll start with Team New York. You're going to have 2 minutes to get as many as possible. And before I tell you the theme, Team New York, who would you like to assign as your hint giver?
Xander, would you like to do it? Would you like me to do it?
I'm fine with either way. Really?
Hmm.
All right, I'll do it.
Colin. Volunteering is tribute.
Hey, Colin.
Yes, my
All right, Colin.
My name is Colin. It is nothing else.
Period.
Colin.
All right. Colin Everdeen. The theme of Password is things mentioned in La Vie Boheme.
Great, wonderful.
Let's be honest, there's a lot of things mentioned in La Vie Boheme.
I heard many words for the first time because of La Vie Boheme.
Same.
Right? Some of the words listening in Orem, Utah, when I was first getting into that cast album, I found frankly shocking and titillating, frankly. So it's, yeah, but really mind expanding for us in the Midwest when we heard that for the first time. All right, New York team, you've got 2 minutes. Colin, keep your eyes on the chat.
Oh, we have to.
No, we're listening to
Mention
Colin. So we
on your
can
mark.
guess. Yeah.
Get set.
Do we? Wait.
Yeah, we say it. We say it. No, we say it. We say it.
You say it out loud.
I'm getting texts, and I shout to the world.
Yep.
We guess.
Team Santa
We
Fe,
guess.
keep it to yourself. And on your mark, get set. 2 minutes starts now.
Non-meat version of
Vegan meat.
of an
Veggie
hot
balls.
dog, but the other.
Meatless-
No. Not
Meatless balls.
hot dogs or
Meatless balls.
no.
Miso soup.
What you grill?
Burgers.
Yes,
Burgers and fries.
but a
Meatless burgers.
a
Veggie burgers.
It's the same if you close your eyes with meatless balls.
chickpeas.
Hummus.
Chickpeas are made are primarily composed.
Colin, pass. Colin, pass.
Falafel.
That's important. Miso soup or seaweed salad. Two tofu. Two soy burger dinner.
Soy burger dinner.
Yeah. Okay.
burgers, yeah.
Not a violin, but a larger version. Yes.
Cello.
And one that has some current.
Electric cello.
Yes. An Arnold Palmer is lemonade and
What is it? Vodka? No.
no,
What is
non-alcoholic. It's
beer? No. What is it? Lemonade and Arnold Palmer is lemonade and what?
It
Wine and
is
beer.
a chai is a form of chai is
tea.
yes, and an Arnold Palmer is
iced tea.
Iced
Yeah,
tea.
yes.
Iced tea.
Being stirred.
This is something that I believe is flammable. Is and it almost sounds like a snake. But next.
It rhymes with Gertrude Stein.
Turpentine.
Turpentine.
Yeah, it was. Yes. This is a traditional Indian dish made out of
Vindaloo.
Yes.
Curry Vindaloo.
Curry Vindaloo is correct. I'm sorry. I had to jump in. I couldn't control myself. Bad host. I know.
It's really weird to think of those things. out of
Yeah.
Out of context,
Wild.
weird.
Wild.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be hosting, not answering.
I could not help myself.
Thank you.
I saw the opportunity to give a specific clue from the show. All right.
Wow, that is so weird. Good
Team.
luck.
Wow.
Good luck, Santa Fe.
Team Santa Fe, are you ready?
We got it.
Team Santa Fe, please assign who you would like to be your hinter.
You want to do it, Wilson?
Sure.
All right.
Let's do it.
You know how to play now. Oh my gosh, I'm burning so many calories.
Are we still on BOM?
Get ready.
Still same thing. Yep. Things mentioned in the song. La Vie Boheme. And time starts now. Go, Wilson.
Okay. Where Jesus was born and
Bethlehem.
We correct. We'll take it.
yes.
Yep.
Wizard of Oz, the two.
Dorothy and Toto.
Rise, you'll rise, you'll rise. The poet that
Maya Angelou.
Maya Angelou.
Exactly.
Elaine Stritch.
The person related to Dorothy in
MGM?
Exactly. The planet that we live in,
Earth.
aside from Father, we don't call it Father.
Mother Earth.
Exactly. Yes. Well, okay. It's meat. It's meat substitute. Like
Tofu.
Yeah.
Tofu dog platter.
And you put it in a bun.
You said it. You got it.
I said it. I got it.
Yep. That's it. Chilling out in your backyard, and you sit on this thing.
Lounge chair.
Exactly.
Wow.
Not a one piece, but a
two
piece.
Not a
You can't say peace. You can't say peace.
Oh, I'm sorry. Messed it up.
Oh, bummer.
Moving on. They're giving me to say, okay. Pass. Oh, okay. It is a Latin staple that you eat with meat.
Rice and beans.
Exactly, baby.
Yeah.
The person that was most that inspired.
That was really good.
Well done.
Damn, y'all like crushed it.
Very well done, actually.
A little too well done, if you ask me.
I will say, I think going second in this particular game was maybe to your benefit. Would you like to hear the other things on our list?
Sure.
Just for our hearts and souls. Stephen Sondheim.
That's what I was getting at.
Yep. Playing hooky, making something out of nothing. Not to mention, of course, dear old
Mom and Dad.
To yoga, to yogurt, yoga, seaweed salad, The Village Voice.
Oh, The Village Voice.
Riding your bike.
They're gone,
The
aren't they?
Sex Pistols.
Yes. Were you
Bubble
going to do
wrap.
Vaclav Havel?
Bob Dylan. Virtual reality. Pasta with meatless balls. Huevos Rancheros. Homo sapiens. And as mentioned earlier, miso soup. Were the other ones. Well, it's always strong to end on miso soup, don't you think? A palate cleanser.
Still a good start.
Jamming out till we go him.
I'm good. All I want to do now is go listen to that right now, and I've always done, which is put on.
What is a Life Cafe?
Yes, Life
The
Cafe.
Life Cafe's still there.
No, it's gone.
It's not, is it? Oh,
No,
God.
come on.
God almighty.
I had my students do La Vie Boheme in the last live show we did. We did in the race show, I think. They picked the topic, so it was race, and of course we had to do some rant. Right?
Yeah. It'll work.
All right, friends. Let's find out where we landed point-wise because I don't know.
Very close.
I'm totally clueless. Just very quickly, any last smack
Not
talk?
looking good, New
It's
York.
gonna be close.
You did fantastic, New York. Don't worry about it.
That's the old kill 'em with kindness. Yes.
You're gonna go, Santa Fe. Go
All right.
down.
BroadwayCon staff, where did this plane land?
All right, and at the end of our final round, we have the Santa Fe team with 21 and 1/10 points, and the New York team with 24 and 1/10 points.
Rematch.
Oh,
So
well.
the rightful winners won.
Oh, that's the smack talk I love so much. Thank you all so much. Congratulations on the 25th anniversary of Rent opening on Broadway and giving us something to hold close to our hearts forever and ever and ever and ever. So it's been a joy. Thank you to our BroadwayCon All-Stars, Xander, Colin, Ricky, and Skylar. Thanks for playing with us. Thank you all for watching and being part of the BroadwayCon family. Everyone have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you soon. I'm your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron. Good night. Thank you all.
Hello, BroadwayCon family. It's me, your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron, and I have a very serious question for you. What good is sitting all alone in your room? Well, it turns out tonight it's awfully good. I'm sitting all alone in my room, and I'm still going to hear the music play because tonight is the BroadwayCon Cabaret. Cabaret, by definition, is any performance that happens at a venue where food and drink is served. So, you're at home. Go ahead and pour yourself a drink, have yourself a lean cuisine, whatever you fancy, pop some popcorn, because we've got an incredible roster of Broadway singers who are going to be performing some of their favorite I Want songs. You've got to have an I Want song. If you don't have an I Want song, that's like singing Are You Blind When You're Born? No. Curtain. Clint, is it true you were a friend? No. Curtain. People have needs. Mermaids have needs. Opera divas have needs. Zombies have needs. But we'll get to that. Starting us off for our BroadwayCon Cabaret tonight is the co-founder of BroadwayCon and the original Mark and Rent, Anthony Rapp.
Hello. So when I was told that the theme this year for the cabaret was I Want songs, Melissa, my friend who runs BroadwayCon, sent me a list of I Want songs. And there were two that jumped out at me in particular, partly because they're shows that I loved to see as an audience member. I'm a fan of them, and I'm also way too old to ever be in them playing these roles that sing these songs. So I always like to get the chance to sing songs that I would never do in a show in cabarets like this. So first one is from Spring Awakening, which is one of my all-time favorite shows. And the second one is from Dear Evan Hansen. All that's known in history and science, overthrown at school, at home by blind men. You doubt them, and soon they bark and hound you, till everything you say is just another bad about you. All they say is trust in what is written. Wars are made, and somehow that is wisdom. Thought is suspect, and money is their idol, and nothing is okay unless it's scripted in their Bible. But I know there's so much more to find, just in looking through myself and not at them. Still I know to trust my own true mind, and to say there's a way through this. On I go, to wonder and to learning, name the stars and know their dark returning. I'm calling to know the world's true yearning, the hunger that a child feels for everything they've shown. You watch me, just watch me, I'm calling, and one day all will know. You watch me, just watch me, I'm calling. I'm calling, and one day all will know.
Ah, that Anthony Rapp, he can do no wrong. Thanks so much, Anthony. See, German school children have needs. From Spring Awakening, I love that song. Next up, we are going deep in zombie style. We're well happy to welcome Josh Canfield, who we know and love from Dr. Zhivago and The Great Comet, as well as the national tour of Falsettos, and Lauren Zachrin, who you've seen in Legally Blonde, Rock of Ages, Wicked, Great Comet, to name just a few. She's a glorious star. Josh actually is the writer of Alive, the zombie musical, and we're going to get to hear two songs from Alive right now. So prepare to have your undead brain blown.
Hey, I'm Josh Canfield. You might remember me from Great Comet or CBS's Survivor. I'm going to be singing a song called I Am Zombie from Alive, the Zombie Musical, which is a show I wrote, and it's coming off Broadway this fall in 2021. The second song I'll be singing is What Happiness Was from the show Farmer's Town, which I also wrote.
I may not be what I want or where I thought I came from, but that won't stop me from this fight ahead. I have friends who are in need, a girl I love who I know needs me, so I will stand from this place I fell. Oftentimes in life it seems things don't go the way I planned, and now again I'm at a turning point. Do I fall back on this mound, or do I look to higher ground? Big Z, sorry to disappoint. I am zombie, I will carry on today, and I'll stand taller, 'cause I know I'm not alone. There are others by my side, and and I can choose to be what they see in me. So I may not be what I want, but what the hell, it's who I am. You can't stop me from this life I dreamed. I'll show the world that I can change, be a zombie with a brain, and lay this body down for those I love. What happens next may not go so well. There may be blood and flesh spilled out. Well, here's to death, it's really nothing new. I'll find you, Eve, I won't back down. Even if my life ends on the ground, the one thing I can't live without is you. I am zombie. I will carry on today. And I'll stand taller, 'cause I know I'm not alone. There are others by my side, and I can choose to be what they see in me. This is my time to live. This is all I have to give. If I fail, please forgive me. My time today, and I'll stand taller, 'cause I know I'm not alone. There are others by my side, and I can choose to be what you see.
BroadwayCon. It's Lauren Zachrin here. I'm about to sing something for you that is new and exciting. It is written by my friend Josh Canfield from his new musical Alive, the musical. This show is about zombies, of all things, and my character is a reporter, and she has been wanting to break the story about zombies, but nobody believes her. She finally sees a zombie in real life, and she's feeling so excited that she's finally gonna get the validation that she's been hoping for. It's silly, it's fun. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
I was right all along. I mean, I know I was. But seeing them for real, well, it changes how you feel. I'm another step closer, another clue further to breaking this story on TV. Have to be stronger, have to be smarter. Perhaps this sentimental zombie is key. I'll show the world I'm not insane. I'll show the world that they've been wrong all along. I'll show them and they'll see I was right, they were wrong, and next time they'll listen to me. I'm another day nearer, another face clearer to reaching the goal that's been in view. I'll have to be quicker, have to move faster to get the scoop without becoming a zombie too. I'll show the world I'm not insane. I'll show the world that they've been wrong all along. I'll show them that they'll see I was right, they were wrong, and this time they'll listen to me. I could die, I could be torn to pieces and eaten for lunch. I could live, I could be bitten and join this crazy zombie bunch. I might die if I don't get this story on TV. I might live when everyone will see the truth about zombies. I'm another step closer, another clue further to to reaching the goal that now I see. I was right, they were wrong, and now it's time they this song to me.
Ah, way to knock 'em undead, friends. Next up, we have Anne Boleyn from Six. She's our first of 2 Six queens that'll be performing in our cabaret. Andrea McCassett is going to bring us some serious eye-wanting, followed by encores from Josh Canfield and Lauren Zacharin, and BroadwayCon's very own Anthony Rapp. Enjoy. Tell us how it feels to want.
Hi everyone. My song today is I Can Do Better Than That from the last 5 years. And I chose this song because Kathy is one of my dream roles and I love singing the song. I think it's so juicy to sing and it just helps me feel motivated when I'm kind of like down, and it reminds me to always strive for more. My best friend had a little situation at the end of our senior year. And like a shot, she and Mitchell got married that summer. Carol Ann getting bigger every minute, thinking, what am I doing here? While Mitchell's out every night being a heavy metal drummer. They got a little cute house on a little cute street with a crucifix on the door. Mitchell got a job at a record store in the mall. Just the typical facts of a typical life from a town on the eastern shore. I thought about what I wanted. It wasn't like that at all. Made Carol Ann a cute baby sweater, thinking I can do better than that. In a year or so I moved to the city, thinking, what have I got to lose? Got a room, got a cat, and got 20 pounds thinner. Met a guy in a class I was taking with some very well-placed tattoos. He wouldn't leave me alone unless I went with him to dinner. And I guess he was cute, and I guess he was sweet, and I guess he was good in bed. I gave up my life for the better part of a year. So I'm starting to think that this maybe might work, and the second it entered my head, he needed to take some time off, focus on his career. He blew me off with a heartfelt letter. I thought I could do better than that. You don't have to get a haircut. You don't have to change your shoes. You don't have to like Duran Duran. Just love me. You don't have to put the seat down. You don't have to watch the news. You don't have to learn the tango. You don't have to eat prosciutto. You don't have to change a thing. Just stay. Miles and miles of you. Finally, I'll have something worthwhile to think of each morning. You, and nothing but you. No substitution will do. Nothing but fresh and diluted and pure. Top of the line. And totally I don't need and I spend every day reconfiguring my senses. When we get to my house, take a look at that town, take a look at how far I've gone. I will never go back, never look back anymore. And it feels like my life led right to your side and will keep me there from now on. Think about what you wanted, think about what could be, think about how I love you. Say you'll move in with me. Think of what's great about me and you. Think of the bullshit we've both been through. Think of what's past because we can do better. We can do better. We can do better.
Thought when I moved away from home, my life would begin. I'd be open to roam on my own, flying solo and free. A world of possibilities waiting for me. In a way, that idea was reality. I like my friends, my job to a decent degree. It's sorta how I thought it would be, living life to its full, living carefree. But I find myself wishing to come back to this quiet town, to this modest shack, to a simpler life and a better time, 'cause that's when I knew for sure what happiness was. Things are good up in Bowling Green. I'm designing a lot and I'm in the scene. Ain't Lexington with its high-end frills, but I love my work and it pays the bills. Life goes by without much thought. In a blink, it's a day, a month, a year. The pace is swift and you gotta keep up. When you're sad, there's no time to shed a tear. So I find myself needing to come back to this quiet town, to this modest shack, to a simpler life and a better time, 'cause that's when I knew for sure what happiness. Many nights I lay in bed awake, reaching for hope amongst heartache. But I fear those days sipping on iced tea and playing by the creek are just distant memories. Now I find myself wanting to come back to this quiet town, to this modest shack, to a simpler life and a better time, 'cause that's when I knew for sure what happiness was. It's not the same round here, now that I'm grown, now that I've been away. The coming year feels good, where the world was in color, but now shades of gray.
Hello, BroadwayCon. It's me, Lauren Zachrin. I am going to be singing Wishing You Were Somehow Here Again from the Phantom of the Opera. I chose this song as my I Want song because I just love the way that her passion and her desperation and her need for forgiveness and to move on and her desire to connect with her father again comes through her in this moving, juicy, all-encompassing soprano sound. I find it so beautiful and moving, and in singing it, I love feeling that moving through me. So I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I do. Thank you.
My one companion, you were all that mattered. You were once a friend and father. Then my world was shattered. Wishing you were somehow here again, wishing you were somehow near. Sometimes it seemed if I just dreamed, somehow you would be here. Wishing I could hear your voice again, knowing that I never would. Dreaming of you won't help me to do all that you dream like passing bells and salted angels, cold and monumental, seemed for you the wrong companions. You were warm and gentle. Too many years fighting back tears. Why can't the past just die? Wishing you were somehow near again, knowing we must say goodbye. Try to forgive, teach me to live, give me the strength to try. No more memories, no more silent tears, no more gazing across the wasted years. Help me say goodbye. Help me say goodbye.
I've learned to slam on the brake before I even turn the key, before I make the mistake, before I lead with the worst of me. Give them no reason to stare, no slipping up if you slip away. So I got nothing to share. No, I got nothing to say. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you've learned, because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? 'Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through a window. I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear while I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? We start with stars in our eyes. We start believing that we belong. But every sun doesn't rise. And no one tells you where you went wrong. Step out of the sun if you keep getting burned. Step out of the sun because you've learned. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I've always been? 'Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through a window. I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear while I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? When you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? Did I even make a sound? Did I even make a sound? It's like I never made a sound. Will I ever make a sound? On the outside, always looking. Will I ever be more than I've always been? 'Cause I'm tapping on the glass. I'm waving through a window. I try to speak, but nobody can hear. So I wait around for an answer to appear while I'm watching people pass. I'm waving through a window. Can anybody see? Is anybody waving back at me? Is anybody waving?
All right, friends, we promised you yet another six queen, and we have just that. Closing us out is the formidable, the fierce, the ferocious, the fabulous Britt Mack. Baby, just one more time.
Baby, baby, how was I supposed to know that something wasn't right here? Oh, baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. And now you're out of sight, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know. My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you got me blinded. Oh, pretty baby, this There's nothing that I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know? Oh, pretty baby, I shouldn't have let you go. I must confess that my loneliness is killing me now. Don't you know I still believe that you will be here and give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Hit me, baby, one more time. Thank you. Thank you.
BroadwayCon family, we hope that you enjoyed our cabaret. We love you so much. Thank you to all of the artists who participated. Now go forth and sing your own I Want song that I have no doubt is all about wanting Broadway and theater to come back safely and quickly. Love you all. Talk to you soon.